Secrets of the Flame. A Holiday Romance Audiobook. By Michelle Love and Ivy Wonder. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice, Michelle. Audio copyright 2023. BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you would like to read the whole story, you can grab a copy from your favorite online store. Blurb. My last year of med school, the best year ever because of her, my future changed forever because of her. From the moment I saw her, I knew there was something between us not many people find. Passionate nights, stolen kisses throughout our busy days, she and I had the same goals that would end the special connection we'd found. Leaving her behind proved to be the hardest thing I'd ever done. Finding her one day in a Seattle hospital, tending to one of my best friends, proved that old flame had never completely gone out. No longer the easygoing, easy-to-love girl I'd known years ago, she'd become guarded. My only question: why? Chapter 1. Arslan. The smell of coffee drifted through the otherwise sterile scent of the room, briefly taking my attention away from my young patient's parents. "I'm sure you're exhausted from the surgery, Dr. Dawson," Mr. Peterson said, making me focus on the conversation once more. "I only have one more question for you, and then we'll let you get on with the rest of your day." Pinching the bridge of my nose, not out of aggravation but out of sheer fatigue, I shifted my weight to the other foot. "I am sorry about that. I'm past the point of caffeine by now anyways. A bed and a pillow are about all I'm in need of right now. Please ask me anything you need to, Mr. Peterson." His son lay in the bed just 3 feet away from us. The boy had been in an auto accident with his uncle the day before. Unfortunately, the uncle hadn't had the same luck as young Lucas Peterson. He hadn't made it long enough to undergo surgery. Mr. Peterson looked at his son with exhausted, worried eyes. "When he wakes up, what can we expect?" "I can't tell you exactly what to expect, but difficulty communicating is a common occurrence in individuals with his extent of brain trauma. He will likely be able to get back to normal with time and some rehab therapy, but for a while, he'll exhibit trouble speaking, reading, writing, and may have issues with motor functions." The looks on his parents' faces told me they thought the prognosis was horrible. "Right now, you two need to remain strong and support Lucas in his healing. This won't last forever. He's young, healthy, and I expect he'll be back to himself in no time at all." His mother twisted her hands together nervously. "Next week is his 8th birthday. She looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. "Will he be able to talk by then?" I couldn't answer her question without lying, so told the truth. "I don't know, Mrs. Peterson. I wish I could tell you what you want to hear, I truly do. The most you can do right now is stay hopeful and positive." My eyes went to the door as Lisa, the charge nurse, came in to check on our patient. "Your son is in excellent hands with Lisa now. She's an excellent nurse, and will be able to answer many of your questions if you have any more concerns." "Thank you, Dr. Dawson." Lisa went to check the monitors, and Lucas's parents went straight to her to ask more questions. My tired and aching feet carried me all the way out of the ICU and straight to the doctor's lounge. It was usually a great place for us to catch a quick nap, now and then. I knew a nap wouldn't be enough for me, but I had to catch a few Z's before driving home. If I didn't, I might be the next person rushed into this hospital from an auto accident. I tried extremely hard not to be the one spending time under someone's knife. Just as I stepped through the door to the doctor's lounge, my cell rang. Pulling it out of the pocket of my scrubs, I saw a number I didn't recognize, but answered it anyway. "Dr. Arslan Dawson here." "Arslan, it's me, Samantha Stone." She hesitated, then burst into sobs. "Oh hell. Talk to Gerald." The Stones were family friends from way back. Our families had spent the summers together in my family's summer home in the Hamptons. Hearing Samantha so distraught had my hairs standing on end. "What's happened?" "It's Langston Airy," Gerald answered me. "He's been in an accident here in Seattle." I know you're in Minnesota, and I know this is asking too much, but damn it, we don't trust anyone but you. They say he might not make it, Ari. A semi-truck hit him on the freeway. He's unrecognizable, and they say he's suffered extensive brain injuries. I'll be there. No way in hell would I leave one of my best friends in anyone else's hands, no matter how long it had been since I'd seen him. Is he at the Seattle Medical Center? Normally, I would have been rocked by the news, but I was operating on autopilot and went straight into professional mode. No. Gerald choked up for a moment, unable to get any more information out. It's okay, Gerald. Take a few breaths, I coached him. Langston needs all of us to stay calm right now. Calm minds make better decisions. If he's not at that hospital, then where is he? It's a new hospital. Young doctors, he told me, making me a bit uneasy. It's called St. Christopher's General Hospital. They can't move him. I've already asked if he can be taken by helicopter to your hospital. They told me he's in no condition to move at all. Taking off toward the parking garage, I knew sleep would have to wait a bit longer. It'll take me about 5 hours to get to Seattle. I'll see you as soon as I can get there. Are you sure they'll let you work on him here? Gerald asked me, worry threading through his voice. I'll get my assistant on that right away. I didn't want them to worry about anything else. I'll see you soon. You tell Langston to hang on, I'm coming, and I'll do everything I can to keep him with us. Never had I been so happy to have a private jet at my disposal. Making the call to my pilot, telling him to meet me at the airport, I then called my assistant to start taking care of getting me privileges at the new hospital. Once I was in the plane and finally able to lie back and rest, I thought about Langston, or Lanny as I'd called him growing up. I thought back to one of the memories that always stuck in my head whenever I thought of him. He and I were kids, swinging on the rope that went out over the cool water of our pond in the back of our estate. Splashing down first, he looked over to me. Come on, Ari. It was my first time using the rope swing, and it was proving scarier than I thought it would. I'm not sure. It's pretty high. Chicken, he shouted. Come on, big baby, bok bok. His teasing helped me build my courage, and I held tight to that rope as I backed up slowly. I stopped, closed my eyes, then ran forward as fast as I could, wanting it all to be over. As I felt my feet leave the ground, I felt the air flow all around me. Letting the rope go, I yelled with joy as I began to fall through the sky, landing in the cool water with an enormous splash. When I came to the surface, I laughed. You're right. It is fun. Let's do it again. Lanny always pushed me until I'd tried everything he had, good or bad. Including that one time we got stoned behind the garage. It was fun until old man Dempsey, who took care of the cars, found us and threatened to tell our parents if we ever did anything like that again. We'd gotten into so much mischief together, and had had the time of our lives doing so. The thought of never seeing my old friend again made ice form in my chest. I had to help him. I had to try my hardest to bring him back. With thoughts of Lanny still filling my head, I finally drifted off to sleep. I woke to the steward, Daniel, shaking me awake. We're here, Dr. Dawson. Huh. I rubbed my eyes with the backs of my hands. Where? Seattle, sir. He stepped back and pointed out the window near my head. You were out cold for a while there. He gestured to the scrubs I still wore. It's been a rough day, hasn't it? Pretty damn rough. Getting out of my seat, I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face and brush my teeth. My reflection in the mirror showed me that I needed to take a moment to shave. I looked like hell. The steward led me off the jet after I'd changed clothes and cleaned up. You look much better, Dr. Dawson. Good thing you keep extra clothes on the jet, huh? Very good thing. My early days as a Boy Scout had served me well. I was always prepared. Or I was, as often as my hectic medical career allowed. Did you call me a car? I did. Veering through the crowded airport, he led me to the exit, and then to the car he'd called for me. This is Henry. He'll take you to St. Christopher's Hospital. The driver nodded as he opened the back door of the town car. Dr. Dawson, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm sorry it's under such unfortunate circumstances. Daniel told me about your friend. It's good to meet you too. Sliding into the back seat, I asked, will you be able to drive me around for the duration of my time here? I'll pay you twice what you're making now. Consider me your driver, Dr. Dawson. With a smile, he closed the door, then went to the driver's side and got in. Do you also think you can tell me the best hotel closest to the hospital? I'd always found that drivers, be they cab drivers or private chauffeurs, had the best recommendations. I can do ya one better, actually, he said jovially as he pulled away from the curb. My niece works at one of the best in that area. I'll get her to reserve a suite for you. Something nice on the top floor. Would that be okay? That would be beyond okay, Henry. That would be perfect. Finding someone reliable so quickly seemed like a gift from above. I promise to make your help worth it. I wasted no time in proving my words once he pulled up in front of St. Christopher's and held the door open for me. Here you are, Dr. Dawson. Shaking his hand, I slipped a few $100s into it. Really, thanks, Henry. I appreciate this. Nodding, he slipped the money into his pants pocket. I'll be waiting in the parking area, sir. He handed me his business card. If you'll shoot me a text before you come out, I'll meet you at whatever entrance you need me to. Looking over my shoulder as I hurried to get inside, I shouted, You're a dream come true, Henry. Knowing I had nothing to worry about in that department was a huge relief. It was one less thing to worry about. As I headed inside, I found the waiting room void of any waiting patients, which could be good or bad. Hi, I'm Dr. Arslan Dawson. My assistant. I didn't get to finish, as the nurse jumped up from the desk. Good. I've got everything here. She handed me a badge on a lanyard with my picture and name already on it. Your assistant sent me everything over the computer. You're ready to go, doctor. Coming around, she opened the door to allow me to go back. Mr. Stone is being kept comfortable and is stable so far. The trauma surgeon took him straight to the OR, but Mr. Stone's parents arrived and stopped everything. They said no one but you can cut into their son. They're feisty about it too. Yes, I've known them forever. The hospital seemed clean, and that gave me a good feeling. How new is this place? 2 years. She stopped and looked at me. Doctor, we have great people here at St. Christopher's. I know you're from the Mayo Clinic, and that you're one of the top neurosurgeons in the country. It will be an honor for the trauma surgeon and our cardiologist to work with you. They're both extremely gifted, sir. Your friend will need more than just his brain treated, and they're eager to work with you to get him better. The Stones have kept everyone at bay. I knew they were obstinate, but had no idea they'd go that far. Nodding, she took off walking again. Yes, sir. Have the other doctors meet me in the scrub room, will you? Lenny's parents might not have understood that I'd need help, but I did. Here we are, she said as she gestured to the scrub room door. We have scrubs here you can use. I'll have the other doctors meet you here, and they'll take you to the OR. Good luck, Dr. Dawson. Luck. I didn't need luck. I needed skilled surgeons that could help me save my friend's life. I could only pray that I got them. Chapter 2. Reagan. I was sitting in the living room watching cartoons with my 5-year-old son, Skye, when my cell finally lit up. Is he there? Jenny from the hospital was on the other end of the phone. Yes, that neurosurgeon the Stones made us wait for is finally here. He said you and Dr. Kerr can come too. Jumping up and ending the call, I kissed Skye on top of his head, then nodded at my mother, letting her know I had to run. Just a few blocks from St. Christopher's General Hospital, I'd rented a place so I could be close enough to work that I could head home and see my son whenever I had free time. Gotta go, guys. Love you, Skye. Love you, Mom, he called out as I ran out the door. Decked out in baggy sweats, it only took 2 minutes for me to get to the hospital. I loved the location of my apartment. It made raising my son that much easier. Hours earlier, I'd been called in when an accident victim had been rushed in. He'd been in an auto accident, a collision with a truck, and had ended up with life-threatening injuries. Injuries his parents had halted treatment for. I'd seen some crazy things in my time at the hospital, but nothing anything like these people. Dr. Kerr and I had managed to stop some of the internal bleeding, but they wouldn't allow us to do even one more thing to their adult son, who'd given them medical power of attorney for some odd reason. Mr. and Mrs. Stone were a real mystery to us all. Bringing in a surgeon from out of town to work on their son while everyone waited on pins and needles, it was unlike anything I'd experienced. Kerr and I had made bets that their insistence on waiting would be a significant mistake. But they had the paper to prove that they could make medical decisions for the unconscious man, so we had to abide by their demands. Hurrying to the scrub room, I didn't take the time to wonder who this super neurosurgeon was or where he even came from. Pushing the door open, I spotted Dr. Kerr scrubbing up. "Hey, Jonas." I looked around but didn't see anyone else. "They said he's here." I realized I had no idea if it was a he or a she. Or is it a she? "Reagan?" I heard a deep voice come from behind me, and for a moment it felt like my heart stopped. It was a familiar voice, one from a very long time ago, but one I would never forget. "Reagan's story?" I turned around to find a face from my past, looking right at me. A face I hadn't seen in person in 6 very long years. Gasping with surprise, I stared for a breathless moment. "Ari?" I exhaled. Before I realized what I was doing, my body was flying to the man I'd had a short but intense 6-month relationship with when I first got into the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. As we hugged, my brain finally started working again, and it quickly reminded me of all the reasons I couldn't get close to him again. I moved out of his strong arms as he looked at me in shock. "I can't believe this." "Me neither." He'd changed a bit. More muscles. Longer, dark wavy hair. More handsome than ever. "Wow, Ari." Just wow. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat. "Yeah. Well, I've got to scrub up again." "Oh dang. I shouldn't have jumped the man. Sorry. I didn't think." "No," he said as he shook his head and went back to the sink. "It's okay. I surprised you." "You surprised me." "Yeah." I grabbed a clean set of scrubs, then went to draw the curtain around myself to change as I kept talking. "So, you're the neurosurgeon from the Mayo Clinic the Stone family has so much faith in. Who knew? I'm sorry about how they shut you and Dr. Kerr down." I pulled the curtain back after getting dressed, and he scanned every inch of my body as I came to scrub up. "Wow, Reagan." Smiling at the reaction he had to my curves, a lot had changed in 6 years, I said, "Yeah, I've filled out since you last saw me. And you've done a bit of filling out too, I've got to say." Holding his sterile hands up to let them dry, he smiled at me, and I felt as if I could melt right on the spot. At least that hadn't changed one bit. "We'll have to catch up while I'm here. I'll be around until my friend recovers." Knowing that could take months with his friend's extensive injuries, I felt a little apprehensive about that. "The whole time?" He nodded. "Yeah, I can't leave him. We go way back." "How loyal of you, Ari." The smile wouldn't leave my face. "Okay, let's get in there and you guys can fill me in." Ari led the way, and I headed into the OR right behind him, followed by Dr. Jonas Kerr, the trauma surgeon. The man on the table, the man Ari had called his friend, looked terrible, and I saw the look of anguish on my old flame's face. "He's got a lot going on here, Dr. Dawson." I decided it'd be best to revert to professionalism, using his medical title. It just felt like the right thing to do with all the nurses and other medical staff around us. Letting Dr. Kerr list off the different injuries that Mr. Stone had sustained, I zoned out, thinking back to the moment Ari and I had met. Long, lanky legs walked past me as I bent over to pick up the 3 heavy textbooks I dropped. My folder had fallen too, spilling papers everywhere. Those were the only legs around and must have been attached to the body that bumped into me, so the fact that they didn't stop to help pissed me off. Yeah, keep on walking, I don't need any help. Jackass. A gust of wind blew my hair into my face. With my sight obstructed, I tripped over the book I'd meant to pick up, landing squarely on my buttocks. I huffed out a deep breath, wishing my day were over already. Here you go, a deep voice said softly. Pushing the hair out of my eyes, I saw the most gorgeous blue eyes shining back at me. Dark waves of tousled hair hung to his broad shoulders. When I looked down, I noticed the same blue jean-covered legs that had walked past me moments earlier. Oh, you stopped to help. Well, when you hear yourself being called a fool, it makes you think you should stop and lend a hand. He reached out and I took his hand. Lifting me with ease, he went on, I'm Arslan Dawson. And you are? Embarrassed. I dusted the dirt off my butt. Thoroughly embarrassed. Taking the books he'd picked up for me, and the folder he'd managed to stuff my papers back into, I felt my cheeks heat. My name's Reagan. Reagan Story. And thank you, Arslan. I smiled at him as he tugged on a piece of hair that had fallen back into my face again. Maybe you should think about putting these curls into a ponytail. His hand moved to rest on my shoulder. That way you'll be less likely to have them in your pretty face, making you drop things. Just a little advice. Trying to get a hold of myself after the tingle that ran through me simply from his hand on my shoulder, I asked, What year are you in? My last one here, he responded. I'd just met him, but I hated to hear that. I'm in my first year. My lips quirked up to one side in disappointment. That's cool. Looking ahead, he asked, Hungry? It is lunchtime. My stomach started fluttering, like a bunch of butterflies had taken flight. I couldn't believe this older guy, who was so much cuter than any other guy I'd ever met, and who was on his way to becoming a doctor, seemed to be asking me to eat lunch with him. Let me guess. Salad and a bottle of water? He asked, trying to guess what I wanted to eat. Nope. Then it was my turn to guess what I thought he might want to eat. Cheeseburger and fries? He laughed as we walked toward the food trucks. Is that a question? Or are you trying to tell me that's what you want to eat? Well, that hadn't gone as planned. I mentally kicked myself, wishing I'd had more experience flirting with too cute to be real med students. Okay, let's start over. I would like some street tacos. How about you? Sounds good to me, he answered with a smile. Sniffing the air as we came up to the trucks, he looked at one of them. I smell cilantro, which is great for the cardiovascular system. And there's a hint of lime in the air, too. Jumping in with my somewhat limited knowledge, I said, Lime is an antioxidant. Wrinkling my nose, I asked, right? With a nod, he stepped up to the window. Could I get 2 orders of fish tacos and a couple bottles of water? Coming up, the guy inside the truck told him. That left us time to wait and talk, and suddenly those butterflies came back with a vengeance, fighting inside my tummy. Leaning against a tree, I tried to hide the sudden onslaught of nerves. One of the first things that had made me fall for Ari was his ability to always seem at ease. And that quality had been on full display that very first day, as he'd leaned against the tree next to me, his hands casually shoved in his pockets as I placed my things on the grass by my feet. So, where do you hail from, Reagan? Seattle. Standing back up, I found him looking at me with great interest. Well, Winthrop. It's a tiny town outside of Seattle. But hardly anyone knows about it, so I tell everyone I'm from Seattle. And what about you, Arslan? The Upper East Coast. We have homes in New York, the Hamptons, Manchester, and a ski lodge in Colorado too. But I went to school in New York. I stopped breathing as he reached out again to take one of my errant curls, twirling it around his finger. I like your hair. Before I could take that all in, he looked right into my eyes. And I adore your green eyes. Those freckles are just the cherry on top of it all. I put my hand over my nose, where light freckles peppered my skin. Oh, I hate my freckles. And my red hair. Your hair isn't red, it's auburn. There's a big difference. And your freckles make you that much more adorable. Smoothing the chunk of hair between his thumb and forefinger, he went on, his deep voice rumbling. You must put something in your hair to make it feel this smooth. Leaning down, he took a whiff of my hair, and I nearly passed out from sheer lust. Coconut oil. Now I understand the shine. So, are you going to be a doctor or a hairdresser? I joked. A neurosurgeon, he answered. And what do you want to be, Reagan's story? Mrs. Dr. Arslan Dawson. Shaking my head to clear it, I answered, I'm shooting to be a cardiologist. Who knows, maybe we'll meet in surgery one day. And here we were, meeting in surgery just as I'd predicted 6 years earlier. Isn't that right, Dr. Story? I heard Dr. Kerr asking me, drawing me out of my memories. Sorry. I hadn't heard a thing as I'd been so deep in thought. Dr. Kerr gave me a stern look over his face mask. The patient's heart isn't beating the way you want it to. You think there may be a tear in his aortic valve, or possibly the aorta itself. Oh yes. I looked over to Ari, staring into those deep pools of azure that had lured me to the man in the first place. I heard dripping sounds when I examined him earlier, before we were told to stop. Otherwise, I would have gone in to make the repairs. Well, let's not waste any more time, Ari said, then looked around at everyone else in the room. Time to get this man going again. Chapter 3. Arslan. The surgery went well enough, considering all of the injuries Lanny had sustained. There would be more surgeries in his near future as the swelling went down. My poor friend would be facing a long battle, and I felt terrible for him. After the surgery, there was more waiting. I went to the cafeteria to get myself some coffee and food to keep me going a while longer. Promising myself that I'd get to sleep in a real bed in a few more hours was also keeping me going. As I sat in a booth, sipping a coffee and nibbling on a sandwich, my thoughts quickly moved from Lanny to my reunion with Reagan. Things had been great when we'd been together, and I'd be lying if I said she'd been easy to forget. We'd met on campus one day and things had just clicked between us. We'd ended up spending most of our free time together after that initial meeting. Then we'd ended up spending most of our free time together in my bed. She'd pretty much moved in with me for the 6 months we'd dated. We'd parted ways amicably. Both of us had known what it took to become doctors, and we'd known we needed the freedom to achieve our goals. With so much ahead of each of us, we'd decided not to stay in touch. I recalled one of the last things Reagan had said to me before I'd left. We'll let fate decide if we ever get to see each other again. She'd always been a big believer in fate, and it seemed it had made the decision after all. And after only 6 years. A bit long, but at least we were in the same place at the same time now. Why not spend some of that time together, the way we had back then? Memories of Reagan's skin, how soft it had felt against mine when we'd been in bed or on the beach under a blanket of stars, made me twitch. Her lips, full and pouty, would always give way to my kisses with ease. She'd become putty in my hands whenever I touched her with even the lightest of touches. She still kept her hair long, and that pleased me to no end. Playing with those silky curls had been one of my favorite things to do with her. We didn't always have to be going at it when we were together. She and I had shared a level of comfort that I'd never found with anyone else. I wonder if she's free. Reagan had to have someone in her life by now. A great woman like her, with so much going on for her, must be in high demand. But maybe things weren't going so great for her and her current guy. There's always room for hope. Having more time with the woman would be amazing. Our natural chemistry had led to some of the best lovemaking I'd had in my life. I knew it could be that hot, or even hotter now. If she's free. Her body had changed for the better, too. She'd been a skinny little thing back in med school, not that I'd been complaining back then. The years had been good to my little sparrow, as I'd called her from time to time back then. When she'd first walked into the scrub room, Reagan had been wearing loose-fitting pale green sweats that hid everything. When she'd changed into scrubs with a fitted waist, those curves she'd acquired had showed well. And I'd had a hard time controlling my 0B servant male member. Thankfully, my professional side had taken over, saving me from an awkward situation. I hadn't had any witnesses to my attraction for Dr. Story. Not even Reagan had seemed to notice the way she'd taken my attention so quickly and easily. From the first time I'd seen Reagan's story all those years ago, she'd taken my attention completely. Once I'd seen her, after she'd called me a jackass for not stopping to help her, I couldn't stop looking at the girl. I remembered that fateful day so clearly. I was on my cell, reading something I'd looked up for the class one had after lunch. I was so zoned out that I didn't notice myself brushing up against anyone until I heard a sweet, disgruntled voice mumbling something about me being a jerk. I immediately put the cell away and went to help the poor girl. She'd tripped and fallen, and I helped her gather her things and then helped her up. Once I brushed all those gorgeous auburn curls out of her face, I was astounded by the beauty I found underneath. A week after our first meeting, she and I found ourselves on the beach at night. We'd taken a walk as the sun faded away, neither of us realizing how late it had become. The moonlight had reflected off her hair and face, taking my breath away. "Gosh, you're gorgeous, Reagan." My lips barely touched hers. Her fingers trailed along both my arms, leaving goosebumps in their wake. Then I really went for it, kissing her hungrily, needing more than she'd given me thus far. With the beach empty and the night sky offering cover, I laid her down on the soft sand. That was the night we both stopped holding anything back. We gave each other everything. Her hands moved over my entire body, caressing, clawing with desire and lust while exploring muscles she would eventually learn well. Her favorite muscles were my biceps. Reagan would sit with me, her hand on my bicep as I played with her hair. We'd been so happy and content back then, it was hard to remember why we'd ever parted ways. I'd never met anyone who understood me better than she. And I wanted that back. I'd missed her desperately for the first year after leaving to do my internship. Nights had sucked without her in my bed. I'd tried to move on, but no woman ever lasted in my bed for longer than one night. No one else had slept in my bed since. Somehow, Reagan had spoiled the experience. No one else's body fit in front of mine so perfectly, only hers. And I felt deep down that she would still fit me that way, even with the new and improved curves. Closing my eyes, I replayed our last time together in my mind. The wind blew sheer blue curtains into the bedroom as I undressed Reagan slowly, wanting to relish this last time we'd have together. Her skin glistened with moisture as I pulled her dress away from her shoulders, letting it slide down her body to puddle around her feet on the floor. No words were spoken as we stared into each other's eyes, both knowing that this all ended tonight. Our hearts pounded, harsh breaths mingled, juices flowed like wine all night long. I'd never had a lovemaking marathon like the one we shared that last night. "Hey you," came Reagan's voice, shattering the images playing in my head. My eyes flew open as heat filled my entire body. "Reagan?" She slipped into the other side of the booth, coffee in hand. "Yep, it's me." Taking a sip, she looked at me over the rim, catching the smile that refused to leave my lips. "So, how's life been treating you, Ari?" "Great." I pushed the other half of my sandwich to her. "Here, help me out with this." Picking it up, she took a bite. "Yum, turkey and ham. And is that provolone cheese I taste?" "It is." The urge to get up and sit right next to her, close enough that our thighs would touch, nearly overcame me. But I had to know a few things before I acted on any of those impulses. "And how's life been for you, Reagan? Anything new or interesting happened to you in the last 6 years?" The way her eyes cut to one side made me a bit nervous. "Well, I became a doctor, so there's that. But not too much has happened. How about you?" She winked. "Did you find true love out there in the real world, Ari?" "No," I said with a chuckle. "Not yet, anyway. The years are passing a lot more quickly now, aren't they?" She laughed, the sound making my heart ache as I realized how much I'd missed hearing it. "You better hurry up." "I see no rush." The fact that we'd met again made me extremely thankful that I hadn't been looking, that I'd stayed single. "What about you? Did you ever find any Mr. Right?" As soon as her head shook, I felt relieved. "No." Thank God. Shifting in my seat, I leaned forward, moving my hands over the table and getting them closer to hers. You mean you haven't had another significant boyfriend since me? I found that hard to believe. Well, I did date a few guys after you left, she admitted. But to be honest, Ari, none of them came close to comparing to you. You sort of ruined me for other men. Yes. Come on, you're just saying that. My ego swelled to the size of a watermelon. Taking a bite of the sandwich, she shook her head, making the ponytail dance behind her head. I longed to see her hair splayed out over a pillow again. She took a sip of coffee to wash down the food, then said, You put my former boyfriends to shame. And any who came after you had a lot to live up to. The shoes you left behind have been impossible to fill so far. I couldn't believe no one had tried hard enough to win this woman's heart. How have you managed to keep the guys away, Reagan? A baseball bat? Clearly trying to change the subject, she asked, So, where are you gonna stay while you're in Seattle? Staying with her might be nice, I thought to myself. Why, you got something to offer. I winked to show her I might be joking, but I certainly would take her up if she went along with it. She shook her head once again, and this time it disappointed me. My apartment's pretty small, Ari, I don't think you'd fit. And it's not anywhere nearly as nice as what I'm sure you're used to. I could make do with whatever. The furnishings and space weren't what I'd be staying for anyway, and I was sure she knew that. I wondered if maybe there was more to her non-invitation to pick up where we'd left off. Space limitations were never a problem in the past. Am I sensing there's more to the story than just the small apartment, Reagan? Is there a guy you're seeing and don't want to offend by having your old flame over? Or is it something else? A dog who hates men, maybe. I could make friends with her dog. Looking down at her cup of coffee, she chewed on her lower lip, then finally said, Well, there is a guy, but not how you're thinking. She took a deep breath, then finally looked up at me again. I've got a son in kindergarten, Ari. Oh. I didn't know what else to say to that. A boy, you say? Yes. His name is Skye, and I don't bring men around him. I certainly can't let you come stay with me. Looking into my eyes, she blinked a few times. You understand, right? Of course I do. Reagan had become a mother, and a smart one at that. That's actually very respectable, Reagan. And this boy's father? Is he in the picture? Seeing her shake her head, as bad as it may sound, made me feel better. Nope. He's not around. Never has been. What a jerk. I couldn't believe any man would ditch Reagan's story. If you'd like to give me his name and approximate location, I would love nothing more than to hunt him down and give him a righteous beating. The smile that took over her entire expression made my heart skip a beat. You'd do that for me? In a heartbeat. Sure would. As nice as the offer is, I don't want you to hate the guy. She looked off to one side. It's not like he planned on getting me pregnant. I don't hate him. Not one bit. You said he's in kindergarten? I asked, as the math began to bubble in my brain. So your son is what? 5 or so? She nodded, and I felt tingles move throughout my body. We'd parted ways 6 years ago. It takes 9 months for gestation. I just needed to know the boy's birthday, and then I would know if Reagan's story had something she needed to tell me. I might be a father. Chapter 4. Reagan. The look in Arslan Dawson's blue eyes told me that his brain was already working hard with the small amount of information I'd given him. I had to do something to stop all that. So, about tomorrow's surgery on Mr. Stone. With a shake of his head, as if ridding it of his current thoughts, he asked, What do you mean? I thought we talked about that while in surgery. Did you not understand what you need to do? I understood completely, but I needed to distract Ari from his train of thought. Well, I'd like to discuss it more with you. For instance, do you agree with my prognosis of a small tear in his aortic valve? I knew he did, he'd said so before, but I was grasping at straws for what to say to divert his attention. Narrowing his eyes, he cocked one dark brow. I told you I agreed, Reagan. I don't remember you being this scatterbrained. Did you have a hard time concentrating in there? A little. And that was the truth. He totally surprised me, after all. Your presence did affect me, Ari. I'm sorry about that. Seeing you all of a sudden affected me too. His eyes went to my hand that rested on the table, and then he reached his hand across to cover mine. I missed you, Reagan. That first year was hard as hell. You have no idea how many times I'd sit and look at your number on my cell, wanting nothing more than to call just to hear your voice. But I didn't want to get in the way of you achieving your goals. There had been so many nights when I'd done the same damn thing. I turned my hand up so our palms touched. Me too, Ari. I had to delete your number after 6 months so I wouldn't make that call one day. We'd parted ways so amicably, and I didn't want there to be any hard feelings or arguments over what we each had to do to make our dreams come true. I deleted his number because I'd battled myself every day over whether I should call him to tell him about the pregnancy. Part of me thought he had a right to know. The other part of me knew he had a tough internship going on and a bright future ahead of him. With all the problems associated with pregnancy and eventually having a baby in another state, I knew it'd put a wrench in his plans to become a neurosurgeon. How could I have derailed that? At that age, I hadn't been willing to be responsible for interrupting his dreams. I still struggled with whether or not I'd made the right call, but it looked like fate was giving me a nudge, a chance to make things right. His middle finger trailed along my palm, and I felt my panties getting wet. It took me another 6 months longer than you to decide to delete your number. It seems I had a little more trouble moving on than you did. Any reason for that, Reagan? Did you have something distracting you from thoughts of getting back in touch? Sure. Your son. I knew you had tons going on. That's the only reason I deleted your number. Becoming a neurosurgeon doesn't leave much time for other things, including a lovelorn ex-girlfriend. My fingers crossed under the table, hoping he'd take me at my word and move on from this topic. I'd like to spend time with you while I'm here, Reagan. I understand about you not wanting me, a stranger, around your son, but what about going out together? The heat in his eyes as he looked at me made chills flow through my body. He wants to make love again. We'd had amazing intercourse, right from the very first time. My body temperature spiked at the idea of getting more of that good stuff. It had been quite a long spell since my last partner, and that guy had been nothing to write home about. I suddenly felt every one of those 6 years that had passed since I'd had what I knew Ari could give me. Knowing the man who sat across from me, the man stroking my palm with his talented finger, the man looking at me with lust-filled eyes, I knew this man could make my body sing like no other. Before I could tell myself and him no, a woman's voice interrupted us. Arslan, there you are. Looking over at the couple coming our way, Ari stood up. Samantha, Gerald. Outpatient's parents had come to find their hero. Samantha threw her arms around Ari as Gerald looked at me with apologetic eyes. Oh, Dr. Story. I'm so sorry about everything. We were just so afraid for our son. We needed someone we knew would give his all in that operating room. We needed our son to have his friend. I hope there are no hard feelings. None. I got up and shook the man's hand, then found myself in his wife's arms. I'm sorry too, Dr. Story. She released me but held me at arm's length and looked at me. We just left the ICU where Langston is sleeping. He's already looking more like our son. As they sat down with us, forcing Ari to sit next to me so they could sit together on the other side of the booth, Samantha asked, "Do you forgive us for being what you must have thought of as ridiculous?" Sure. Pursing my lips, I thought about what I would have done if I'd been in their shoes, having one of the world's top surgeons basically on speed dial. But then I knew I'd let my son be helped by whomever could help him the quickest. Thankfully, your son's condition didn't worsen while waiting nearly 6 hours for Ari to arrive. Ari? Gerald asked, looking at the man sitting next to me. You know each other? Running his arm around my shoulders, Ari smiled widely. Dr. Story and I were sweethearts in med school. I was in my last year and she was in her first, so we parted ways when I had to leave town for my internship. Otherwise, I don't know if we ever would have ended it. He looked at me. Do you? Shrugging, I really had no idea. Who knows what could have happened? He had left and it had ended, and I had ended up having his baby, though he knew nothing about that. Having my son and thinking of what a wonderful kid he'd turned out to be, it was hard for me to look back and think about what ifs. I knew Ari would be upset if he found out I'd hidden a kid from him for 6 years. I didn't want to upset my old flame, especially since he needed to keep his head straight to deal with his friend at present. Samantha's eyes glistened, and she held her fist to her heart. Oh my Langston has brought you two back together. Look at that, Gerald. Look what our son's accident has done. Things always happen for a reason. Gerald shook his head. You two better watch out. Samantha will be planning your wedding before this is all said and done. The woman began to glow, clearly enamored with the idea. Oh, wouldn't that be something? And when Langston wakes up and can understand things, you two can tell him that he brought you two back together. The one good thing to come of this. You make such a lovely couple. Don't they, Gerald? My cheeks heated with a mixture of embarrassment and yearning for that to come true. Let's not jump the gun. Dr. Dawson has a successful career in Rochester, Minnesota, and I have one here. Rochester's a good 5 hours away from here by air. Long distance was our issue before, and it seems that hasn't changed. My cheeks heated further, and I felt silly about going into so much detail about such an absurd idea. And besides, we've hardly had more than 20 minutes to reconnect. Who's to say if we still feel the same as we do all those years ago? I do. He kissed my cheek. How about you? Not the right place or time. Behave. I smacked him in the shoulder playfully, feeling a little bit better about my answer. I looked at his friend's parents again. Anyways, I've got a 5-year-old son to consider. Oh. Samantha looked disappointed. I see. You can't be jumping into anything when you have a child. That would be irresponsible of you. Arslan, you'll have to give her lots of time then, won't you? Probably more time than he has to give. Not that there was a right amount of time, not with what I was hiding from him. The man had a son. Our son. A boy who looked just like his handsome father, with dark wavy hair and piercing blue eyes. One look at the boy and Ari would know. And then he'd hate me, and I couldn't say he'd be wrong to. The way Ari looked at me, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, made my heart hurt. Yeah, but time hasn't ever been on our side. And you'll leave once Mr. Stone is better, I reminded them all. Sitting here, talking to him again with such ease, it made me realize just how damn easy it would be to go right back to the way we were. But there were too many things in the way of that happening. I needed to stay in Seattle and take care of our son, and Ari needed to go back to Minnesota eventually. There was still no future for us. And sitting here, talking the way we were, wasn't helping me a bit. I should get going. I've barely seen that kid of mine today. He might want to see his mommy before he hits the hay. And my parents are probably ready to go home for the night too. Ari didn't make a move to let me out of the booth. You've got an early morning tomorrow too. Do you have a babysitter that helps out on Sunday mornings? Smiling at the fact that he'd think about such a thing, I told him about my standing arrangement. The next-door neighbor, Phyllis, comes over when I have to leave early or have an emergency. She stays with Skye until my parents can get there. Ari looked concerned. And how old is this Phyllis? He did have fatherly instincts, and that made me smile, though a little uneasily. 50. And before you ask about her health, Phyllis is in great shape, mentally and medically. You do know me well, Sparrow. He kissed the top of my head, making Samantha sigh. And your parents? They're in good health? I assume you take good care of them. I do. I had to laugh. You know me so well too. If I hadn't lied to him for years, things could be so easy for us. We could fall right back into place like no time had passed at all. I'd never felt so at ease with anyone else in my entire life. But I knew I couldn't have the man. I would have to tell him about our son, and that would break us apart. There's no way he would still trust me after I dropped that bomb. Getting up, Ari let me out, taking me by the hand. I'll walk you out. He looked back at his friend's parents. I'm heading to my hotel to get some sleep. I'll see you guys after Reagan performs the surgery on Lanny. I'll come back to check on how that went. Bye, they called out to us, both of them looking much better than they had just a few hours earlier. As we walked through the doors, Ari pulled me to one side, gently pushing me back against the wall. I'm sorry about all that talk, I shouldn't have started that. It's not fair to either of us. I'll back off. His body, so close to mine, had my heart freaking out. I put my hands on his broad chest. I think that's best. For the longest time, he looked into my eyes and then at my mouth, then back up to my eyes. And then a sigh slipped through his lips. Yeah, that's best. When he stepped back, I felt lost. Blinking back tears, I turned and hurried to leave the hospital and him behind, at least for the night. We'll have to do this all over again tomorrow. I don't know how long I can hold this back. Chapter 5. Arslan. Despite my exhaustion, which was the only reason I slept so soundly through the night, I woke up earlier than I expected the next morning and decided to go back to the hospital. I wanted to be there while Reagan was operating on Lanny. Not because I didn't trust her, because I certainly did, but because I wanted to be there for her and my old friend. When I went to scrub up and change, I saw Reagan as she was headed into the operating room and hurried to get in there. As soon as I came through the door, her green eyes went wide. What are you doing here, Dr. Dawson? I just want to observe Dr. Story. I went to stand at her side and felt the tension in her body right away. You okay? She looked at me with confusion in her eyes, the only feature I could see, as the surgical mask hid the rest of her face. You didn't tell me you were coming this morning. I didn't tell you I wasn't going to be here either. I didn't know what her problem was. Go ahead, get started. Looking back at Lanny's chest, scalpel in hand, I watched her hands as they shook. Ah. Stepping back, I jerked my head toward the door. Outside, Dr. Story. The look I got from her almost made me cringe. But I wasn't the kind of man who got scared off by a glare. What? Outside. I pulled her arm to make her follow me, and out we went. She quickly handed the scalpel to the nurse, who looked at me like I might be insane. Walking with her into the scrub room, we both ripped our masks off our faces. What the hell are you doing, Ari? She snapped as soon as the door shut. Your hands are shaking. I took her hands in mine and saw that they hadn't stopped. She jerked them away. Stop it. You just waltzed into my OR and expected I wouldn't be shaken up by that? Are you nuts? Why would it shake you up to have me in there, Reagan? I had my ideas. I was pretty sure this went beyond just seeing an ex, but I needed to hear her say it. Because it's you, Ari. She threw her hands into the air, beginning to pace. Not only are you this man's friend, but you're also a neurosurgeon from the best hospital in America. And you know I'm attracted to you. And that's just for starters, too. She'd piqued my interest. And the other reasons, Reagan? What are they? Never mind. Just do me a personal favor and sit this one out, Ari. She looked at me with pleading eyes. Please. I can't do this with you looking over my shoulder. I just can't. She didn't leave me much choice. You will calm down, and you will do this with me looking over your shoulder, or I'll get another cardiologist who will. Her jaw dropped. This is my hospital, Ari. You're merely a visitor here. I didn't think I'd need to remind you of that. First of all, you don't own this hospital, I began. Neither do you, she butted in. Yes, but I am the physician in charge of Langston Stone, and as such, I am going to oversee whatever surgeries and procedures I damn well want, Dr. Story. I'd never had cause to be this way with Reagan, but that wouldn't stop me from doing what I knew was right for my patient. And if I tell you I don't want you in there, judging me, she went on. I stopped her. I will not judge. But if you do something questionable, I will ask what you're doing and why you're doing it. And if I don't agree, then we'll have to discuss it at length. How long do you want to keep this man under, Ari? Her green eyes rolled. As long as it takes. I had no problem keeping him under. He wasn't going to wake up anytime soon anyway. Not with all the meds we had him on to keep him asleep and out of pain. So, do I go find another cardiologist, or are you going to stop being a baby about this and get in there and help our patient? Heading to the sink to scrub up again, she put her skin through hell as she brushed it hard and fast. You make me so mad, Ari. You have no idea how angry this makes me. And I don't care. She had to know the patient had to take precedence over anyone else in that room. Don't take this personally, Reagan. It's not personal at all. It's just good medicine. Says you. With her hands held up to dry, she turned her back to me. Put my mask on. I'm going to do this. I am a damn good surgeon, and you have no right to question me this way. You're going to give me space to move and do my job, or I'll give you such an earful, you have no idea. Putting the mask back into place, I followed her back into the OR and gave her more space than I had previously. I also stayed quiet as she executed the procedure perfectly. Once it was over, she looked over at me, and I could tell that her anger with me was back in the forefront of her mind, even after all she'd just done. She looked at the intern, who'd been observing. Care to stitch the patient up, James? She knew I'd stay to watch over that, and I only assumed she hoped she'd have enough time to get the hell out of the hospital and away from me. Her anger might have stopped her hands from shaking and stopped her nerves from getting in her way, but it was more persistent than I'd counted on. The young man stepped up and Reagan headed for the door. Aren't you going to stay and oversee this intern, Dr. Story? I asked before she got all the way out of the room. Without even turning back to look at me, she said, Why? You'll be here. Mr. Stone is in excellent hands. He was, but that hadn't been my point. The way everyone went dead quiet told me Reagan and I were creating a scene. And that made me a little bit angry with myself. And I had to be honest, it made me angry at her too. Does she have no idea how to be professional? I let her leave without more comment, and once Lenny was stitched up, I went to see if I could find Reagan. No one seemed to know where she'd gone. I took the time to find Samantha and Gerald to tell them how the surgery had gone. I finally found them in one of the many waiting rooms. It's going to take me a while to figure out the layout of this hospital. I'm still getting all turned around, it seems. I walked in and took a seat across from my friend's parents. Samantha's eyes were red-rimmed, and I knew she'd been crying. He's coming along well, Samantha. This is just so hard to take, Arslan. She blew her nose. Gerald put his arm around her. How'd it go in there this morning? Dr. Story is an amazing surgeon. It went beautifully. Reagan had impressed me to no end. I rattled Reagan by showing up in the OR this morning, and I thought I might have to replace her for a moment. After seeing her work, though, I'm damn glad I didn't. She's remarkable. Amazing. I shook my head as I thought of all the words that could be used to describe how great Reagan really was. Gerald smirked at my effusiveness. Sounds like you might be a little biased. Do you think it's because you've got the hots for her? Shaking my head, I knew better than that. No. I don't work that way, Gerald. When I'm in doctor mode, I'm a professional. I didn't see Reagan in there, I just saw Dr. Story. And Dr. Story impressed the hell out of Dr. Dawson. Samantha beamed. She must feel so proud that you thought so highly of her work. Did you get a kiss after you gushed over her, Arslan? I didn't get the chance to do that. I wondered at the likelihood of a kiss if I had gotten the chance to tell her how great I thought she'd done. She was pretty pissed at me for taking her aside before the surgery, and she left before I could say a word of praise. And now I'm not sure if I'll be getting any kisses once I do manage to track her down to let her know my thoughts. Well, you must do that, Arslan. Samantha blew her nose again. Now, tell me when we can talk to our son. Not anytime soon. I knew that wasn't what they wanted to hear. These things take time. I always found myself saying that to the families of my patients, and it was no less true in this case. Once we start easing him off the pain meds, he'll start to come around. But his brain won't be working well right away, and you can't rush him to start making it work. I understand. Gerald squeezed his wife's shoulders, then kissed the side of her head. Samantha and I will be right there by his side as much as we can. But we promise not to put any pressure on him. That's the last thing we want to do. So you just tell us how to do things, and we're going to follow your advice to the T. Great. At least I wouldn't have to argue with them the way I often had to with others. I'm going to see if they have Lanny back in the ICU, and if so, I'm going to make sure things are looking good with him. Then I'm going to get a bite to eat. Gerald nodded. We'll be here. Waiting. I knew why they'd want to do that, but as I got up to leave, I tried to persuade them otherwise. I know you think that's the best thing for you to do right now, but let me tell you that it's not. Lanny isn't going to wake up today. I say you guys should check on him with me right now, and then go home and get some rest. Try to do something normal. Tonight around 6, you can come back and see him again for 15 minutes. Then go home and do whatever it is you'd normally do before this happened. You don't have to live here, guys. It won't help Lanny anyway. And I'll be called if anything happens. You know you can count on me to call you if that happens. Samantha sighed as they stood up to follow me. We've never gone through anything like this. We've got no idea what we should be doing. I know. I led them to see their son. It's a difficult time and you're feeling lost and pretty helpless. But he's in good hands, and you can rest easy knowing everything that can be done for him is being done. And you've got me. You know I will never let you guys down. We're family as far as I'm concerned. And you know how we Dawsons are about family. Gerald smiled. You never turn your backs on any of them. Even the ones who might deserve it. Gerald knew our family well, even cousin Jimmy from Brooklyn who liked the ladies of the night and gambling with mobsters. I'd known the Stones for as long as I'd known every family member I had. I could never let them down. I could never let Lanny down. It wasn't in me to give less than everything for the people I loved. Chapter 6. Reagan. After refilling my coffee mug, I went to take a seat at a table in the very back of the hospital's bookstore. I knew Ari would never find me in this place. Still upset with the man, I hid not only in the back, but also behind a large hardback copy of Jaws, a book I never would have read. So imagine my surprise when the sound of soft footsteps stopped right at my table. A deep voice, smooth as Tennessee whiskey dripping honey, met my ears. I'm sorry. Now that's the way to start a conversation. Putting the book down, I looked up at Ari, finding a genuine look of apology on his handsome face. About. I had to make sure he knew what he'd done wrong. Calling you out in front of everyone, implying you aren't as incredibly talented as you are. He pulled the other chair out and took a seat. I had no idea what a gifted surgeon you'd become, and I'll admit that I was worried for my friend. And I'm sorry for not giving you notice of my intention to observe. I shouldn't have surprised you the way I did. So I am sorry. He thinks I'm gifted. Trying not to let his words inflate my ego to monstrous proportions, I humbly replied, "Thank you." "No. Thank you, Reagan." He moved his fingers to intertwine with mine. "Thank you for doing everything right for my friend. I'll be sure to let him know how lucky he is to have you as his cardiologist." I felt like the smile that his apology and praise had caused would never leave my face. "Ari, you don't have to say all this. Time would have healed my bruised ego." Shaking his head, he made those dark waves move around his shoulders. I remembered how soft those waves had felt brushing against my cheek when we'd made love. Reagan, I meant every word I said. You're an amazing surgeon. I think you should see about working at the Mayo Clinic. Biting my lower lip, I couldn't believe he thought I was quite that good. You're kidding. Stop. I am not. My heart sped up as he pulled our clasped hands to his lips, leaving a kiss on top of mine. You could send your resume to the director. I could put in a good word, plus give you an extremely nice place to live in Rochester. I've got a little estate there. Only a 10-bedroom house on 15 acres. You know, cozy and quaint, but I call it home. Plenty of room for you and little Skye to roam around. I could hire a nanny for your son, too. What do you say? Want to give that a shot? How he'd gone from apologizing for being a jerk to offering me a living situation, one that included him, me, and our son, I had no clue. You're moving a bit fast for a man who just yesterday said we need to cool it. Still holding my hand as if he'd never let it go, he asked, Don't you want to make it to the top? To work with the best. Sighing, I knew he didn't understand anything about having a kid. My parents have been there for my son since before his birth. Dad works in Seattle. I can't take Skye and leave. Looking away, I could see his wheels turning, trying to think of a way we could both get what we wanted. But I knew something he didn't. I couldn't make a life with a man who had every right to hate me. It was only a matter of time before he knew it, too. His eyes came back to mine, a smile taking over his luscious lips. There's room for your parents, too. Your dad must be close to retirement age. He could retire early. Living free would make that easily affordable. First, my dad would never do that. He's not that kind of man. My father managed a chain of auto parts stores and saw himself as indispensable. And Skye just started his first year of school. He's made friends here. I can't uproot him. And I'm not ready for you to even see him. That's when everything will come crashing down. The way his eyes darted back and forth as he looked into mine made me a little nervous. Reagan, let me meet him. Let me meet your parents. He'd knocked the air out of me. But how could I tell him I couldn't do that? Why don't you want me to meet them? I'm more than a stranger or just some casual fling to you, Reagan. Letting my hand go, he crossed his arms over his broad chest. I took you home for Christmas break when we were together. I introduced you to my entire family. You do remember Colorado, don't you? How could I forget? Heat flashed through me at the memory. So cold outside, but so hot inside. I had to fan myself. Cocking his head to one side, he looked a little hurt. You never invited me to go home with you. I didn't go home in those 6 months. I supposed he didn't remember that. I stayed with you every minute I could until graduation, and you had to leave. Why do I feel as if you're beating around the bush here, Reagan? His hold returned to my hand and tightened. You know how driven I can be when I set my mind to something. I did. And that was how I knew the brakes had to be tapped. Arslan Dawson, have you not heard a word I've said? I can't rush into anything. I won't be rushed. My son, his happiness, his stability, means more to me than anything else. That had never been truer. If I could put Skye above the man who'd rocked my world before he was ever born, then I truly lived for that kid. Dropping his head, Ari let go of my hand. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing this to you. Lifting his head to look at me, he lowered his voice as he spoke. Reagan, you were so good about my having to leave back then. You never even tried once to make me feel guilty. To be honest, at times I'd wondered how much you cared about me. You seemed to find it so easy to let me go. It hadn't ever been my intention to make Ari think I didn't care for him. I reached for his hand this time. Ari, I didn't want to make you feel bad about having to leave. I've always believed in you. Believed in all the good you could do, the lives you could save. I never wanted you to know about all the tears I shed over you. The last week we were together, I cried every moment I had alone. The day you left, I went to my dorm room and cried so much, my roommate left without even saying goodbye. Summer came and I went home, and I hardly left the house. Running his thumb over my knuckles, he sighed. I guess we were never the greatest at telling each other exactly how we felt. We never did say those three little words. Those azure pools of his held me as he went on. I did, you know. I did too. Gulping to get rid of the knot that had formed in my throat, I shook my head. If we'd said those words out loud to each other, it only would have made things harder. I only wanted to have good memories of you. Nodding, he agreed. Yeah, there would have been drama, most likely. Thank you for making it easier, Reagan. The last thing I would have wanted would have been for either of us to have had to give up on our goals. If you hadn't put up such a strong front, who knows who would have had to make that sacrifice? Both of us would have, I could bet money on that. I'd always had my ideas of what would have happened. In my mind, I thought I would have been the one leaving my dream behind. I would have gone with you wherever you needed to be, and my priorities would have changed to just being with you. And what a loss for the world that would have been. His smile told me he meant that. You are truly gifted. As much as it hurt back then, I would do it the same exact way. The world needs you and me both, Reagan, doing what we're doing. I wish we could figure out how we can do what we were born to, and be together too. In a perfect world. Shaking my head, I knew that day would never come. I think we had all the time we're ever going to get, if you want to know what I really think. Moving my hand away from his, I thought I should draw some lines. All this touching is only going to make things harder on us when you have to go back. It's not like 6 years ago, when I had the time to cry over the loss of you and what we had. I wish it didn't have to be this way. He laughed a little, to help lighten things up. Well, maybe once your son gets older, you'll decide it's okay to give the Mayo Clinic a shot. And hopefully you and I will still be single, and we can see if we still feel the same way about each other. I knew that would never happen. I was already dreading the way Ari would look at me when he learned how long I'd kept something as crucial as his child away from him. It was why I still hadn't told him. Why I had to keep reminding myself that he'd have to learn someday, as hard as it would be. To see hate and anger in those eyes of his would kill me. I felt sure of that, but that was just about the only thing I was sure of. We'll always have the memories, Ari. Nothing can take that away from us. I got up to put the book back on the shelf. I needed to check on our patient, then go home to spend some time with Skye. I felt Ari at my back, and then his hands were on either side of my hips as he nuzzled my neck. I wish you would just agree to try things, Reagan. I feel strongly that we've been brought together again for a reason. What are the odds of this happening? Slim. Very slim. But I couldn't think about a happy future with him when I knew it was impossible. Ari, I can't. Letting me go, he turned and left me standing there without another word. My body shook, my heart felt as if it had broken in two. My head hurt from knowing too well he would have been the right man for me, if only I hadn't gone and gotten pregnant our last night together. The emotions had been too raw that night. We'd taken chances we'd never taken before. We made love many times that night, using no protection for the first time. I'd assured him that it wasn't the right time for me to get pregnant, and I'd thought that had been the case, but I must have miscalculated. I'd been reckless, and I'd made the decision to take responsibility for that. It had never occurred to me that I might see Ari again. I'd never thought even once that he would still care for me as much as he did now. And the worst part was that I cared for him too. If it weren't for this secret hanging over me, it wouldn't have taken me half a second to take the man up on his offer. If the Mayo Clinic would have me, I would already be planning my move to Minnesota. I would already have asked Ari to stay with me until his friend got better. Then we could leave to start a life together. But I'd lied, and for far too long. And while I could never regret the birth of my son, I mourned the happy ending I knew would always be denied me and Ari. Chapter 7. Arslan. After our talk, I left Reagan to herself. The more time passed, the more frustrated I became. I understood the fact that she didn't want to bring a parade of men around her son, but she and I both knew I wasn't just some guy. I'm the guy. That night, I had all kinds of dreams about her and me, remembering the past, thinking of the present, and even imagining the future. A future where she and I had it all. A family, even a couple of adorable dogs, too. When I walked into the hospital the next morning, I saw people walking around with pilgrim hats on, and paper turkeys covered the walls of the lobby. "Happy Thanksgiving," the woman behind the help desk called out to me. "Yeah, you too." I'd forgotten all about the holiday. Heading to the ICU, I found Samantha and Gerald sitting in the waiting area. "Good morning, Arslan," Samantha said quietly. "Happy Thanksgiving." Shoving my hands into my pockets, I tried not to be a Scrooge about a holiday that didn't mean a damn to me. "Yeah, so I heard." I forgot all about it, to be honest. Jerking my head toward the hallway that led back to the patient's rooms, I asked, "Has Dr. Story been in to see him this morning? Do you guys know?" The nurse behind the desk answered my question. Dr. Story came in very early to check on Mr. Stone. She has the day off, since it's a holiday. And that meant I wouldn't get to see her today. "Oh yeah. Thanks. Can we go back with you, Arslan?" Gerald asked me. "We haven't gotten to see him this morning." The nurse said they're running tests. "Do you know what kinds of tests they're doing?" I had no idea. One of his other doctors must have ordered them. "Let me check first, and I'll come get you if it's okay to see him. You know I don't want you to see anything that might upset you." I took off, feeling a bit prickly about tests ordered without my consent. A nurse came out of Lanny's room just as I got to it. I picked up the chart as she asked, "Do you want to see the MRI results, Dr. Dawson?" Looking at the chart, I saw two names under the orders for the MRI, Story and Kerr, and neither had thought to fill me in on that at all. "Yes, I do want to see them. I'll get them for you." She hurried away as I put the chart back. Kerr and Reagan had been together that morning, and they'd made the decision to get the MRI done at 4 a.m. They wouldn't have been able to speak to me at that time. At least I understood better now why I'd been left out. The nurse came back with a large manila envelope. "Here they are, doctor. Doctors Kerr and Story told me they wouldn't be able to get to them until tomorrow, since they're both off today. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way." "You too." So, they ordered a test they won't even see for a whole day? It sounded frivolous to me. "Dr. Story told me you'd be in, and you could see to them." She smiled at me. At least she'd thought about me. I took the envelope and went into Lanny's room to look at them. His color seemed better, and that made me happy. When I looked at the MRI results, I had more to be pleased about. No bleeding on the brain, no bleeding around his heart, and the swelling had gone down a lot too. I went to get his parents, who looked happy to see me as I headed back into the waiting room. "You're smiling," Samantha said as they both stood. "I have every reason to." I gestured for them to follow me. "Come on." He's resting comfortably. The other doctors ordered an MRI on him early this morning, and the results have made me very happy. No bleeding anywhere in his body. He's healing well. Samantha and Gerald shared a look of relief as we walked into their son's room. Gerald patted me on the back. "Thanks to you, Arslan. It's all thanks to you." I had to give credit to the others too. And Doctors Kerr and Story. They really are fantastic. Samantha walked to her son's side and smoothed his hair out before asking, "Arslan, would you please join us for dinner this evening? We've made reservations at 13 Coins at 8 tonight. It's a tradition for us. It'll be awful if we spend it all alone without Langston." "Of course I'll come. How nice of you to invite me." I knew holidays could be hard on the families of patients in the hospital. "I'll be there. And now I've got to go shopping for something appropriate to wear, as I've only brought casual wear with me. I need to do some major shopping anyway." What a day to plan on shopping, Arslan, Samantha said with a smile. I'm afraid you'll find most everything closed. I hadn't thought of that. Well, my hotel has a boutique. Maybe I can find something from there. Heading out, I called Henry to meet me in front of the hospital. Hey, I'm coming out now. I'll be right there, he said. It being a holiday, I really needed to give the man the day off. So, as I got into the car, I told him where I needed to go. Take me to the airport. I'm going to see what clothes I've got left on the jet, then I'm going to rent a car for the next few days. You can have a well-deserved break, Henry. Oh, I don't mind driving you, sir. Not a bit. He smiled, and I knew he honestly didn't mind. But I also knew he had a family. I want you to be able to spend some uninterrupted time with your family. And you'll still be getting paid as if you were at my disposal. No, sir, he said. I can't take money I haven't earned. It's holiday pay, Henry. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now let's hurry, enough haggling. Realizing he wouldn't get his way, he got behind the wheel and drove me to the airport, where he left me with happy holiday wishes and many thanks for the time off. On the jet, I found something that the steward had left behind when he'd brought my things to the hotel. A black Armani suit. He'd most likely thought I wouldn't have a need for anything so fancy. It would be perfect, and I took it, along with the dress shoes I found in there, and went to rent myself a car. Later, as I walked up to the entrance of the restaurant, I could smell the scent of roasting turkey in the air, and it made me smile. I hoped Reagan and her family had a good day, and I wished I had gotten her number to tell her that. I headed inside and was greeted by the hostess. Do you have a reservation? She asked. Yes, it's for Stone. I ran my hand over my jacket as I looked around. This way, sir. She led me to the back of the restaurant, and there I saw the most beautiful girl in the world, sitting with Samantha and Gerald. And Dr. Jonas Kerr, too. She sat right next to the man and was laughing as if he'd just said the funniest thing in the world. Jonas, that's hilarious. Sorry I'm late. I took a seat on the other side of Dr. Kerr. That's okay, Samantha said. We've only been here a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes that had cost me the seat next to Reagan's. I didn't know they invited you guys too. Reagan looked at me with a smile. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Stone were nice enough to include us. Jonas also expressed his appreciation to our hosts. I'm thankful for the invitation. My Aunt Betty decided to host Thanksgiving this year, and it wasn't what I expected. She made roasted trout with watery rice and some other weird side dishes. The smell of turkey is making my mouth water for some real Thanksgiving food. Reagan put her hand on his arm. Oh, Jonas, not that woman. What was your mother thinking to put her in charge? You remember when she hosted that luncheon for us? The face he made had Reagan laughing again. Oh yeah, when we first opened up. He looked at our hosts. Aunt Betty is head of the auxiliary club, and she had a luncheon for all the doctors at the hospital when it first opened. She had something she called chicken spaghetti. Reagan took over. It was terrible. Chicken legs, still on the bone mind you, covered in what she called homemade spaghetti sauce. It had to have been plain old canned tomatoes and nothing else. Each plate had a pile of overcooked noodles, one boiled chicken leg, and that awful sauce. Jonas jerked his thumb at Reagan. And this one figured out how to ditch her food without my aunt finding out. I had to figure something out. I knew that as soon as I saw the food. Reagan looked at me, and I liked that she was finally paying attention to me. I found an empty plastic bag someone had tossed into the trash can. Luckily, I'd worn a dress. After I'd forked the food into the bag without her seeing, I hid it under my dress and went to the bathroom to get rid of it. Jonas shook his head. Meanwhile, the rest of us had to eat our food and we all came down with food poisoning. I might not have been sick, but the next day I did have to work my butt off, since the majority of the doctors were hugging toilets. Reagan put her hand on Jonas's shoulder, and I really didn't enjoy seeing that. But it was worth it. The waiter came and brought the drinks they'd ordered before I got there. Oh, we've got a newcomer. He placed all the drinks in front of everyone. I noticed everyone except Gerald had ordered cocktails. And what can I bring you, my good man? Water. I never drank a drop, then drove anywhere. And as I watched Reagan have one drink then another throughout the dinner, I made the decision that she'd need a ride home as well. After the meal, we all headed out to the parking lot, and I stepped up to walk beside Reagan. I'm taking you home, Reagan. She stopped mid-stride. Huh. I mean, no. Protesting would get her nowhere. Yes. Come on. I took her hand and pulled her with me. You had 2 drinks, and that's 2 drinks too many to be driving. I'm fine. She sounded stern, but I wasn't going to budge. And I want you to stay that way. Unlocking the car, I opened the passenger door. Come on. You know I'm not going to change my mind about this. Looking up at the night sky, she seemed to be thinking. When she looked back at me, she asked, "And how am I supposed to get my car in the morning?" I can bring you here to pick it up. I'd have an answer for anything she could come up with. No, I'll take a cab in the morning to get it, she said with a shake of her head, but she got into the car. I closed the door, happy to have that much. And then we were alone together again at last. Chapter 8. Reagan. So you rented this car? I asked Ari as he got on the freeway without asking me my address. Yes. I wanted to give my driver some time off, since it's a holiday. He looked over at me, then put his right hand on the console between us. Do you remember how we used to hold hands whenever we drove anywhere? Looking at his hand and knowing it to be an invitation, I shook my head. Yes, but we're not together anymore. The way his jaw clenched told me he didn't like the reminder. Well, we are sitting together in this car, and my hand is itching to hold yours, so there's that. Taking his hand, even though I knew it was a terrible idea, I had to admit mine itched to hold his too. Ari, do you mind if I ask where you think you're taking me? To my hotel. He gripped my hand as I tried to pull it away. Ari, no. Shaking my head adamantly, I protested even further. I can't spend the night with you. Technically, I could. Skye had stayed at my parents' house after we'd eaten lunch. He'd be there for the night. If I wanted to be with Ari, I could. But I knew one night would only open the door to many more of them. You've obviously got a babysitter, Reagan. If they're not already planning on being there for the entire night, you can call and ask. He brought my hand up to his lips, kissing it softly. Why not come join me for the night? You always loved staying in nice hotels back then. Bet you still do. And this one is nice. Plus, there's a spa tub that we can lie back in and reconnect. As much as I wanted to reconnect with him, I knew I couldn't. Look, this is sweet of you. It really is. And I can see you want to try to make things work this time. I can make things work this time, Reagan. He took an exit, and I found myself happy that he could quickly get to my apartment from his hotel. I didn't want to make him drive clear across town to drop me off at home, which he would be doing, as I wouldn't be staying the night with him. But his confidence had me curious, and I had to ask. And how exactly would you make this work? I don't have to go back to the Mayo Clinic. I can work at St. Christopher's with you. The smile he wore told me he thought he'd figured it all out. But that was only half of the issue, though he didn't know that yet. This hospital doesn't pay anything near what you're making now. Financially, your idea makes no sense. Shrugging, he said, I don't even need the money I make from my career. My father passed away a few years ago, and I've already received my inheritance. I'm already a billionaire, Reagan. To know he'd left out something as important as his father dying filled me with confusion. Ari, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you tell me about his passing sooner? I don't know. He looked straight ahead, as if talking about it bothered him. I just don't like to think about it. And I hate thinking about how Mom married Dad's best friend only 6 months after he passed. Do you mind me asking how he passed? Being a doctor made me curious about those kinds of things. Ari's father would have been in his mid-50s, a bit early to die from natural causes. He and Mom were in Mexico, and he came down with pneumonia. His eyes stared into the night. Mom said it only took 2 days for it to kill him. We had to fly down to Mexico to retrieve his body, and found he'd been cremated before we got there. The swiftness of everything disgusted me. I can imagine. And I'm so sorry, Ari. That had to have been a terrible time for you. I pulled our clasped hands up and held his to my heart. And your mother felt it right to go ahead and let you have your inheritance? She had to. He sighed. Dad changed his will only a month before he died. Almost as if he'd known what was coming. He left half to Mom and the other half to me. So you see, I can do whatever I want. And I want to be with you more than I want to work at the Mayo Clinic. You're jumping to conclusions. You don't even know me anymore. It's been 6 years, Ari. And I have a son. He takes up all my time outside of work. There's not enough time for a man in my life. I wasn't being totally truthful on that. I could have squeezed him in if I hadn't been lying to him for so long. But it seemed he'd thought of that too. If we lived together, then you'd have plenty of time to spend with us both. I really don't think moving in together anytime soon would be a good idea. Not with a kid involved. That part was no lie. Skye would feel all sorts of confusion if a strange man moved in. A month of dating and you taking me around him, and he'll be overjoyed with the home I'll provide for us. He pulled into the parking garage of the hotel instead of using the valet. He parked, turned off the car, and then gave me his full attention. I did nothing but dream about us last night. We have something, you and I. We're meant to be. I dreamed that we had a family and even a couple of really cute dogs. So you're psychic now? I teased him. But hearing him say that he would want a family meant a lot to me. And these kids, how many did we have? A boy and a girl. And they were adorable. A little more so than the dogs. He kissed my hand. And just how soon would we be having these kids? I knew I was playing a dangerous game, but couldn't seem to help myself. After the wedding, of course. His lips barely touched the top of my hand. He used to pepper feather-soft kisses over my entire body. And I wanted to feel those kisses again, pretty damn badly. And when would this wedding be? I stopped breathing as his eyes met mine. I've thought about that too. I think 1 month of dating, 3 months of living together, and then we make it permanent and get married. He ran his tongue lightly over my hand, making me shudder with desire. You've got it all figured out, don't you? I couldn't tear my eyes from his. I wanted to say yes to everything, but I knew I couldn't. Ari, things aren't that easy. And as much as you've thought about this, you haven't thought about how it will affect my son. He's been my world for the last 6 years, when you count the pregnancy. I'm the center of his universe. Adding you in would take away from him. We could be a family, Reagan. How would that take away from him? He pulled me closer, then leaned in, so our lips nearly touched. I want you, and I want him too. My heart stopped beating at that, but I tried to act as if his words didn't shatter me. He's a handful. You haven't even met him yet. You have to believe me when I tell you that you no longer know me the way you did. I am so different. How? He pulled back to look at me. How different can you possibly be? Well, for starters, I no longer sleep naked. I thought that one might throw him. Because of the kid. Yeah, I get that. But when we're living together, we'll lock our door, and you can have a robe at the ready for when he needs you in the middle of the night, or when he tries to come in our room after a nightmare. His smile told me once again that he thought he had the answers to everything. Sometimes, I have to lie down with Skye for him to fall asleep. I knew men hated things like that. And mornings are a nightmare now that he's going to school. He hates getting up early, and he cries a lot about that. Seems like he might need to go to bed earlier then. Nodding as if he'd solved the entire problem, he went on, "See, I've got fatherly instincts. I want to help you with your son, not take you away from him. I'd treat him as if he were my own, Reagan. You know I would. Anyone who's a part of you is a person I'll love too. This was getting to be too much. If he kept talking about Skye like that, I was going to blurt out the truth. I knew I should, but deep down I still wasn't ready for my time with Ari to be over. Speaking of that word love, I said, trying to change topics away from Skye. We've never even said that to each other, and yet here you are, talking about marriage. You're kind of hurtling past a few steps here, Ari. Although I knew we'd never make it to those steps, I had to point that out to him. Steps? He laughed. We'd already taken so many of them 6 years ago. Now the only ones we need are to exchange the words we both know we feel. I've already introduced you to my family, so you need to introduce me to yours. Then we ease them into our situation, we start dating, as I've said before, then a short engagement, with you and Skye moving into a place I buy here. I finished his little plan, and then a wedding to end all weddings. Skye can be the ring bearer, and Mom can play the wedding march on the church organ. Shaking his head but with a smile on his face, he filled me in on his idea of the perfect wedding. No. Nothing huge. No church either. Do you remember that first night on the beach? How could I ever forget our first time, Ari? My body heated at the memory. Nothing but you and me and the stars above us. Not even the sand on my back bothered me that night. It couldn't have been more romantic if we'd planned it. I think about that night often. Well, that night and the night before he left, the night I got pregnant. I want to get married on that beach, Reagan. It seems perfect for us. His eyes glistened, and I knew right then and there that I would never be able to love another man the way I loved him. Arslan Dawson was 1 in a million. You really are beyond perfect, Ari. And I should be falling into your arms and your life with ease. And I would if. The shine left his eyes as he whispered, if you didn't have a child. Nodding, I felt happy he understood. I'm a mom, and that's really all I am now, other than a doctor. There's simply no time for anyone or anything else in my life. I'm sorry, Ari. I really am. This isn't the right time for me to get involved with anyone. Not even the best man on this planet for me. So, loving me isn't enough for you to give me a shot to prove we can make this work? Staring into my eyes, I felt him in my soul. Ari and I were already connected in one of the deepest ways possible, only he didn't know that yet. And still he wanted me, and the son I'd hidden from him. But I knew that would all change once he learned the truth. Sometimes love isn't enough, Ari. Chapter 9. Arslan. Reagan's argument made no sense to me. Tons of single mothers have relationships. I know being a doctor takes more time than most careers, but we can adjust that. It's all up to us how much time we spend working. We can take things slower if that's what you need. Her chest rose with a heavy sigh. Ari, please take me home. To my home. I don't want to spend all night bantering with you about time, children, single motherhood, or any other thing we're sure to disagree on. So, you won't come to my hotel room even for a little while? I asked, just to be sure. Because I've ached for you since the moment I laid my eyes on you. And at dinner, I was hard for you the whole time. She laughed as her head shook. So, you've heard everything I have to say, and somewhere in your head you think we can still have intercourse without any strings attached? I knew we couldn't just have intercourse, and leave it at that. This thing between us was more profound than that. Let's just say that I think if you let me back inside of you, you'll realize we can get over all this other stuff, and then you'll let me inside your life too. I'm afraid you might be right about that, she admitted. And that's exactly why I can't do that. Just take me home. Please. Having gone about as far as I was willing to go that night to try to get her to see my way, I turned the car on and started to leave the parking garage. So where is your place? Only a couple blocks from the hospital. Head that way and I'll point it out. She looked out the window, then back at me, as I headed in that direction. And just because you're going to know where I live now, doesn't mean you get to stop by without an invitation. Like ever. Okay? She'd become so reclusive with this kid. You need to get out more, Reagan. This isn't a healthy lifestyle for you or your son. You shouldn't build your whole life around him, to the exclusion of everything else. He needs more than just mama, grandma, grandpa, and that next-door neighbor in his life. And he has more. He has his teacher, his friends in class, and even the coach he plays t-ball for. She smiled as if that should have pleased me. But it hadn't. So you can make time for all those people, but not me? My first thought that I might be her son's father faded more and more as each day passed. Reagan and I still had heat between us. If that boy were mine, then I believed with everything in me that Reagan would have told me by now. Her evasiveness and reluctance must be from something else. Maybe having me around the kid would remind her that she'd slept with someone other than me right after we'd parted ways. But that wasn't a crime or a sin against our relationship or anything like that. We'd broken up, both free to explore things with other people. I couldn't be even remotely angry that she'd been with other men or that she'd had a baby with one of them. But maybe she was mad at herself. Pointing at the entrance to an apartment complex, she said, "Pull in there. It's in the first row of apartments. Park in front of number 8. Pulling up, I parked, then turned off the car. I'll walk you in. No. Her hand rested on the door handle. I can go inside just fine on my own. What's the problem, Reagan? This wasn't like her at all. No one's even here. Why can't I walk you inside? I won't force myself on you. You know me better than that. Then a thought hit me. Or are you afraid you won't be able to keep yourself from giving into what we both want so desperately? I looked at her with a hopeful grin. She rolled her green eyes. Come on, Ari. I took that to mean she'd changed her mind about inviting me in, so I opened my door. Okay, glad to see you making more sense. She grabbed my arm, keeping me inside the car. No. I meant it the other way, not the way you think. Now I was really getting frustrated. Why don't you want me in your home, Reagan? What could she be hiding in there? Do you have something in there that you don't want me to see or something? No. But her eyes shifted to the right, and I thought that might be exactly the case. I just want to go inside and go to bed, and I know you won't let me do that. I'd actually love to tuck you into bed. I reached out to take her hand, but she pulled it close to her body so I couldn't. Ari, all this touching isn't helping me. I've told you that already. I'm sorry I keep going back to allowing it, but it's a terrible idea. She ran her hands up and down her arms as if she were cold. I need to head inside. This weather is too cold for me to be sitting here all night. Thanks for the ride home. See you at work tomorrow. I had to set things straight. If my touch makes you sick, then you can just tell me that and stop all this bullshit. Her jaw dropped. Ari, you know that's not true. I knew my touch didn't make her sick. I just wanted to do something to rile her up, to get her to the point where she would be honest with me, and herself. I can't help but think you have an aversion toward me, but you just don't want to admit it to me. I'll admit it would hurt, but I'd at least know why you're doing this. I'm doing this because of my son, Ari. Damn. Now she looked pissed. You know what? You don't have a clue what it means to be a parent. So let me have a clue then, Reagan. Your son doesn't have any other father in his life. I've told you I want to be there for you and him, and yet you still push me away. At least arguing meant we could get into a deeper conversation about her problems and not have to be so polite with each other. That's not how people do things, Ari. You don't just pull an old boyfriend into your home and tell your kid he's got a new daddy. We're already a happy family, we don't need changing. Her anger must have turned up the heat because her jacket came off. Can you imagine being told by your mother that some guy has decided to play daddy with you? I knew about that more than she realized. I guess you weren't listening to me very well earlier. I told you my mother married my father's best friend only 6 months after his death. So yes, I can imagine, because that is pretty much exactly what happened to me. Mom came to me with Bill at her side, telling me how he'd be there for us now, and that I didn't have to worry about my father being gone. So, you don't need to lecture me about how not to handle things with your son. I'm well aware of how that feels as an adult. I can't imagine the pain and confusion it would cause a little kid. Suddenly her green eyes went soft, and she reached out to put her hand on my shoulder. Gosh, Ari. I'm sorry. I did listen, I just forgot. This isn't easy for me. I know you would never put my son in that type of position. But I've got to put him first. Even above my own needs and wants. So, I'm a need and a want that you will deny yourself for your son? I asked, pulling my shoulder away. Reagan, you are aware that couples all over the world manage to integrate families, right? It can be done. It's not impossible. I'm not the one making your son into an obstacle. You're the one who keeps insisting he's an issue. And that makes me think that you're hiding something. I am not, she shouted a little too loudly. What could I be hiding, Ari? I don't know. And you won't tell me. Maybe you've told Skye you will never bring in another man to replace his low-life father who left you. Misguided as that sounded, I'd heard things equally as crazy before. You don't know a thing about that. She pulled her jacket back on. And I'm tired of doing this with you. I'm tired too, Reagan. How much longer am I supposed to keep fighting for what I know we both want? How much longer do you think I can try to talk you into letting us have a normal relationship again? I had no idea when I'd let the idea of me and her go once and for all, but I knew I couldn't hold on to it forever. Look, just do what you came here to do. Take care of your friend and then go back to Minnesota. Leaving the Mayo Clinic would be an enormous mistake. You'd be walking away from a prestigious position and so many future opportunities, Ari. She looked at me as if she just couldn't let me do that. I was riddled with confusion. Reagan's reason for why she wouldn't let us happen again kept flip-flopping. One moment it was her son, then it was the distance, then next it was me leaving the clinic. And I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that she was grasping at straws. For once, will you just tell me the damn truth? Why do you really not want to give this a try, Reagan's story? I just want to hear the truth come out of your lips. Then maybe I'll be able to stop thinking about how those lips used to run over my skin like satin pillows. How they used to succumb to kisses with such ease that I was always amazed. Breathing hard, her chest rose and fell as she looked at me with what I could only describe as fear in her eyes. Don't accuse me of lying. Please. What else can I say? I had no idea. It feels like you're not being honest with me, or that you're hiding something from me. You should stop thinking about me and think only about the real reason you're in Seattle. You didn't come here for me, she pointed out. I never looked you up, even though it would have been pretty easy to do so. And you never looked me up either. It's only by chance that we're even having this conversation. And just like before, our careers will pull us apart again and again. Forgive me for not wanting to put my son through that. But mostly forgive me for not wanting to experience losing you again. Ari, it almost killed me to lose you. You have no idea. I can't go through that again. And I can't allow my son to go through it either. Nothing I'd said to her had sunk into her brain. And I knew there was nothing wrong with her brain. She was brilliant. Something's not right, Reagan. Until you can admit to me what that is, then I guess we really don't have anything to talk about, do we? She took hold of the door handle once more. You're right. And I'm done talking about any of this. Your dreams for us are lovely. Unfortunately, they won't work. Not for me. I have my reasons, and I've explained them more than I should have had to. I hope we can work together on our patient without this interfering. Good night. She got out of the car, heading to her apartment. Getting out of the car, I ran to catch up to her. Let me walk you to your door. I don't want anyone thinking no one gives a shit about you. No one is watching me to think any such thing. I live a quiet life, Ari. She put her key in the lock, then turned it with the snap of her wrist. Heading inside, she closed the door, shutting me out of everything, her home and her life. Chapter 10. Reagan. Shaking with fear, frustration, and a self-hatred that overpowered the other two things, I leaned back against the door, knowing Ari stood on the other side, deeply confused and possibly hurting too. Flipping on the light switch, I looked at all the different pictures of our son that I'd proudly displayed throughout the living room and down both sides of the hallway. I couldn't have let Ari in without exposing my secret. When he'd accused me of hiding something, the look I'd seen in his eyes had nearly killed me. If he actually knew what I'd hidden and how I'd lied for years and still was, he'd hate me. I knew that for sure now. And I knew I couldn't face that. He'd given me the perfect opportunity to confess, and I couldn't do it, not after hearing his dreams for us, and not while I was staring into those beautiful eyes that I wished more than anything I could stare into for the rest of my life. Arguing with him like that had shaken me. Ari and I had gotten along well when we'd been together. Our arguments had been over silly things back then. Like who would pay for the pizza we got delivered now and then. He hated to let me pay for anything. And once, we'd argued over me driving us up to Big Bear to spend the day. He'd claimed my driving scared the hell out of him as it was. Climbing the mountain in my little Subaru Forester had sounded like a horror show to him. Smiling as I thought about those times, I walked around my apartment, taking each picture and stacking them into a pile on the sofa. The idea of hiding them struck me as the smartest thing to do. I didn't know how I'd break it to the man now. Maybe I could wait for him to leave town and then send him an email or a letter. Or maybe he'd force things and just show up at my place now that he knew where I lived. And if he came around when I wasn't home, I had no idea if Mom or Phyllis would know not to let him inside. After all the pictures were off the walls, I put them in the top of my closet. He'd have to snoop like crazy to find them, and Ari wasn't like that. Deep inside, I was completely shattered by our argument. Will I live alone forever? I couldn't see anyone else being what Ari could be for me. Would it all be worth it in the end? To lose out on a love like ours? And what about Skye? Was it fair for him to keep his father out of his life for even a moment longer? Especially now that I knew Ari wanted to be a father. And knew he wanted to be a father to my son? Closing the closet, I pulled my clothes off, then fell into bed. My mind a mess, my body alive with frustration, my life in what almost felt like ruins, I tried and failed to fall asleep. Thinking about the dreams Ari had told me, dreams about he and I making a family together, made me wonder why it was still so hard for me to reveal my secret. As I thought again about how I could come clean with Ari, another fear sprang up. He might be so mad at me that he would try to take Skye away from me. He had enough money to make sure he got our son. I didn't know if Ari would do such a thing, but I didn't know the man as well anymore. I tried to tell him that he didn't know the woman I'd become either, but he didn't seem to believe me. Despite the changes that had occurred in both of us, I did know one thing: we both carried love in us. My love for him had never gone away in the 6 years we'd been apart. It was a love I'd thought I'd get to keep forever. But things weren't working out the way I'd always thought they would at all. I'd never imagined that Ari would want me back in his life. I'd figured a man like him, gorgeous, gifted, wealthy, with sensual gifts the gods must have given him, would have been married with kids by now. To find him single astonished me. The sound of something hitting my bedroom window startled me. Oh, he better not be tossing little rocks at my window. I stayed in bed, listening, and then heard it again. Getting up, I went to the window and pulled the curtain back only a tiny bit. Peering out, I had a view of the parking lot, and Ari's car was no longer there. Scanning the area, I didn't see anything unusual. No one outside who could have thrown anything at the window. And then I heard something from another part of the house. I went to get a robe out of my closet before traipsing around the house to see what had caused those noises. Opening my bedroom door slowly, I listened for any sounds and heard the sound of something coming from Skye's bedroom across the hall. I eased that door open just as another rock hit the window. Anger had me flying across the room, throwing the curtain open as I glared out at whoever thought it was okay to do anything to my son's room. But my eyes met only bushes, which waved in the wind that had suddenly picked up. Ah, it's just a storm coming in. With the noises identified as small rocks being tossed around by the wind, I went back to bed. The odd thing was, I didn't hear any more sounds like that the rest of the night. Waking in the morning with the sun streaming in, I showered, then dressed, before calling a cab to take me to the restaurant so I could get my car then head to the hospital. While waiting for the cab to arrive, I took the opportunity to take a walk around my apartment. Near my window, a pile of small rocks caught my attention. When I went to inspect the other windows, I saw another small pile near Skye's window. So maybe it hadn't been the wind. But with nothing else to attribute it to, I chalked it up to bored teens. I'd looked outside and seen no one. And 3 doors down, there were 4 teens who seemed like pranksters. That had to have been it. The cab showed up and I called Mom on the way to pick up my car. "Morning, Mom. How did Skye do last night?" "Great. He went to sleep after watching a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving," she told me. "And how did the dinner with your patient's parents go?" "Well, I thought this might be a good time to let her in on things. The big shot doctor that the Stones had to have turned out to be an old boyfriend of mine from med school. Can you believe that?" "Wow. What are the chances?" she said, echoing my own thoughts on first seeing Ari again. "Did you two reconnect?" "No. I'd never told my parents the name of Skye's father. I told them it didn't matter, that the man had a future to worry about that didn't include me." "I'm sorry to hear that." I could practically hear the wheels begin to spin. She knew the father had to have been someone I met in med school. "Is this the one, Reagan?" Not feeling ready to get into that with her just yet, I tried to act as if I didn't hear. "Oh shoot. Mom, I'm getting a call from the hospital. Talk to you later." Ending the call, I wondered just what I would tell my mom and dad. I didn't want Ari to find out about Skye until I was ready to tell him. But at this rate, I wasn't sure Ari wouldn't show up at my place, in which case my parents needed to know to keep Skye away from him. My cell rang, and I looked down to see a number that wasn't saved in my phone. I answered it anyway. "Dr. Story here." "Did you have a happy Thanksgiving, Dr. Story?" a man asked me. Blinking, I held my breath as I recognized the caller's voice. "Mr. Haney?" He didn't confirm his identity. "Did you get to spend the holiday with your cute little son, Dr. Story?" "Mr. Haney, I know this is you. I know you've been through so much, but you can't continue calling me like this." The man had lost his 8-year-old daughter nearly a year earlier. He'd also lost his wife, his daughter's mother, during childbirth. His wife had had a rare heart condition, and the poor woman's heart couldn't handle the birth. What's worse, the baby girl had inherited the genetic heart condition. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy made the little girl's heart muscles harden, making it harder and harder for her heart to pump blood. She'd been on the heart transplant list at our hospital for years, but the poor thing had passed away shortly after her 8th birthday as she'd waited for a suitable heart to come in. "Yes, I have been through a lot, haven't I?" he asked. "The loss of my wife, then 8 years later, my daughter. I would say I have been through more than I should have ever had to go through. And I have you to thank for the loss of my daughter, don't I, Dr. Story?" He blamed me for her death right away. "Sir, I can't talk to you right now. I am very sorry for your loss. I pray for your daughter every night. I prayed for her and the one other patient I'd lost in the last couple of years. Goodbye." "Not yet," he said, but I swiped the screen to end the call anyway. Just after her death, he'd called me way too many times, crying, threatening at first, and then asking my forgiveness. The poor man needed help but refused to get it. I had no idea when or if these calls would ever end, but I had hoped they would stop on their own. I didn't want to involve the police. Not when the man had been through so much. When I got to my car, I saw a slip of paper underneath the windshield wiper. Pulling it off, I saw Ari had left it. He must have driven back here after he'd left me at my apartment. The phone number and short apologies scribbled on the paper had me smiling. Damn it, why does he have to pull at my heartstrings so much? I got into my car, then put his number into my phone, but I didn't call or text him. The argument last night had put some much-needed space between us. I could tell him in person that I accepted his apology, but it didn't change things for us. But even as I thought about speaking with him in person, I felt a sinking feeling in my gut. It would be best if I had as little contact with Ari as possible while he was still here. I hoped that the space would help make things a little less complicated in the future, when I finally told him about Skye. With those thoughts running through my head, I arrived at the hospital and made sure Ari wasn't around when I went to check on Mr. Stone. What I found when I walked into my patient's room shocked me. "You're awake." His parents sat on either side of him. Mr. Stone's father smiled. "He's opened his eyes. He can't speak or write to communicate with us yet, but we know he'll get there soon." Walking to his bed, I listened to his heart. I found a steady beat that had me smiling from ear to ear. I looked at Mrs. Stone. "Does Ari know yet?" Shaking her head, she said, "He hasn't come in yet. I hope he's feeling okay. I know he drove you home last night. Did he mention not feeling well or anything to you?" "He'd said lots to me. Too much. And because of that, I had a pretty good idea of why he hadn't come in. I'll call him. He'll want to be here." Leaving the room, I felt a weight on my shoulders. I'd hurt the man. I'd never wanted to hurt him. I'd made terribly difficult decisions in my life just to avoid that outcome, and I had done it anyway. Chapter 11. Arslan. My heart aching, my mind swamped with ideas of what else I could do to get Reagan to trust in me and my promises, I stayed in the next morning, not feeling up to doing much. If anything occurred with Lanny, the hospital would call me. I saw no problem giving myself some time. The argument I'd had with Reagan had gotten to me. We'd never argued much back in med school, and it felt terrible. Especially since her excuses seemed so flimsy. It was like she was using her son as a shield, acting as if my presence in the boy's life would be intrusive. There had to be a way to get her to see that my involvement in her life and her son's would only enhance both their lives. And it would enhance mine as well. In the years since we'd broken up, I never would have said I was lonely. But I had to admit, work took over most of my days. Social events were rare, and were generally the only times I saw a need to find a date, and I hardly ever did more than work and go home. Seeing Reagan again reminded me of all the fun we used to have. We'd done so much more in those 6 months than I'd done with anyone else in the 6 years since. I wanted that back. I wanted the feeling of excitement that Reagan gave me. With Reagan, I could find fun and excitement in just about anything. One time I'd found a new pizza place that served a veggie pizza with zucchini, which I knew she'd love. I'd planned a whole date out of taking her there, and her laughter when she realized I was making such a fuss out of something so small had made my heart dance. No one else's laughter had that effect on me. She lifted my spirits in unimaginable ways. The way she'd shut me out last night had done just the opposite. I felt deflated. I still hadn't lost hope, but I'd lost any further ideas of how to get her to let me back in. I'd stopped by her car after leaving her apartment and left a note with my number and a short apology. Hoping against all odds that she'd call me, I kept my cell in the pocket of the bathrobe I wore. I felt a bit like an idiot for sitting and waiting for a woman to call me. To me, though, Reagan was far more than just some woman. Reagan was the woman. How 6 years had gone by without me realizing it, I had no clue. Blaming work seemed the best answer to that. When she brought up how I'd never searched for her and vice versa, it hurt. It hurt me that I'd hurt her by not trying to find her. Why hadn't I ever tried to find her? Reagan had bounced around in my mind from time to time. And she nearly always came to mind in my fantasies. So why hadn't I ever taken the time to see if I could find her? Shrugging, I looked out the window at the cold gray sky and wondered if I'd even get dressed. What for? My pocket vibrated, and I pulled my cell out to see a number I didn't recognize. Dr. Arslan Dawson. "Ari, it's me," her sweet soft voice replied. "Reagan, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to say. It's so hard seeing you again." "Yes, I know," she whispered. "Ari, I accept your apology. But this has to stop. I hate fighting with you. I never wanted to do that. But I can't be what you want me to be. Anyways, that's not why I'm calling you." Damn. Okay, I guess I have no choice but to accept that. I didn't know what else I could do at this point. "So, what are you calling me for? And can I save your number?" "Oh," she hesitated. "Well, for work purposes, yes." Gritting my teeth, I wanted to tell her that just wouldn't be enough, but I managed to hold my tongue. "Okay. Ari, I've got some great news," she said, and I heard the smile in her voice. "Your friend is awake." It took me a second to take that in. Lanny's awake? Yes. And my examination of him made me very happy. His blood pressure and heart rate are excellent. You should come see him. She cleared her throat, then went on, "I'm about to leave anyway." Her words made me think the only reason she was leaving was to avoid me. Is that because I'll be there, Reagan? I didn't want things to be that way. Well, yes, she confirmed my suspicions. Ari, it's best if we keep a lot of distance between us. You know it won't be best, but I guess there's nothing I can do about that. You know that what we both want is no distance between us at all. Knowing I shouldn't start another argument didn't stop me from trying to get my point across. All I can think about is holding your naked body against mine. Having those plump lips tangle with mine would make me the happiest man alive. And I have a feeling it would do the same for you. This isn't helping, Ari. She sighed heavily. My son. I didn't let her finish. I'd heard that excuse enough, and it wasn't getting any more convincing. Stop it, Reagan. Stop putting that excuse out there. That's all it is, a giant bullshit excuse. If you don't want me anymore, say it. Be truthful about it and stop hiding behind your son. I'm not hiding, and you're pissing me off. She huffed. You want me to tell you something that's not true, so you can make up your own excuse as to why this can't happen. I'm not going to tell you that I don't want you anymore, because that's a lie and we both know that. This is about my son and how I know he'll be affected. It's not just you, Ari. I haven't had a single relationship since his birth. Wait. Stunned, I had to ask, has it been 5 years since you've made love with anyone? I'm not talking to you about that. Take my words and make them into whatever you want. I'm not going to get into a relationship of any kind with anyone. At least not right now. I've gotta go. Come see your friend, Ari. That is why you're in Seattle anyway. She ended the call as I sat there with my mouth gaping. Could that be what the woman's been hiding from me this whole time? That she's been celibate since me and is maybe feeling embarrassed? With a reason to get dressed and go down to the hospital, I hurried to see my old friend with his eyes open again. He even smiled weakly at me when I went into his room. Man, this is the best thing I've seen in a very long time. With his parents on either side of the bed, I went right up to Lanny and leaned over to hug him as best I could, with all the lines hooked up to his battered body. Gerald had to grab the box of tissues next to him to hand them to Samantha, who'd begun crying. Here you go, honey. I'm so glad we called you, Arslan, Samantha whimpered. Seeing this makes my heart overflow. Moving my finger to the middle of Lanny's hand, I asked, Can you close your hand for me? He looked right into my eyes as he tried to concentrate on what I'd asked him. And after a minute, his hand closed around my finger. His father saw the action and exclaimed, Yes. Way to go, son. Looking into Lanny's dark brown eyes, I nodded. You're going to get better, my friend. I'm going to be here for every single bit of it, too. I hope you don't get sick of seeing my face around here. Moving his eyes back and forth, I knew what he meant, even though he couldn't say it yet. Even with Reagan being so weird about everything, Lanny's recovery made my heart happy. After doing a thorough exam, I let Lanny sleep and went to get some coffee. Dr. Kerr sat at a table alone, and I went to join him. I wanted to see if I could get some information about Reagan out of her colleague. Hey, Dr. Dawson. Call me Arslan, I said, taking a seat. He nodded. Call me Jonas. Good. I took a sip of my hot coffee, then put it down on the table. Jonas, what can you tell me about Reagan? With a knowing grin, he said, We've worked together since this place opened. She's a fantastic cardiologist. And now I know that you two were an item in med school. Now you know everything that I know about her. That woman is a closed book, socially speaking. So, she was probably telling the truth about her non-existent social life. What about her son? What about him? Jonas shrugged. I only know she has one. He tapped the table next to his coffee mug. Hell, I don't even know his name or how old he is. At least she'd trusted me enough to tell me those things right off the bat. The way Reagan and Jonas had gotten along at dinner had given me the impression that they were much closer than they actually were. So, Reagan isn't a person you'd consider a friend? Shaking his head, he chuckled. No. I wouldn't call her a friend. Friends talk about things other than work. I mean, we've been through some things together, and that gives us something to talk about at times, but she and I have never had a heart-to-heart. I needed to know if she had any friends at work at all. Do you know if she has any girlfriends? Tapping his chin as he thought, he came up with something. She gets along well with everyone, Arslan. She doesn't give much, if any, information about herself. And I've never seen her hanging around with anyone. She certainly doesn't go out on karaoke nights, if you get what I'm saying. From what I've gathered, she's a mother first and a doctor second. And that's about it. I found that sad, and nothing like the young college student I'd known. That girl had had friends. She'd had things that interested her more than just her medical studies. Had the pregnancy done something to her, mentally? Had that lowlife who'd left her on her own told her something to make her think she could never have anyone in the child's life? I could see something like that occurring. Especially since Reagan could be so obstinate. She would have to tell me what happened between her and the boy's father. If that man needed to step up, then I'd do all I could to make that happen. The kid deserved to know his father. I'd assumed that the man had chosen to abandon them, but maybe it had actually been Reagan who'd pushed him away. Reagan was pushing me like crazy to keep me away from her, and she loved me. What would she do to this guy who she'd slept with but had no feelings for? Of course she'd push him away. She wouldn't want to deal with him for the rest of her life. She didn't want to deal with me for even a few weeks, and we had something nearly perfect. Thanks for the talk, Jonas. I'll see you around. I got up to leave and then stopped and looked at him. I'm thinking about coming aboard here at St. Christopher's. What do you think my chances are? Laughing, he assured me, I think they're great. It would be nice to have you on board, Arslan. Nodding, I walked away to think about how best to approach the elusive Reagan story. If not for her benefit, then for her son's. Chapter 12 Reagan. After leaving the hospital to avoid seeing Ari, I went to my parents' home to hang out there, not feeling completely safe from a drop-in from Ari. Mom brought me a cup of hot chocolate as I sat at the kitchen table. Here you go, honey. Dad and Skye played some game in the den, leaving me free to come clean to my mother. Mom, I'm ready to tell you about Skye's father. It's the doctor they called in to work on your patient, isn't it? She smiled, clearly proud that she'd figured it out. Nodding, I put the cup down, then clasped my hands in my lap. Mom, I've withheld this information from everyone for so long, I don't know how to come forward with it now. I'm afraid he's going to hate me. Tell me about your relationship with him. She put her cup down too and looked at me like she was ready to fix my life. as if it could be fixed. We fell in love, though neither of us would say it out loud. We knew it had to end. He was graduating at the end of that year, and I still had to stay for 3 more. We agreed it would be best to let the other go, so we could each do what we had to, without holding the other back. Lifting one brow, she nodded. Very mature of you both. And now I understand all the crying you did when you came back home that first summer of medical school. You were heartbroken, and the man you loved was out of the picture. And I didn't even know about the pregnancy yet. Thinking back to that terrible heartache, I had to admit it hurt nearly as bad now. Mom, he wants me back. He wants us to start off exactly where we left off. He even mentioned moving in together and getting married in the not-too-distant future. And he wants to fill in as Skye's father, too. Looking up, she thought about that a moment before looking back at me. Reagan, that seems a bit on the fast side. Don't you think? Of course. Taking a drink of the hot chocolate, wishing it was something stronger, I just wanted to stop thinking for a while. Maybe that would help. Just stop thinking about anything. Just for a bit. Mom tapped her long nails on the table next to her as she thought out loud. Okay, so you two had this previous relationship where you broke things off amicably to go to school for your careers. And then you meet up again after 6 years. This man knows he wants you in his life, and he's even willing to accept your child. A child which is his, though he has no idea of that just yet. You got it. I put the cup down and waited for her words of wisdom. I think you know what you need to do, Reagan. She'd come up with a plan. You've got to tell him the truth about Skye, and then see what happens after that. That's not what I wanted to hear. Mom. He's going to hate me. It would destroy me to see him look at me with hate in his eyes. I just can't. By her stoic expression, I could tell my words fell on deaf ears. All I heard in your statement were things about you. Not about Skye, not about this man whom you claim to have loved once. Eyeing me with a look that always could dig into my very soul, she asked, "Do you still love this man?" Twisting my hands in my lap, I nodded. Mom, he's the best man in the world. And the fact that I did this to him shames me to my core. I know I keep talking about how things will affect me. But I don't want to hurt this man. I'm doing everything I can not to hurt him. Let me guess, she said with a wink. You're hurting him anyway by not getting back together with him. And you're doing that so he never knows about Skye. And you know that is not the right thing to do too. Hence all this worry. Look how you're twisting your hands, Reagan. You're tearing yourself apart just to keep a secret that shouldn't be a secret any longer. I can't. I suddenly realized I'd said those 2 words more in this conversation than I'd ever spoken them in my entire life. And my mother, never being one to say those words herself, picked up on that as well. You can't. Since when? Honey, you put yourself through med school while raising a baby. You might not want to have to swallow your pride and tell this man you've kept an important secret from him for 6 years, but you must do exactly that. You might not want to see the hurt in his eyes, hurt you have caused him, but that's what has to happen for you to get to the other side of this. I hated when Mom was right. But it's going to be so hard. I don't think I can make myself say the words, Mom. Practice saying them, Reagan. With a twinkle in her eye, she asked, "Do you love your father?" She knew I did. Of course. And if I'd done what you're doing, then you'd never have known him. And how different would your life be now if that had happened? She smiled. Might I remind you that your father put the idea of becoming a doctor in your head when you were a small girl? He bought you that doctor's kit and let you test his reflexes. Dad has always backed me in every way. He hadn't pushed me to do anything, merely helped me on whatever journey I had taken an interest in. And that makes this even harder, Mom. Skye's father has these great fatherly instincts. I know he's going to be so mad at me for keeping him away from his son all these years. And he surely might be mad at you, Reagan. And he'd have every right to be, wouldn't he? Mom had never been one to sugarcoat things. But that is a thing you must deal with. And deal with it you will. It will only get worse the longer you wait to tell him. As much as I'd been focusing on Aries' reaction, I knew that wasn't the only thing holding me back. Mom, Skye might be mad at me too. If I have to endure both of them being mad at me, I don't know how I'll be able to handle it. Other than you and Dad, they're the only people I love in this whole world. To have half the people I love hate me seems too much to bear. With a sigh, she reached across the table and held my hands. Reagan, your son loves you. He will forgive you. And I don't think it will take him long at all. If this man loves you, which I assume he does because who the hell asks someone to marry them within such a short amount of time, then he will forgive you too. It may take him a bit longer as he's an adult, but I bet he'll forgive you. Then you guys can work on making a beautiful family. Does Skye look like him? Nodding, I smiled. He looks almost identical to him. Wow, a handsome Dr. Reagan. Lucky you. She looked up as Skye ran into the room. Placing her finger to her lips, we silently agreed to say nothing else in front of him. What are you up to, Skye? I want to play outside, but Grandpa said it's too cold for him. He jumped on my lap. Mom, can you take me outside to play? The temperature had dropped after a cold front had come in the night before. I'm afraid you'll get sick if I take you out in this cold weather. Well, I'm bored. He climbed up onto the chair beside me, standing up, jumping up and down slightly. Oh no you don't, Skye story. I grabbed him and sat him back on my lap. You know better than to jump on furniture. His lower lip jutted out as he pouted and crossed his arms over his chest. That's why I want to go outside. Mom cocked her head to one side. You know, it's going to be very cold for this entire week. Might I recommend something to help Skye pass the winter days, Reagan? What would that be, Mom? I asked, knowing this would help her out too as she watched him over the week-long holiday break from school he had. You could stop off at the store and get him one of those Kindle devices. They've got ones for children with a text-to-speech function. He'll be able to read stories with that and learn to read a lot better. She picked up her own Kindle from the table beside her and showed me how hers worked. Impressed, I asked Skye, what do you think? Do you want one of those and I can download some children's books? Would that be fun? Would that entertain you while it's cold outside? I tickled him a little, making him laugh. Yes, Mama, it would be fun. He jumped off my lap, then stood in front of me. Can you get me a book about pirates? 'Cause I love pirates. I want to be one when I grow up. I forgot to tell you about that the other day when I decided I want to become pirate. And I'm gonna need a parrot to sit on my shoulder too. And a patch for my eye. Laughing, I couldn't believe how quickly he'd gone from wanting to be a cowboy to a pirate. So, I don't need to get you a horse and a cow anymore? Now it's a parrot and a patch. Nodding, he took my hand, trying to pull me up. Yeah. And a ship. A pirate has to have a ship, or he's just a weirdo who wears colorful clothes and takes a parrot everywhere he goes. Ah, a ship. Getting up, I knew he and I needed to get going. Not a problem at all. I can make that purchase easily. Who cares about those pesky student loans I've racked up? My son wants to be a pirate, and that has to come first. Skye ran his arms around my leg, hugging me tightly. I'm glad you're my mom and you care more about me than pesky student loans. I caught my mother looking at us. Reagan, your son loves you. He always will. And hopefully, the other one does too. Whatever happens, you know what the right thing to do is. Running my hand through Skye's dark waves, I whispered, I know what the right thing is. I can do the right thing. I had to pump myself up. Skye took notice of my words. Is the right thing to do to go to the store and get me that thingy that Grandma has? It is. I took his hand. Let's get our coats on and we'll go get you that Kindle. Then you'll be reading before anyone else in your class learns half the words you'll know. With his small fist pumping in the air, he shouted, Yeah. I'm gonna be a genius just like my mom. Skye's mind quickly turned to his tummy. And can we get cheeseburgers on our way home? I've been wanting one all day. He thinks I'm a genius? I felt so far away from that category, it wasn't even funny. A genius would have already figured out how to deal with my situation by now. And I still didn't know exactly how I'd go about doing the right thing. But I would have to do it, I knew that much. And it would need to be sooner rather than later. His idea for dinner seemed easier than what I'd planned. Sure, we can grab dinner there after we shop for your Kindle. It looked like our night was set. Chapter 13. Arslan. After spending most of my day with Lanny and his parents, I decided to head back to the hotel. My hand on my cell in the pocket of my scrubs, I moved it around and around, wanting to call Reagan to invite her out for dinner. Of course, I knew I couldn't do that. But the temptation never went away. And the thought of taking her to eat had me craving something we'd often gotten together back in med school. Greasy cheeseburgers. The lady at the help desk wasn't busy, so I stopped to ask, "Do you know if there's a good place around here to get a deliciously greasy cheeseburger?" Pointing to the exit, she said, "Up 1 block, then take a left. You'll go 3 more blocks and you'll see a burger joint called Tall Tales. It almost looks like a bookstore, but it's not." Odd name for a burger joint. I nodded. "Thank you very much." The brisk air hit me as I left the hospital, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Glad I'd taken the time to change out of the scrubs and into jeans and a sweater, I hurried to the parking garage and to my rental car. If I decided to stay, I'd need to buy a car. And I'd have to decide what to do with my home in Rochester, too. The more I thought about it, the more I knew I belonged here. The Mayo Clinic might be the best hospital for neurosurgery in the United States, but neurosurgeons were needed all over, including Seattle's newest hospital. St. Christopher's didn't have one on staff. I didn't care what the pay was, we made a perfect fit. I also had the feeling Reagan would come around eventually. She and I had it, the thing it takes to make a relationship work. She just had to get over some things. Like her fear of commitment. That had to be the real reason behind her objection to allowing me to even meet her son. I could be patient, though. Keeping Henry on would be wise, too. He could drive her son to school for us and pick him up. That would take some of the babysitting load off her parents. I bet they'd like that. Driving to the burger place, I found there wasn't any parking, so I went around the block, parking behind some dumpsters. I highly doubted any trash trucks were running at 6 p.m. on a Friday night anyway. I headed back to the burger place and walked in, the door dinging as I went through. There were only a few people dining inside the long, narrow building. An older woman came out from behind a wall, wearing a grease-splattered black apron. "Welcome to Tall Tales. What can I get ya?" The menu was written on a chalkboard hanging on the wall above her head, and it caught my attention. "Hi there. I'd like that double cheeseburger. With mustard and mayonnaise, please." "May I suggest our onion rings as a side?" she asked. "We make them homemade." "Sounds great. I loved a good homemade onion ring. And I see you make shakes too. How about a strawberry one?" "Large?" she asked. "Medium, please." I didn't want to splurge too much. The meal was already calorie-packed and full of fat. I would have to work out twice as hard before going to bed. It wasn't often I indulged this way. But that craving wouldn't go away until satisfied. "You got it. $15.35, she said. I handed her a 20. "Keep the change." "Oh my." She seemed surprised. "Thank you. Go sit anywhere you like. I'll bring it out to you when it's done." As I went to take a seat, I looked at the empty bookshelves that lined each of the walls on either side of the restaurant. "No books, huh?" She dinged a small bell to turn in my order. "No, we don't have any books. We took this place over when the bookstore owner moved to Los Angeles." She took her books with her. Walking all the way to the back of the narrow establishment, I took a seat. It was darker in the back, and I liked the anonymity. I settled in to look at the empty shelves, thinking how nice it would be to see them filled with books. Maybe not to sell, but to be available for patrons to pick up and read if they wanted. Lost in the idea of filling those shelves, I didn't realize the old woman was at my table. "Here's your order." "Thanks." "Hey, if someone donated books, would you have an aversion to putting them on these empty shelves?" I couldn't stop the idea from coming out of my mouth. "Who would do that?" she asked. "Me." I smiled at her. "Those shelves look like they should be filled. I think people would come to eat and read a bit. I'll take care of the whole thing if you'll let me." "Well, that's a lovely thought. Are you new to town?" "I haven't seen you around," she asked. "I'm Dr. Dawson." I reached out to shake her hand. As a neurologist, I know the brain needs lots of exercise and stimulation. Crossing her arms in front of her, she rocked back on her heels. "Are you a doctor at that new hospital?" "I'm there right now, but temporarily at the moment. Only seeing to one patient." I saw a spark in her dark eyes that told me she might consider my offer. "But I'm going to see if I can become permanent. It would be my honor to help the community. I could start with the donation and upkeep of the books and the shelves. I'd hire someone to come in each day and take care of any messes and dust the shelves and things like that. You wouldn't be out a dime or any of your employees' time." Her lips pulled up to one side. "I like this idea of yours, Dr. Dawson." She put her wrinkled hand on my shoulder. "If you do become a permanent part of that hospital and our community, I would love for you to do what you're suggesting. Once you know if you're staying or not, let me know, and we can kick it off." Great. Having a project always made me happy. Having one that would stimulate people's brains made it even better. Who knows, it might even increase your business. Like I'd mind that. She pointed to the wall behind my back. "We've got a lot of square footage behind there that we're paying for, but don't have a use for. If our business increases, we could open this wall up and add on more seating. That wouldn't hurt my feelings at all." Always one to promote good health, I had to add, "and if you'd put at least a few heart-healthy choices on your menu, you might increase the lifespan of your patrons too." With a smile on her face, she let me know what she thought about that. "One step at a time, Doc. My grandson works the grill and weighs 300 pounds. Heart-healthy isn't even in his vocabulary." "Well, we'll have to work on that then, won't we?" I asked, then took a bite of the burger. "Oh, but kudos on this burger. What a sin this is. But a delightful one." Leaving me, she called back, "I'll extend your compliments to the chef, Doc. And please feel free to call me Rosie. I think we'll have a long and profitable friendship. Once you decide if you're staying or not." My mind already seemed to have made that decision for me, as I kept planting more and more seeds in the town that the love of my life called home. A town I thought we'd be very happy in for a long time. Taking out my cell, I began searching for a local real estate company. Finding one, I scrolled through the listings and saw a ton of available properties that would work perfectly for us. Of course, Reagan's input would be appreciated, as I wanted it to be her home too. But I could pick out a few. Maybe once she saw I'd be staying around, she would decide it was useless to keep fighting the inevitable. The ding of the bell told me someone had come in, and I looked up from my cell to find a woman and her kid walking to the counter. When I recognized the woman, a smile moved over my lips. "Reagan," I said softly to myself. "And her son, too." She held the hand of a small boy with dark, wavy hair. I listened as Rosie greeted her. "Hi there. What can I get ya this evening?" The little boy tugged at her hand. "Mom, can I go sit down and look at my new thingy?" "Sure, sit wherever you want," Reagan said. "I'll bring the food when it's ready." "'Kay." The little boy walked toward the back, toward me. Ambling along, he looked at what seemed to be a Kindle, decked out in a light blue case that made it harder to break. He kept on coming until he got to the back, and then took a seat at the booth right across from me. Literally 3 feet apart, I could see the kid perfectly even in the dim light. I look over hair that was the exact same dark shade as my own, and those eyes of his were as blue as mine. "Reagan's story, what have you been hiding?" Although not one to talk to kids I didn't know, I found myself unable to resist. "Hi there." He looked up at me, then smiled, showing me he'd lost one front tooth. "Oh, hi. Is that a Kindle you've got there?" I asked, thinking that seemed like a good enough opener. "Yes, sir. My mom just got it for me. I can read and listen to books with this." He turned it around, then pushed a button that made the book come to life, a voice reading the story out loud. "Cool." I looked back at Reagan and thought what a great mom she must be. Well, great except for the part about not letting her son have his father in his life. "Yeah," he said. "I love it already. And I got this pirate book. I want to be one when I grow up." "A pirate?" I asked as I looked back at him. "Sure. And Mom's gonna get me a parrot and a patch for my eye." He looked back at his device. Then his head jerked up to look at me. "Oh, and a ship. She's gotta get me a ship too, 'cause pirates need one." "Of course they do," I agreed. "My name's Ari." "I'm Skye." He smiled at me, then went back to his reading. I looked back at Reagan, who still had her back to us. I watched as Rosie handed her a tray with a couple of drinks on it and the food she'd ordered. Reagan turned around, her eyes scanning the place for her son. For a moment, she looked right at me. Then her eyes landed on her son before looking back at me, noticing how close we were. And then the tray fell out of her hands, drinks going everywhere, food flying around, and her mouth gaping. "You're so busted." Chapter 14. Reagan. What the hell is he doing here? Stunned, I finally pulled my eyes off Ari, who sat only a few feet away from our son. Soda puddled around my feet, onion rings rolled around on the floor, and our burgers had exploded, making them inedible. Damn. The woman working ran around the counter. "Oh, I'll clean this up, then put your order in again." "I'm so sorry about this. And can you make the order to go this time, please?" I wasn't about to stick around now. "Sure," she said as she bent over to clean up the mess I'd made. "Not a problem at all." Trying to stop the panic attack I thought I might be having as my heart pounded in my chest, I began taking deep breaths. Then I started my journey to the back of the cafe to retrieve my son, all the while trying not to notice the smile on Ari's face. Not quite walking over to the table, I stopped and stretched my hand out. "Come on, Skye. Mama has to get our food to go." I wiggled my fingers to get him to come to me. "You're not going to say hi, Reagan?" Ari asked me. "That's kinda rude, don't you think?" It was completely rude, but I had other priorities, mainly getting away from the man who was likely causing me a panic attack. "I got a call, and we've got to get going. An emergency." He chuckled. "You didn't pick up your cell, sweetie." Obviously, he'd been watching me since the moment I'd walked in. Or better yet, the moment we'd walked in. "I got it before we came in." Narrowing his eyes, he looked at me for a moment before looking past me. "You can bring their order over here, Rosie. They'll be staying." "Sure thing, Doc," the woman behind the counter called out to him. "You know her?" I asked, staying in place. I wasn't about to take a seat and give him any more time to figure out my secret. "Yep." He gestured to the open bench opposite my son. "Take a seat, Reagan." My legs shook, and I figured sitting down wouldn't hurt. He sure as hell didn't seem about to give up. And as soon as I hit the seat, Ari grabbed his food and slid in next to me, scooting me to the inside. What are you doing?" "Joining you two for dinner." He put his hand on my knee under the table. "I knew you'd invite me anyway." Taking a lock of my hair, he wrapped it around his finger. "I wanted to ask you and your son to join me for dinner tonight anyway. Funny how things work out, huh?" If I hadn't known better, I would have thought Ari had planned the whole thing. Knowing that was impossible, I had to chalk it up to my horrible luck. "Lucky you." "I agree." Ari jerked his head at Skye, who hadn't taken notice of a thing as his eyes stayed glued to the Kindle in his hands. So, Skye and I already introduced ourselves while you were busy up front. Great. I reached down to move his hand off my knee. We really should be going. Just as I said that, the lady, Rosie apparently, brought our food. Here we go. She smiled at Ari. I took the liberty of cutting up the boy's burger into quarters. I used to do that for my kids. It's easier to eat that way. Ari seemed pleased. Thank you, Rosie. He reached into his pocket as I grabbed my purse to pay for the order once again. But he beat me to it, slipping money into her hand. There we go. That should cover it. Keep the change. I almost fainted when she held up $100 bill. Oh, thank you, Doc. Giving Ari the stink eye as the woman skipped away, I whispered, I would have made sure to pay her more than the meal cost to make up for having to clean up my mess, you know. I'm sure you would have, he said, then unwrapped the straws she'd put on the table, plopping one in Skye's soda, then the other in mine. There you go. Skye finally looked up from his device. Oh, the food's here. He put the Kindle down beside him, then took one of the quarters of burger in his little hands. Oh, cool. Look, Mom, they cut it up for me. His eyes moved to Ari. Hey, Ari, you know my mom? I do. I'm a doctor too, Ari explained easily. She and I are treating the same patient at the hospital. Plus, we went to medical school together. That was before you were even born. Taking a bite, Skye looked at me, chewing his food as he said, He's nice, Mom. Don't talk with food in your mouth. I put my elbow on the table, resting my now pounding head in my hand. Skye caught that action much too quickly. No elbows on the table, Mom. Moving it off, I nodded. Still talking with food in your mouth, Skye. He held up his pinky finger to acknowledge what I'd said, and Ari took the moment of silence to say, I think you're nice too, Skye. Thank you, my son said after swallowing his food. He eyed Ari a bit, then commented, Your eyes look like mine. I think so too, Ari agreed. As a matter of fact, we seem to have the same color hair too. He ran his hand through his thick, dark waves. I looked at Skye to see that he was doing the same thing. Weird, I heard him whisper to himself. Feeling like I'd fallen into an episode of The Twilight Zone, I tried to break the spell. My grandfather on my mother's side had the same hair and eyes as you, Skye. It's not that rare at all to have dark hair and blue eyes. Sure, I'd lied, but I had to do something to end their comparisons. Nudging my shoulder with his, Ari whispered, Seems you have a definite type, Reagan. I bet Skye's father and I could be twins. He stared deeply into my eyes with a grin on his face, as if he could hear my thoughts. And there it is. He knows. My world was about to come crashing down. Ari knew I'd lied, though he was acting calm and composed, which only served to spook me thoroughly. After all, why get upset? He could do whatever he wanted now. He had the money to screw me royally. He could take my kid, make up for all the time I'd stolen from him. I didn't want to let him see me sweat, so I tried my best to remain just as calm as he appeared. Even when he went so far as to put his arm around me and ask my son, okay, our son, something he shouldn't have. Did your mom ever talk about me, Skye? My son shook his head. Nope. That's kind of surprising, Ari went on. See, she and I were sweethearts back in medical school. We're old flames, you know? You mean that my mom was your girlfriend? Skye asked with wide eyes. Ari nodded. Yep. We were in love. Skye made a face. Yuck. Girls stink. I'm never having a girlfriend. Good, I said, then leaned in to whisper to Ari, please stop it. No, he whispered back. He looked back at Skye. So slugger. Your mom told me you play t-ball. Yep. Skye took a drink of his soda. I'm pretty good. You play? Not anymore, Ari said. But I used to back in high school. I wanted to play in college, but I was too busy. Your mom was busy back then too. Becoming a doctor isn't easy, and it takes lots of time and concentration. Ari looked at me. Doesn't it, Reagan? I could see what he was doing, trying to figure out exactly why I'd kept everything from him. It does take lots of time and immense concentration, especially during placements and internships. Ari nodded, then looked back at Skye, who just gulped down the last of his burger. I couldn't seem to eat a bite of my food, my stomach having turned on itself. I'd love to come watch some of your games, Slugger. When you have one, please invite me. Cool. Skye beamed at Ari. Mom, can you invite him when I have a game? Okay. I played with the straw in my drink, wondering what I would do without Skye around. Even if Ari didn't take him away completely, I'd have to share him. That meant weekends alone without my son in the house. And then there'd be holidays where Ari got him and I didn't. And eventually entire summers where he'd go stay with his father, leaving me alone. I had no idea why Ari had his arm wrapped around my shoulders. Probably so he could show me how much he owned me now. Or maybe because he wanted to wring my neck, and this was the closest he could get to that in public. I waited for the other shoe to drop, but it never did. But Ari did make his demands clear, though. Reagan, do you think it would be okay for me to come over so we can visit some more? Oh, not tonight. I wasn't up for that. Not yet. Not ever. It's not late. Skye's out of school for the holidays, I'm sure. Ari smiled at me, but I knew not to trust it. Come on, please. I'll pick up some ice cream on my way over. Chocolate? Skye asked before I could say a word. Ari's eyes went to his. If that's what you want, Slugger. I can bring chocolate ice cream, and we can all watch something on television. What do you say? Heck yes. Skye announced. Mom, Ari's gonna bring ice cream. And can you make hot chocolate too? We're gonna have so much fun. Can I pick the movie? Sure, why not? I knew when I'd been beaten. Then I pick Peter Rabbit, Skye quickly decided. It's not a cartoon, so grown-ups will like it. But it's funny and kids like it too. How thoughtful of you, Ari told him, then reached across the table to tussle his hair. What a great kid you are. Ari looked back at me. You should have introduced us a long time ago, Reagan. We're gonna be great friends. Yeah, Mom, Skye agreed. I like Ari. You should have introduced me to your old boyfriend a long time ago. Yes, I can see that now. I bit my lower lip as I tried not to break down crying. Ari knew about his son now, and he'd save his wrath for when Skye couldn't hear him condemning me for what I'd done. Then I'd have to tell Skye about Ari being his father, and face that condemnation as well. The evening was already a disaster, and I knew it would only get worse. For me, anyway. Skye and Ari had found a quick and easy friendship. Almost the same way Ari and I had found it so easy to fall for each other back in the day. In a way, I felt happy about how easy they'd found it. In another, I felt their camaraderie would pit them against me. After all, I was the villain who'd kept them apart all this time. I'm finished, Mom, Skye informed me. Can we go now? Yes, can we go now, Reagan? Ari asked. He looked at my uneaten food. Looks like you're not hungry anyway. What's the point of eating when virtual death is so near? Chapter 15. Exclude section. Full screen Arslan. Knowing Reagan had kept such an enormous secret from me should have made me angry as hell. Somehow, it didn't. Walking out with Reagan and her son, our son, I walked them to her car. Skye hopped in, buckling himself up in the middle of the back seat. I leaned in to kiss Reagan on the cheek, which made her gasp a startled no. Finding her reaction odd, I didn't bother saying anything about it. I'll be over there as soon as I pick up the ice cream. Skye called out from the back seat. Can you get that spray whipped cream too? I love it. Done. I closed Reagan's door after she slid in behind the steering wheel. See you in a few minutes, baby. Calling her that again felt great. Somehow, learning the truth about Skye, having an answer to why she'd been denying us a chance, just made everything click into place in a way I never would have imagined. She and I would be back to the good stuff very soon, maybe even this very night. After picking up dessert, I headed over to her place, happy to see that the porch light had been left on for me. Now, this was the Reagan I'd known back then. No more pushing me away, no more cryptic, rude behavior from her, thank God. That shit was done. With her secret out, all that dumb shit could end. I finally understood her weird behavior, and that made me happy. No more analyzing. No more trying to figure out how to get her to realize we had a future together. No more of that hard stuff. Ringing the doorbell, I heard Skye call out, "Come in, Ari." Opening the door, I didn't see Reagan right away. "Hey, Skye." I pulled the spray whipped cream out of the bag. "I got the goods." His smile made my chest swell up. "Damn, I've got an adorable kid." He walked up to me, opening his mouth like a little bird. "Quick, give me a mouthful before Mom sees." I took the lid off and gave him a shot of the sugary stuff, then saw Reagan out of the corner of my eye. Uh-oh. Skye swallowed as his eyes went wide, then he took off down the hall. "Sorry, Mama." Wiping her hands on a kitchen towel, she called out to him, "It's okay, Skye." She looked at me with her lips in a thin line. He acts like I beat him or something. Nah. I went into the kitchen, where she'd just come from. "If you point me to the bowls, I'll make us some sundaes." She pointed at a cabinet. "In there." "None for me." She'd lost her appetite. I understood why, but I didn't like it. "You know, this isn't as bad." Skye darted into the kitchen, the sugar already taking effect. "Come on, guys. The movie's about to start." He pointed at the can of whipped cream. "Lots of that for me, please, Ari." Then he darted out again. Reagan looked at him, then back at me. "Let's not say anything he might overhear. Please." Her eyes pleaded with me, which I thought was totally unwarranted for such a simple request. "Yes, I agree." She turned to leave, and I felt sadness radiating from her. Perhaps the shame of being found out had her acting so strangely. I had no idea what holding onto a secret that long could do to a person. Back at the restaurant, I had been hoping she might actually feel relieved to finally have this out in the open. But whatever she was feeling, I knew I'd help her get over it. All that really mattered was that we were all together now. I'd make up for missed time. And we'd end up happy. Everything had come together just the way it was supposed to. I'd always had a reason to come to Seattle. Our son and the woman I'd never stopped loving had a home here. And it would become my home too. With bowls of whipped cream smothered chocolate ice cream in hand, I went to join them. Skye had a blanket on the floor, and Reagan sat on the sofa. I placed the bowl in front of him. "Try not to make a mess, slugger." "I'll be very careful." He looked up at me with eyes that looked just like mine, and my heart lurched in my chest. "Thank you, Ari. I'm glad you came over." "Me too." Ruffling his hair, I went to take a seat right next to Reagan. "How about a little bite, baby?" She shook her head, then whispered, "Can you cool it with the baby talk?" "I will not." I put a scoop of ice cream on my spoon, then held it to her lips. "Take a bite." Her lips held tight, she shook her head. So I took the bite, then scooped up some more as she said, "Ari, please." Then I put the bite into her mouth, laughing as I did. "Please what?" Skye looked back at us and laughed. "Mom's got whipped cream on her cheek." I'd accidentally gotten some on her when she jerked her face back from the spoon. I wiped it off with my thumb, then licked it. Yum. The movie began, and Skye turned his attention to the television. I turned my attention to Reagan, holding her hand as I put the bowl down on the coffee table. I really was full from my dinner and had no more room, and she obviously didn't want to eat anything. Skye had been right. We all laughed like crazy throughout the whole movie, and my cheeks hurt from all the smiling I did. It almost felt right. Reagan's happiness was the only thing missing. She laughed at times because she couldn't help herself. Mostly though, she was quiet, withdrawn, and uneasy. I didn't like it, and knew we had to deal with it. "Well, little man," Reagan said as she got up. "Time for bed. Go brush those teeth and change into your pajamas, then get to bed. I'll come in to kiss you goodnight when you tell me you're ready." Skye stood up, a bit bleary-eyed. 10 o'clock must have been well past his normal bedtime. "'Kay, Mama." He took a few steps, then stopped to look at me. "Will you come over again?" This was the most fun I've ever had. A lump lodged in my throat as I nodded. "Sure. I had a lot of fun too." Reagan's eyes went to the floor as she picked up the bowls of melted ice cream and headed for the kitchen. I got up, following behind her. She looked at me with sad eyes. "He really has never laughed that much. He likes you a lot. I'd like to stay so we can talk." I came up behind her, running my hands down her arms. "There's a lot to say." She sighed, but we heard Skye call out before she could say anything. "Come kiss me, Mama. I'm sleepy." Turning off the water, she wiped her hands on a towel, then walked away. I finished cleaning the bowls, then put them on a towel beside the sink. As I walked back to the living room, I saw her close his bedroom door, then come to me with her head down. I took a seat on the sofa so we could sit and talk. Picking up the remote, I turned off the television as she went to her knees in front of me. For the briefest of moments, my body took over my brain, making me think she wanted to get right to the good stuff by giving me a surprise. Instead, she lifted tear-filled eyes. "Please don't take him away from me, Ari. I'm sorry for what I did to you both. But I can't live without my son. I know you've got the money and the right to do it, but please don't." Taken aback, I found myself speechless. "Take him away from you?" She put her hands on top of my legs. "I'll do whatever you want me to. Please just don't take him from me. I know you must hate me. I know he's going to hate me when you tell him I kept him from you. But I can't be happy without him." Taking her by the arms, I shook her slightly, knowing I had to make her stop. "Reagan, I'm not about to take him from you. I don't hate you. I'd like to fully understand why you felt you had to hide him from me, but I'm not going to do anything to hurt that boy, and it would hurt him to leave you. Plus, I love the hell out of you, and would never want to hurt you in any way." Gasping and gulping, she didn't seem to believe me. "How can you not hate me? Ari, what I did was so wrong. But I did it because I thought it was best for you. With your career in mind, I took the responsibility of our son on my own." "But why did you do that?" I needed to understand. I knew there'd be some logical explanation, because the woman I knew had always been logical. "It was my fault. I lied to you that last night we were together." She sobbed, then buried her face in my lap. "I told you I wasn't ovulating, but I didn't know for sure." "I see. But I had to ask more. Did you try to get pregnant, Reagan? And no more lies. I just want to hear the truth." Shaking her head, she said, "I didn't try to get pregnant. But I wanted to feel you just once. Feel all of you, without protection on. And then we just didn't stop. We made love many times that night. So, when you found out you were pregnant, you felt you'd done that to yourself and that I wasn't to blame?" I could see why she would have thought that at the time. She had been young and probably not thinking straight. "And you had so much going on." She wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands, smudging her mascara. "It went on so long that I didn't know how to tell you the truth once I saw you. And I never looked for you because I didn't want my secret to get out." Nodding, I understood. "Baby, we're going to get through this. And you and I will make our son understand why you did what you did. We'll think of something to tell him so that he'll never have to wonder again why you made that choice. And please don't blame yourself for the pregnancy. We were both smart enough to know the risks we were taking." She looked astonished. "You'd do that? For me? The woman who stole 5 years of your son's life away from you?" "I don't look at it that way." I didn't know how I looked at it quite yet. I just knew I wasn't angry. "I'm not mad, Reagan. Not even a little. It would have been amazing to be with you through all of that, but I don't feel like I've been cheated out of something. I feel like I've been given an incredible gift. I'm just so damn happy to have you both, and that seems to be overriding anything else." Cupping her face, I kissed her, tasting the salty tears and feeling like things had finally fallen back into place. I had her back. And now I had a son too. But there was still a lot we had to sort out. Pulling back, I asked, "Will you marry me, Reagan?" "I don't think it's the right time." She looked at me with frightened eyes. My jaw clenched, the frustration that hadn't been there before finally beginning to creep in. "Reagan, are you saying that because you're not in love with me? Or is there some other reason?" "Because I want you to know that I forgive you for what you've done. But if you try to stop me from seeing our son now, if you try to stop me from being the father to him that I want to be, then we're going to have a big problem." I knew it. She got up and glared at me. "If I don't give you what you want, then you'll take him from me." Stunned, I didn't know what to say for a moment. But I figured laying it all on the line was the only thing to do. "I love you. I want to get on with our lives. I want to be married to you. I want to live together. And I still have Skye to think about." She crossed her arms over her chest. "And what you want is just too much too soon, Ari. Can't you see that? We have to take things slower. For his sake, we have to do that." I just didn't agree. "I don't see why. I'm not mad, but now that I've found you again, found both of you, I feel like we need to make up for lost time. And I want you to be on the same page as me." I sighed, seeing the look in her eyes and knowing that nothing good would come from us continuing the conversation just now. "I've got a lot to think about, Reagan. I need to leave." As I went toward the door, she grabbed my arm. "I love you, Ari. But sometimes love isn't enough. And I couldn't agree with you any less." I pulled my arm away from her grip. "I've lost years with that boy and you. I don't want to lose even one more day. Good night." Leaving seemed the best thing to do, as our tempers had gotten a bit hot and I didn't want any more harsh words thrown around. She was right about one thing: our son was more important than either of us or what we wanted. Chapter 16. Reagan. My entire body shook as I watched Ari leave. He wasn't mad about Skye. He hadn't gotten angry until I'd told him I wouldn't marry him. I didn't understand him at all sometimes. I needed something to help me calm down, so I went to the kitchen and pulled a bottle of red wine out of the fridge. Filling a wine glass to the top, I took a big gulp, draining nearly half the glass, and then filled it up again. Going to the sofa, I sat down and tried to think rationally. Ari wanted us to become a family. And I did too, now that my secret was out. But what amount of time would be considered appropriate to let a child know he had a father he'd never known? The real question: how long would Ari let me wait to tell our son this huge news? The wine went down fast and the questions became less and less urgent. I started thinking about what I knew. Like, I knew I loved Ari. I knew Ari loved me. I knew our son had an instant connection with his father. And I knew Ari was more than ready to take on a family. The wine, the late hour, and the fact that I was drinking on an empty stomach had me feeling drowsy. I laid back on the sofa, putting my empty glass on the coffee table. A few questions popped back into my mind. Why do I keep thinking I need to wait on everything? Did I really want any more time to go by with my son not knowing he has a father? Why did I expect everyone to conform to what I want? I never liked to think of myself as selfish, but there it was, hitting me square in the chest. I'm one big selfish person. Maybe I'd been using Ari's reaction to the fact that I'd kept his son away from him as a shield against having to face my own selfishness. It certainly had worked for 6 years. But that wouldn't hold any longer. Wrapping my arms around my middle, I thought about how confused Ari must feel. How hurt he must be at me continually turning him down. I began to feel horrible. The man still loved me after all this time, and all I could do was push him away. I had used my secret as my excuse before, but what was the reason now? Time. I am a lowlife. My cell sat on the table next to the other end of the sofa. I needed to get up, and at the very least text Ari to tell him how sorry I was, and ask him to talk tomorrow to figure out how to handle this. and to tell him that I'd let him make the decisions from now on, since I'd robbed him of that for so many years. But my head felt too heavy, keeping me in place. My will was strong, but it couldn't compare to my weak, emotionally drained, and tipsy body. I closed my eyes and began to drift off. Before I was too far under, I heard a light tapping sound, and then opened my eyes to find my front door opening. Ari had flowers in his hand and a frown on his face as he looked at me, splayed out on the sofa. "Reagan? Why isn't the door locked? You okay, baby?" I shook my head. "No. I'm a bad person." Closing the door, he walked over to me, getting on his knees in front of me. "No, you're not a bad person. Things got out of control earlier, and I didn't want to leave them that way. I shouldn't have run off. And I shouldn't have asked you to marry me on the heels of what I'd just found out." Reaching out, I put my hand on his shoulder. "So, you don't want that anymore?" I felt my heart lurch. "I didn't say that. I said I shouldn't have asked so soon." He leaned over to kiss my forehead. After calming down and thinking about it, I knew it sounded as if I wanted to make you marry me. And I don't want to make you do anything. I want you to want to marry me, not think I'll take your son away if you don't. Running my hand through his hair, I felt that old heat pooling between my legs. "Want to go to my bedroom and make up?" Ari smiled as he picked up my wine glass. "Would it disappoint you if I took a rain check on that offer? I'd like you to remember every last detail about our first time together after 6 long years. Looks like you might have had enough wine on an empty stomach to make that impossible." He might have been right, but thinking about him for so long and finally having him so close to me had made me pretty horny. Pulling him by his shoulders, I begged, "Please, Ari. I need you." Moving closer, he looked into my eyes. "Man, I love you, Reagan. You have no idea how much I love you. All I want is to hold you all night long again, the way I did back then." He pushed my hair back. "Your body is the only one that fits mine so perfectly. And if I didn't want this moment to be perfect, I'd pick you up and carry you to that bedroom, peel your clothes off, then ravage the body I've missed for so long. It will be perfect no matter what, Ari. Nothing can go wrong, as long as it's the two of us together. And I won't lie to you about anything, ever again. I'm not on any type of birth control, so if you decide to give in to me, then that's up to you." His lips quirked to one side. "You're not making this easy, you know. I want you. I want you forever. My body is arguing with my head and my heart right now. But I love you. It's more than merely lust, what I feel for you. So, you're out of luck tonight. But tomorrow, you'd better watch out. I'll be coming to you with a strap of preservatives a mile long. Promise." I pulled him closer. "'Cause I'm going to be ready for that, babe." With a heavy sigh, he whispered, "Glad to hear you calling me that again." His lips barely touched mine. "I've missed this." "Me too." I parted my lips, running my tongue over his, listening to him groan in pleasured agony. "You sure you won't carry me to the bed, Ari?" I only had 1 glass of wine. I thought about how I'd gulped down half of the glass, then refilled it. I didn't want even a little fib between us. Well, 1.5 glasses. "It would be very nice to get to sleep with you." His fingertips ran over my cheek. "But I think you'd molest me if I tried that tonight." "Molest?" I smiled. "Yeah, you're right." Reaching for him, I pulled him back to me. "Lie here with me then. Hold me. Kiss me. You know where that'll lead." He got up, then walked away from me. "I think a cup of coffee and a sandwich would be much better for you. I'm afraid if you fall asleep in this state, you'll have a wicked hangover in the morning." Lying on my side, I watched him as he disappeared into my kitchen. "If I sober up, then will you take me to bed and ravage me, Ari?" "We'll see," he called out to me. I smiled as hope sprang up inside me. "Sober up, girl. Your man's back, and you can have him again if you just sober up. Why'd I drink that damn wine?" Thinking about it a little, I knew if I hadn't had the wine, I wouldn't have felt so relaxed during our conversation. Yeah, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Giving Ari control over things felt good. I didn't have to make a plan to tell our son about his father. Ari would handle that. I didn't have to worry about what we'd do. Ari and I could figure that out together. Ari knew how to take care of things, and I knew Skye and I were now in great hands. The coffee's almost ready, honey. Ari came to my side, sneaking up on me and making me jump. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Reaching out, I ran my fingers over his leg as he stood in front of me. Ari, I love you. I love you too, baby. He brushed my hair back. Do you want turkey on rye? Or would you rather have roast beef on sourdough? I'd rather have you. I smiled at him. Then eat and have some coffee and we'll see how things go. He kissed my cheek then stepped back before I could grab him. Turkey on rye it is. And potato chips, I added. And a dill pickle. And maybe some vanilla pudding. I think there's some in the fridge. And put some of that whipped cream on top of it. No. I had a brilliant idea. No, save the whipped cream for bed. I want to squirt it all over your hard. Reagan. Ari interrupted, suddenly standing in front of me again. Hush, baby. You don't want Skye to hear you saying all that. You're talking pretty loudly. Blinking slowly as I looked up at him, I whispered, You're gonna be the best daddy ever, Ari. Skye's so lucky. He's the luckiest kid in the whole world to have you. Tears burned the backs of my eyes as I grabbed at Ari's leg. And I'm so sorry, babe. I am. Getting on his knees, he leaned in close, running his hands over my head. Baby, hush now. I think you need sleep. Just sleep. I'll put everything away. Your day is over. Sleep. I took his hands, holding them to my chest. I'll sleep. I'll do what you say, Ari. You know best. I'm putting myself and Skye in your hands now. I trust you. I should have always trusted you, but I was stupid. You're not stupid. He kissed me on the forehead. You've never been stupid. And I don't want to rule over you. I want us to make decisions together. Like a team, Reagan. I love you. Now get to sleep. Morning will come, and then we can talk, and if you stay sober, we can finally get back to the good stuff we used to do. Promise? I asked, my eyelids starting to feel extremely heavy. His blue eyes sparkled as he looked into my drooping ones. I promise. Close those gorgeous green eyes of yours and go to sleep. Stay. I took his hand. Please. I think it's best I leave tonight. We'll make decisions tomorrow. I felt his lips press against the top of my head. This is nice. I snuggled down as I felt a blanket fall over me. Night, babe. Night, my little sparrow. Ah, it's good to be back. Chapter 17. Arslan. As I cleaned the kitchen, I found peace in my heart for the first time in a very long time. Reagan's drunken state wouldn't last, but I knew she'd stick to her word. All the bullshit was behind us, and she'd let me help decide what was best for our son. Now, all I had to do was figure out what that might be. It did seem a little too forward to tell him the news just yet. We'd just met. What kind of psychological repercussions would there be if we shocked him with the news? But I also had to think about how he'd be affected if we waited too long to let him in on the truth. As I wiped down the countertops, I got an inkling of what Reagan had gone through. This shit ain't easy. When you hold a child's life in the palm of your hand, it doesn't feel unlike having a patient on the operating table. One wrong move and his life is over, or he's left brain damaged or paralyzed, or both. Never having been a father, I had a lot to learn. But I felt up for it, even though there was a lot to do. I had to find a house, for starters. No son of mine would be growing up in a little apartment, not when I could provide so much more. As unhappy as I was with my mother just now, she needed the chance to get to know her only grandchild for now. I wanted to have another child with Reagan as soon as possible. The one thing I did know about kids was that sometimes, if there were too many years between siblings, it made it hard for them to bond. So having another baby had to be at the top of our list. Of course, I would have to talk to Reagan about that and make sure she was on board. But I didn't think she'd balk at the idea. I could tell Skye's happiness meant more to her than anything else. Since she and I were both only children, and had discussed that when we were in med school, we knew we wanted any children of ours to have siblings. Having the basics out of the way made things a lot easier. And it would mean we could get right back to growing our relationship. I knew our history would mean we could move faster than people who didn't know each other well. And I couldn't help but notice that Skye and I had an immediate ease with each other. It had been just like that between me and his mother, too. Instinct told me things would be fine, and it wouldn't take much time at all to get my family going strong. Leaning on the counter, I thought about how life was going to be so different for me from now on. So different for all of us. With the kitchen cleaned up, I went into the living room to check on Reagan. She snored softly on the sofa, a slight smile on her pink lips. I thought I might go check in on Skye before leaving. I walked quietly down the hall, and then opened the door to his bedroom. There was a little car's nightlight in the outlet right next to his bed, lighting him up with a soft pink glow. I couldn't help myself, and eased into the room with ninja-like stealth. His dark waves splayed out on the pillow in every direction, just like mine when I slept. The stray hairs beckoned me to smooth them out. "You're such an angel, Skye. I'm so lucky." Leaning over, I left a kiss on top of his head before leaving the room. My heart had never felt like this. So full and yet so light at the same time. Somehow I knew that feeling would only grow more and more as I got to know my son and fell in love with him. I didn't know him well yet, but I already felt such a connection and could swear I felt love in my heart for him too. Although it made no sense, I didn't care. Allowing myself to fall head over heels for my kid couldn't be wrong. There were so many things to do with him. Toss the ball back and forth in our backyard. Teach him to drive one day. I couldn't possibly leave that up to his mother. She drove like demons were chasing her. No, I'd teach my son how to drive, how to swim, things I was pretty sure he didn't know how to do yet. And I'd give him everything he would possibly need to make his dreams come true, just like my dad had done for me. As I closed his door, I couldn't stop smiling as I thought about taking him on my yacht. He could play pirate as we cruised the Atlantic Ocean. What a life the kid was about to have. Even with his wild imagination, I was sure he couldn't have guessed he'd ever get the opportunities he now had. With so much to do, like getting a will drawn up that included Skye and Reagan, I had to make sure I took time to sit down and call my lawyer as soon as I could the next day. And I wanted to give my son my last name too. Skye Dawson. Yeah, it sounded good. But I hadn't even asked Reagan what Skye's middle name was. I hoped it would flow well with my last name. I stopped and looked at the closed door to what I bet was Reagan's room. Maybe I should put her in her bed. The alcohol most likely had her out cold. But that didn't mean I couldn't make her more comfortable. I could even undress her to get her ready for bed, but I knew what that would do to me. No, I'll let her deal with that on her own. For tonight, anyway. I needed it to be Reagan's choice when I got to see her naked again, not mine. And by the way she'd acted and the things she'd said, even under the influence of the wine, I had a pretty good idea that she'd be stripping for me very soon. I quickly carried Reagan to her bedroom, leaving her clothes on, and tucked her into bed. Before leaving, I put the vase of flowers on her bedside table so she would see them when she woke up, then kissed her on top of her head. Night-night, baby. I grabbed the spare key that was hanging next to the door and made sure to lock the door behind me, then slid the key back under the door. Then I headed out into the cold, dark night. I didn't want to leave her porch light on all night, so I used my cell to help me navigate down the sidewalk to where I'd parked my car. A light caught my eye, and I looked over to see a car parked on the other side of the parking lot. It was past midnight, and I wondered who would be sitting in a car with the interior lights on but with no engine running, on such a cold night. As I neared the end of the sidewalk, the person rolled the window down and looked at me. A man with short hair, most likely dark hair, stared at me as I made my way to the parking area. Since he wouldn't stop staring, I walked up to the black four-door Ford Taurus. "Hi." He nodded. "You came out of that apartment there, did ya?" Looking back over my shoulder, I asked, "You mean number 8? Funny how she lives in apartment number 8, that's how old my daughter was when she killed her." He blew a puff of smoke out the window, and I could smell the harsh scent. "Someone killed your little girl?" I looked at him and asked. Nodding, he jerked his head toward the apartment I'd just come from. "That woman in there did. She didn't look for a heart for my little girl. No, she was too busy taking her bastard son to his ball games, instead of finding my daughter the heart she needed. This was my first Thanksgiving without my little girl. Do you know how it feels to have to spend the holidays without the kid you loved more than life itself?" It was clear this guy was talking about Reagan, and I didn't like it one bit. "I'm deeply sorry for your loss, sir. But your anger is misplaced. I suggest you seek out a therapist. If your daughter was indeed a patient of Dr. Story's, then you can contact her office, and they'll give you a referral to someone who can help you deal with your loss. But for now, I think you should be going." "Who are you to her, anyway?" His eyes narrowed. "I've never seen you here before." "So, you're telling me you've been stalking Dr. Story for a while now?" I took my phone out to take his picture. "Well, that's going to end right now." "What the heck are you doing, mister?" The man rolled up his window quickly. The dark tint made it impossible to get a clear picture of him. But there was still the license plate, and I stepped back as he turned his car so I could at least get a picture of that. He seemed to have that covered too, as the light by the license plate wasn't on. I had had enough, though. Reagan would most definitely know who the guy was. And I'd make sure she knew this man had been hanging out at night, watching her apartment and her comings and goings. We could call the police in the morning. I knew they'd be more likely to take us seriously if we had all the facts about this creeper straight. In the meantime, if need be, I'd hire bodyguards for her and Skye. No one would be screwing with my family. After getting into my rental car, I decided to wait for a bit to make sure the stalker didn't come back. I wished I could have gotten more than just the make and model of his car. I stayed for an hour before I started getting sleepy. I'd locked Reagan's door, so I knew they were safe. And the man had apparently been stalking her for some time without doing anything rash. Feeling they were safe, I headed back to my hotel. As I made the drive, I decided I would stay at the apartment with them from now on, or at least until that guy got dealt with. I would have stayed tonight had I not locked myself out already. And the last thing I wanted to do was wake Reagan up, upsetting her with the news she had a disturbed man watching her. Praying the poor man would seek help as I'd advised him, I drove away, feeling more and more uneasy the further I drove. If anything happened to the family I'd just been reunited with, I didn't know what I'd do. Seeing the hotel just in front of me, I decided to go in, pack some of my things, then head back to Reagan's. If she didn't answer her door and I had to sleep in the car, then so be it. Once in my room, I grabbed the essentials, a toothbrush, a change of clothes, and then I thought I'd bring along a pillow and blanket, just in case I had to sleep in the car. Just before I left the room, my cell rang. Reagan's name appeared on the screen and I answered the call. "Hey baby. I'm glad you're awake. I want to come back over. I want to tell you about something." "Oh, Ari, I just woke up feeling awful." She made a gagging sound. "I shouldn't have fallen asleep without eating. I'm puking like crazy. But I'll get up and unlock the door if you want to come sleep with me." No. I didn't want her leaving the door unlocked. "You lock your windows, right?" "Yeah." She cleared her throat. I hate puking. I shouldn't have let you fall asleep without eating. That's my bad." Feeling torn about what to do, I kept going back to the fact that they were locked securely in their home, and the man had never done anything crazier than keep tabs on them. Knowing that Reagan felt sick, I didn't want to further disturb her sleep. I'll come over bright and early to take care of things for you, baby. You sleep. I'll call before I come over. Thanks, babe. She sighed loudly. I love this area, I really do. Being back to our old selves, it feels so wonderful. I know things with Skye will fall into place too. I can't wait to see you in the morning. Love you, babe. I love you too, Reagan. One more thought went through my head. And don't open the door if you hear someone knocking. Kay. By her muffled voice, I could tell she'd already pulled the blankets up and was heading back to dreamland. Kay, good night, Ari. I was pretty sure it wasn't going to be a good night for me. Now to see if I can get some sleep before heading back over there. Chapter 18. Reagan. I woke up with my stomach twisting again at around 3 in the morning. Throwing off the blankets, I whined, not again. As I ran to the bathroom, I vowed never to drink on an empty stomach for the rest of my life. My stomach was empty, but the spasms just kept on coming as I crouched in front of the toilet, dry heaving. Knowing nothing else would come up, I decided drinking some water might help. Throwing up something was better than throwing up nothing. I'd thrown on a pair of jersey shorts and a tank top to sleep in and trod out of my room in bare feet. Just as I opened my door, I heard a strange noise coming from Skye's room. Pushing open his door, I felt the cold wind blowing across my skin. His blue curtains fluttered in the breeze. Not fully understanding why he'd gotten up and opened his window, I looked at the bed. My knees went weak. Skye? I looked around the dark room, lit only by his nightlight. A pink glow near the head of his bed showed me the empty space where he should have been. Skye. Running to the window, I found it wasn't only open, but the screen was gone too. Leaning out of it, I saw the screen lying on the ground. The sound of tires squealing drew my attention. A black car sped out of the parking area, and I knew my son had to be in that car. In a flash, I climbed out the window screaming and ran as fast as I could to catch the car before it got away. Stop. Skye. Someone help me. Please. I couldn't see the license plate, and before I knew it, I couldn't even see the taillights anymore as I ran down the desolate street. Stopping, I looked around and found no one I could flag down to chase the vehicle. I had to go back inside and get my phone. Running as fast as I could, I climbed back in through Skye's window, and then ran to get my cell out of my bedroom. Calling 911, I tried not to panic. 911, what's your emergency? This is Dr. Reagan's story. I live in the Orchard Apartments 2 blocks from the hospital. My son's been kidnapped. A black car, 4-door I think, drove off with him. I couldn't see the license plate, but it went north on 1st Avenue. I need help right now. Panting, I felt like I might pass out and sat on the bed, putting my head between my legs. Have you given your home a thorough search, doctor? She asked me. I hadn't done that, so I got up to look everywhere. I'm checking it out now. But listen to me, the screen on my 5-year-old son's window was off. His window was unlocked and opened. I saw the car taking off just as I leaned out the window. I will check the house, but please send police to look for that car and someone to come here too, to get prints and stuff. I've got officers on the way. I heard her typing and then giving directions. Anyone in the 1st Avenue area, I need you to be on the lookout for a black 4-door. She asked me, is it a sedan or an SUV? It's a car, a sedan, I answered as I went from room to room, finding no sign of my son. Hurry, please. A knock came to my door and I ran to answer it as the dispatcher told me, officers have arrived at your home. Please let them in. Throwing the door open, I cried, help me please. My son's been kidnapped. And then I promptly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The 2 officers came in, immediately trying to calm me down, an impossible task. One took me by the arm, leading me to take a seat on the sofa. He took the cell phone out of my hand. Thanks, we'll take it from here, he told the dispatcher. I need to call his father, I gasped out somehow. I need him here with me. I held out my hand for my phone. Hold on a minute, one of the officers said. Can you get us a picture of the missing child? We need to get this information out right away. Knowing I couldn't do a thing to help find my son if I kept crying, I shook my head to clear it, then focused on what I needed to do. Yes? I got up and ran to my room to get the pictures out of the top of my closet where I'd stashed them. Taking the latest one, I ran to give it to them. Here. His name is Skye Allen Story. He's 5. What else do you need to know about him, other than someone in a black car took him? I wiped my eyes with the backs of my hands to clear what remained of the tears I'd managed to get under control. How do you know for sure he was kidnapped? One of the men asked me. I mean, was the boy angry with you? Did he have a reason to run away? And you said you need to call his father. Is it possible he called his father because he was mad at you, and his father came to pick him up without informing you? No. I shook my head as I held my hand out, needing my phone. I'll call him, and he'll tell you everything. I just need him here with me, and I need you to find my son. Finally, the one holding my phone gave it back to me. Get the father over here as fast as you can. Most times it's the other parent who's taken the child. Not this time. Just find that black car. I finally got my fingers to work and called Ari. Reagan? A groggy voice answered. Everything okay? It's like 3 in the morning. Get over here, Ari. Someone's taken Skye. I ended the call before he could ask anything else. He's coming. Can you show me to his room now? One of them asked while the other searched the rest of the apartment. I led the man to Skye's room, then pointed at the window. See, I told you. That window stays locked, so you need to see how it got unlocked. I would look from the outside, as I know my son wouldn't unlock it for anyone. Shaking his head, he acted like he didn't believe me. You'd be surprised what kids will do. I've seen all kinds of things. Has your son ever sleepwalked? No. I finally noticed my skimpy attire and went to put on a robe and some house shoes. When I came back, I saw the cop fiddling with the locking mechanism. Hey, you don't even have gloves on. He looked like a deer in the headlights. Well, I don't need them to see how this lock works. Well, there might be fingerprints on that lock. I couldn't wait for Ari to come. He'd make sure these morons didn't mess anything up. I want you two to wait for my son's father to get here before you do any more investigating. Looking sheepish, he ducked his head, then went out to his patrol car, stopping only long enough to get his partner to go with him. I heard him whispering about me being an amateur sleuth that would get them into trouble if they gave me any reason to. And the man was right. Standing at the door, not even feeling the cold as the wind blew past me, I waited and watched for Ari's car to pull in. And in a few minutes, he did. Bolting out the door, I ran to him as fast as I could, needing the strength I knew his presence would give me. Ari caught me as he jumped out of the car, which he'd parked sideways behind the police car. Reagan, what happened? I started crying as he held me. I couldn't help it. My entire body shook, my head felt as if it would burst. Someone took him, Ari. Right out his bedroom window. Someone? Holding me tight, Ari didn't wait for me to say anything more as he shouted to the cops who sat in their car. Hey, get out here. Looking like a couple of bumbling idiots, they came up to us. Sir, what's your name? Dr. Arslan Dawson. Look, I saw a man sitting out here in a black 4-door Ford Taurus at 15 minutes after midnight tonight. Ari looked one of the men dead in the eyes. Listen closely, perhaps record this or write it down. This is your man, guys. Ari looked at me. Tell them the name of the man who had an 8-year-old daughter, a patient of yours, that passed away waiting for a heart. John Haney. I couldn't breathe. Shit. He called me the other day. He was upset about Thanksgiving and his daughter not being there. I hung up on him. He shouted for me to wait, but I didn't. I hung up. He wanted to talk, and I wouldn't listen. This is my fault, all my fault. Ari held me tight. Hush. This isn't your fault. And we know this man's name, and that's half the battle right there. Looking back at the police, he asked, "And you're still standing here because?" The two looked confused. Oh yeah. One of them took a little initiative. "I'll get on that." He glanced at Aries' car, blocking them in. "If you could move that, it would help." I had to let Aries go so he could move his car, and then I went back inside. I needed to get my cell and see if Haney's number was still on it. "Officers, I think I've got his number on my cell." "You'll need that." Aries pulled up, parking next to my car. When he got out, he came inside, where the officers had followed me. He saw me with my phone in hand. "You said he called. You're looking up the number?" "I am." I searched the call history and found it. Showing it to the officers, I said, "Here." Aries took out his cell. "I want that number too." Both officers looked at him with stern expressions. "Sir, you need to let us handle this," one of the officers cautioned. "You don't want to say something that might make him angry. He might hurt your son if he's angry." Aries looked irate as he slammed his fist against his palm. "Look, I want you to contact this man right now and offer him $1 million to release our son. I want you to tell him there will be no charges filed against him for kidnapping if he'll settle for the money. Got it?" I looked at Aries and felt incredibly lucky to have him back in my life, caring for our child. Looking up, I thanked God for putting everything in place for us. "Thank you," I whispered, not knowing exactly who I was thanking. Aries seemed to understand and put his arm around me. "We're going to get him back, baby. Don't worry. We have to get him back." Chapter 19. Arslan. Although my mind teetered on the verge of pure panic, I knew I had to keep it together for Reagan and our son. "Let's get you dressed, baby." The officers had gone to join the other members of the police force to find John Haney, leaving us alone. I'd never seen her this way, and it nearly killed me. So frail, so completely terrified, Reagan looked as if she could blow away at any moment. When I pulled her up from her seat on the sofa, she collapsed in my arms. Picking her up, I carried her to her bedroom, where I sat her on the bed. "I'll pick out some clothes for you, and then help you take a shower. We've got a lot to do. I need your mind sharp, baby." Skye needs us both to stay sharp, focused, and thinking of everything we can to get him back home safe and sound. Taking a deep breath, she put her face in her hands. "I've never been so afraid, Aries. Not ever. What if he's hurt? What is he's crying? What if that man is doing something horrible to him right now?" "Don't." I went back to pick her up, holding her tightly. "Don't think like that. The man I met was distraught, but I don't think he's going to hurt Skye. I think he just wants to scare you. If I offer enough money, I feel certain he'll give him back." The color of her green eyes paled as she looked at me. "He thinks I killed his daughter, Aries. He's told me that numerous times. I think he means to kill our son. I really do. And I'm so damn afraid he's already done it." I couldn't think that way, couldn't let her think that way. "Stop. This isn't going to help. We have to believe with all our hearts that our son is alive. We can't ever stop believing that. You know how important it is to keep up morale when faced with life or death situations, Reagan. Use your training to help you get through this. Aries, I can't just stop my mind from coming up with things. And I'm not being irrational. Why would he take our son if not to hurt him?" She pulled out of my arms, then ran into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. I heard her throwing up and decided to leave her be for a moment. Going to her chest of drawers, I found her some clean undergarments, then went to the closet to get her something warm to wear. A pair of black slacks, a forest green sweater, some black flats. She'd be comfortable and presentable if we had to do a press conference. I'd do anything we had to in order to get our son back. If I needed to up the offer, I would. If the man didn't respond to money, then others would. I wasn't going to stop at anything to get Skye back home. Decisions came quickly. He had 24 hours to respond to my offer. If he didn't respond before then, I'd change the offer to twice as much, Only I'd open that reward up to anyone who could give us information that led to getting our son back. As I headed back to the closet to see about getting a sweater or jacket for Reagan, I saw a black case on the top shelf. Pulling it down, I discovered it was a handgun case. Taking it with me to the bathroom, I knocked on the door. "Reagan, can I come in?" "Yes," came her weak reply. When I opened the door, I found her sitting on the floor in front of the toilet. "You have a gun?" She nodded. "The key to the box is in the top drawer of my nightstand. The bullets are in another drawer. The third one in my chest of drawers inside a black sock. I've never used the gun, but it's registered to me. I bought it when I moved out of my parents' house. We might need this. I'm putting it back where I found it for now, though. I thought about how the weapon might come in handy if it came to it. If the cops can't get our son, I will. I'm not waiting around either." I turned to walk back out to put the gun away, making sure to hide it so no one would find it if they did a thorough search of the apartment. "Ari," Reagan called out, stopping me. I looked back at her. "Thank you. For everything. I don't know what I would do without you. I don't want you to even think about that." I smiled at her, then jerked my head at the shower. "Do you need me to start that for you, or do you have this?" She got up and went to the shower. "I've got this. I can trust you. If I can't trust anyone else, I can trust you, Arslan Dawson." I wish I'd always understood that. Better late than never. I went to put the gun back in the closet and thought about calling the piece of shit who had my son. Knowing the police thought it a bad idea, I weighed my options. A little father-to-father communication, paired with the offer of more money than that man would make in a lifetime, might be the best thing to do. I couldn't leave Skye with that man for much longer. I had to find Skye before I lost my grip on sanity. If he hurts my son, so help me God. After putting the gun away, I went to sit on the bed, putting my mind to other things. The doorbell rang, and I got up to answer it. When I looked out the peephole, I saw another set of officers standing there in the porch light. Opening the door, I prayed for good news. "Did you find him?" Both shook their head, and I stepped back to let them in out of the cold. "We found Haney's home. No one's there. We haven't had any reports of his car yet, but it's early. If we don't find them shortly, we'll be putting out an Amber Alert. Once the sun rises and we get the public on our side, we'll have much better chances of finding them." "Did you go inside his home?" I asked. I knew they might not have the proper paperwork to do that just yet. "We woke up a judge and got a warrant to search his home," the other officer told me. "There are men on the scene there now. But I can tell you, he's not there, and there's no way of knowing if he even went there with your son. At least not until the prints come back from the lab." The other cop took over. "That's what we're here for. We need some prints off your son's things. That way we have them to compare to." I scanned the room and found his Kindle on the dining table. There should be prints on that over there. One of them had a small case in his hand that I hadn't even noticed. "I'll get the prints." Reagan must have heard us, as she called out from the bedroom. "Ari, can you come here please?" Heading her way, I found her dressed. But as she turned around, I saw she'd been unable to do the zipper that went up the back of the sweater. "Can you get this for me?" "Sure, baby." I zipped it up, then turned her around. Slipping my arms around her, I hugged her, hoping to settle us both a bit. "They've gotten into his house. No one's there. Has that man ever mentioned anything else about his personal life to you? Think of everything. Do you know where he worked when his daughter was your patient? I can get someone from the hospital to find that out, I think." She pulled back to look at me. "Ari, do you think you could hire a private investigator too?" "I'll get one as soon as possible." Looking at the window, I saw the first signs of light. The sun's going to be up soon, and the city will get back to work. I'll get us the help we need very soon. "Good." She rested her head on my chest. "I love you." Running my hand through her damp hair, I whispered, "I love you too." Come on, let's go to the bathroom and I'll braid your hair like I used to. We're going to head out, Dr. Dawson, one of the officers called out. We'll let you know if we find anything. Reagan looked at me. What did they come here for? Skye's fingerprints. I ran my finger along her jawline. I let them take them off the Kindle. Nodding, she whispered, smart. They're taking prints from Haney's house. If he took Skye there, his prints will be on something. I wasn't feeling optimistic about that. The man would be a fool to take him to his home. And even if he had taken him there, what help did that do us? All that mattered at the moment was that he wasn't currently there. Leading Reagan into the bathroom, I had her take a seat at the vanity. Hand me that comb. She picked it up and handed it over. Here you go. Running it through her damp curls, I sighed. We'd just gotten everything back, and then it had all gotten swept out from under us again. As right as we seemed to be for each other, why did things have a way of not working out for us? Were we cursed? Did that curse spill over to include our only child? And what could be done to end this thing? Reagan looked at me in the mirror. Ari, being who and what we are, do you think either of us has the capacity to take Haney's life if it came to that? I didn't know about her, but I knew how I'd felt the moment I'd heard someone had taken my son, a son I hadn't even gotten the chance to know yet. I could kill him. I could do it with my bare hands. There wasn't a single doubt in my mind. I could easily wring the man's neck for what he'd done. Reagan had another question. If one of us kills him, will we go to jail? I didn't know for sure. You let me deal with it. That way, if anyone has to go to jail, it'll be me. She closed her eyes, her whole body exuding an aura of pain and sadness. If it comes down to me having to do it, promise me you'll take care of Skye. And promise me you'll never take him out of my parents' lives. Nothing is going to happen to you, Reagan. I didn't even want to think about that. And no matter what happens, I would never take Skye away from the people he loves. When she opened her eyes, I saw the tears welling up in them. I just want him back home. Safe with both of us. I want to let him know you're his father. He needs to know he has you now. If you'd been here this whole time, he might not have ever been taken. We have no way of knowing that, Reagan. It wasn't like she'd heard Skye being taken. Why would I have heard it? The fact that I left when I did gave us the jump on things. If I hadn't left last night, I wouldn't have noticed him lurking about in his car. We know who has him because of that. Maybe we aren't cursed after all. Maybe we're blessed. Chapter 20. Reagan. The waiting was terrible, that and my imagination. The most horrible thoughts would pop up in my head. My poor son tied up. My baby boy bleeding. Bile welled up in the back of my throat, but I gulped it back down as I looked at Ari. Focusing on him brought me back to the here and now. He braided my hair, then laid the long braid over my left shoulder. There, that looks pretty. We're going to have to go public with this soon, Reagan. Blinking, I knew that meant a hell of a lot more than just asking for people's help to find our son. I need to call Mom and Dad. They shouldn't hear this on the news. You also need to ask that woman who watches Skye to come over here to stay while we're gone. Just in case he comes home somehow. Ari put his hands on my shoulders, turning me around to face him. If he gets free, Skye might make a run for it. He might show up here. I wouldn't be waiting around to see if that actually occurred. I'll get Phyllis over here. What's the plan, Ari? I need to do a search for private investigators. After that, I need to talk to the police department about setting up a press conference first thing this morning. While I'm doing that, I want you to get on social media and alert everyone you know in this area. Sounded smart. I'm on it. We spent the better part of an hour getting those things done, and then I called my mother. Morning, Reagan. What has you calling so early? Mom, you need to sit down if you're not already doing so, I warned her. Reagan, she asked, and I heard her taking a seat. What is it, honey? Is Dad near you? I figured he should be there to help her when she got the news. He's right here, she said. I'm putting you on speaker so he can hear you. This sounds important. Nothing had ever been so important. Okay, around 3 this morning, Skye was kidnapped. Someone came in through his window and took him. It was a man whose daughter had been a patient of mine. His daughter passed while waiting for a suitable heart to arrive for transplant. Stunned silence took over the line. And then there was shouting. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to kill him. My father yelled. I've been thinking that same thing. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. And there's a little bit more. Skye's father just found out yesterday about our son. He's here with me. We've notified the police and they're already searching for Skye, but his father's got some plans for how we can get him back. So you'll be seeing us on television shortly, as we're insisting the police set up a press conference. You told him? Mom asked. Yes, but it was a bit more complicated than that. I didn't know exactly how to explain what had happened. He saw us. He figured it out on his own. And we want to let Skye know as soon as possible who his father is. My father had one question. Is he going to be in his life now? He is going to be in our son's life and mine. We're going to get married and become the family we should have been all along. I still felt like a fool for making things go on so long. Baby, we need to get down to the station, Ari called out to me from the living room. Get Phyllis over here, please. Okay, guys. I had to wrap things up. We have to get going. I'll update you whenever we hear anything, or you can come meet us at the station. After a brief goodbye, I hung up. I went out to the living room and found Ari ready to go. Is she on her way over? Shaking my head, I let Ari put my coat on for me. I'll walk over to tell her the news and to give her my spare key. I doubt she's ready to get out yet. It's only 8. I'll get the car ready. You take care of that. He kissed my forehead, then we headed out. As I walked along the sidewalk to the next apartment, I found myself looking at the screen that still lay against the side of the wall. Shuddering, I tried not to think about what Skye was doing at this moment. Ringing her doorbell, I hoped I wasn't waking Phyllis. She opened the door, a mug of steaming coffee in her hand. Morning, Reagan. You need me to go sit with Skye this morning. I wish that was all I needed. Phyllis, I've got some terrible news. I took the mug from her so she didn't spill it, trying to keep control of my emotions. She gave me the oddest look as I went on. Skye was abducted around 3 this morning. Her eyes went wide, her jaw dropped, and she leaned against the door. No. I'm afraid so. I put my hand on her shoulder to help steady her. Look, I know this is a lot to handle. We've got to get down to the police station to do a press conference. I need you to stay in our apartment in case anything happens. Maybe Skye will come home, and I'll need you to tell me about that if it happens. We have lots to do today to get our son back, and we need eyes and ears at home. She asked, looking dazed. His father is here. I knew I'd really thrown her for a loop with everything I'd just laid on her. Reagan? Ari called out. We've got to get going. Handing over the spare key, I hurried to the car. Thank you, Phyllis. I'll be in touch. I'll be at your place, she called out, praying for Skye's quick and safe return to us. Thank you. I got into the car, then Ari took off. I hated to do that to her. She looked like she'd been slapped in the face. Yeah, I know how she feels. Ari sped all the way to the police station. After this, we'll go meet with the man I think we should hire. He's got a lot of good reviews, plus he's an ex-Navy SEAL. Sounds like our kind of man. I clutched the dashboard as Ari pulled into the parking lot. There's one of the news crew's vans. Looks like they're almost ready for us. I'd never been more nervous. I had never been in the spotlight, and these conditions were the absolute worst. I had no idea how I'd react. Ari came around to help me out of the car, as I'd frozen in place. Come on, Reagan. Let's get inside. He took my hand, pulling me out of the car. What if they ask me questions I don't have the answers to? Don't worry about a thing. He seemed cool as a cucumber. I've had to do a few of these for the hospital. I can keep a level head. Clinging to his arm, I appreciated his presence in every way. Again, Ari, I'm so glad you're here. You're never going to have to face even one more thing without me, Reagan. He kissed the side of my head. Not ever. A fleeting image moved through my head, the two of us standing together at our son's grave. Shaking my head, I wished I could stop those dire thoughts from taking root. Ari seemed so sure we'd get our son back, and that nothing horrible would happen to him. I had to think that way too. No good could come from me dredging up every dark scenario imaginable. Just as we stepped through the glass doors of the police station, the woman who sat behind the thick glass looked at us and came right out. They want you guys back here. She led us through several doors, then to a room in the back. There we came face to face with 6 reporters and quite a few cameras. One of the feistier reporters asked, "Dr. Story, is it true the man who's abducted your son is the father of a former patient?" I looked at the chief of police, who promptly took over. "Look, you guys have to give them a chance to get comfortable." He pointed at 2 chairs that sat behind a long table. "Please take those seats over there, and we'll get through this together." Ari had his arm around me and led me to our seats. He pulled the chair out for me, and I sat down, looking out at all the eyes staring back at us. "I feel sick." Ari sat down next to me, taking my hand and holding it underneath the table. "We're ready to begin." I wasn't even remotely ready, but thankfully Ari was, as the same eager reporter started asking questions. "Yes, the man who took our son is the father of one of her patients," Ari calmly replied. "And John Haney has been stalking Dr. Story for some time. It's of the utmost importance that we have everyone on the lookout for him. He needs to be brought in, whether he has our son with him or not. He is the only suspect. There's no need to look elsewhere." "Is Skye your biological son, Dr. Dawson?" another reporter asked. I cringed as I waited for how Ari would answer that. Ari glanced at me, then looked back at the man who'd asked the question. "His mother and I aren't going to respond to any personal questions. Do you have anything to ask that would aid in getting our son back?" One of the reporters finally said something that seemed helpful. "Were you suspicious when you found out that John Haney works maintenance for your apartment complex?" I couldn't believe it. "What?" I looked over to the officer around me, feeling lost. "I wasn't aware of that." She nodded. "He's been employed there for the last month. John Haney has a key to your apartment, Dr. Story. So, if he has that, then why go through a window when he could have easily walked in and out your front door?" Ari and I just looked at each other as we asked ourselves the same question. For the first time, I wondered if we had the right man after all. If not Haney, then who? Chapter 21. Arslan. Leaving the police station, I felt more urgency than ever before to find our son. "I don't care that Haney has a key to every apartment in your complex, Reagan." "But they're right, Ari," Reagan agreed with what the reporter had said. "If he has a key, then why not use it instead of dealing with the window?" Opening the passenger door, I gestured for Reagan to get in the car. After closing her door, I got in my side of the car as well before saying another word. There were too many eyes and ears from everyone funneling out of the conference, and I knew that some of them had started to turn suspicious eyes toward me. Think about it logically, Reagan. Anyone could see him walk in the front door, and you could have easily heard him. But who would see him going through a window at the side of the apartment? Looking straight ahead as we drove away from the police station, she thought that over before finally looking at me. "Yeah, you're right. The single-story units leave that side of my apartment pretty much hidden from view for the others in the complex. I'm not saying Haney hasn't used your front door at all. I had been thinking he had probably been in her home earlier that same day to figure out which room was Skye's. I think he may have gone in while you guys were out and unlocked Skye's window after making sure it was the one to his bedroom. His prints would have been on the inside of my home then. Reagan's eyes went wide. Do you think we should tell the police to dust for prints inside my apartment? We could try. I worried that the police would be looking in other directions for the culprit now, instead of keeping their focus on John Haney. They'd found no evidence of anything when they'd searched his home. The only thing odd about the man to them was his current absence. Reagan took her cell out of her purse. I'm calling Mom to ask her if they want to come over to be with us. Good. I knew she needed the moral support, and I knew her parents did too. You guys can lean on each other. Nodding, she made the call. Mom, do you and Dad want to come over to my place? Honey, yes, her mother whimpered. We're a couple of wrecks right now. We're on our way home now. You guys come whenever you want. Bye. Ending the call, Reagan looked over at me. This is too much, Ari. Do you feel like you should call your mother? She doesn't even know that I have a son, Reagan. And she's not even in the country. I saw no use in getting my mother riled up. Not when she had no idea that Skye existed. She and Bill took a trip to Tahiti for the holidays. I wouldn't want them around anyway. Oh yeah. She looked sheepish. I keep forgetting how she's moved on. Yeah, she's not the same woman you met back then. I hated how much my mother had changed after my father's death. It's as if she became a completely different person the moment Dad died. It's crazy and I don't like it. I hadn't told Reagan much about my mother's transformation. She had a facelift, dyed her hair platinum blonde, she looks completely different. She doesn't even dress the same. She wears that long flowy stuff. Boho chic, Reagan called it. Wow, she was all power pantsuits back then, wasn't she? And she had the same hair color as you, Ari. I can't imagine how much bleaching it takes to keep it platinum blonde. Looking out the window, she wondered aloud, I wonder if she was ever happy with your father. Me too. The thought had often come to my mind. I've often wondered if she had anything to do with Dad getting sick too. Shrugging her narrow shoulders, Reagan looked at me. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Ari. For one, you could never prove that. For another, she's still your mother, and you shouldn't think such bad things about her. When I was little, Mom used to do these little things I didn't understand. I recalled how she'd accidentally made us sick sometimes. Up until Dad hired a cook to cook for us at all times, Mom made our meals. She'd leave meat sitting out for too long sometimes and other bad food practices. For the first 5 years of their marriage, we all got food poisoning at least 3 times a year. Including her? Reagan asked. Nodding, I had to admit that Mom had gotten sick too. Yes, even her. Sound like she just didn't really know what she was doing. Not everyone has common sense. Maybe she just didn't have the intelligence you and your father did. It doesn't make her a bad person. Maybe after his death, it gave her freedom from feeling so dumb around you both. Maybe that's why she wrapped her life so quickly around this other man. Maybe. I thought about how Bill would always get on my father's case for calling Mom out when she'd said something wrong. Bill never tried to make Mom feel stupid. I have to admit, while Dad didn't do it on purpose, he had a knack for correcting anyone when they were wrong. It never bothered me. I like to be corrected when I'm wrong, so I can learn from it. Mom just looked kind of embarrassed when he'd do that to her. So there you are. Reagan smiled at me. Your mother didn't do anything nefarious, and she just finally feels free to be herself. No reason to hold that against her. I'd really like it if you could get over your bad feelings for her. For Skye's sake. I'd love for your mother to be in his life. He's her only grandchild, after all. It wouldn't be right to give her any less access to our son than my parents have. Nodding, I knew Reagan was right. After this is all over and we tell Skye about everything, I'll tell my mother and let her know she's more than welcome to come meet him. That's all I'm asking. Reagan looked at her apartment as we pulled to a stop in front of it. I really want him back home before tonight, Ari. I don't think I can sleep until he's safe with me. Baby, I'll do everything I can to make that happen. I meant it too. The pie should be here soon to meet with us. If he's as good as I hope he is, I'll get him right to work. Nodding, she got out of the car, heading up the sidewalk to the apartment. I got out and came up beside her, putting my arm around her. She laid her head on my shoulder. I can't stand this. I don't know how people live like this for weeks, sometimes even years. I have no idea. And I never want to find out. I opened the door to find the next-door neighbor cooking away in the kitchen. The house smelled wonderful. Do I smell cinnamon rolls? You sure do, Phyllis said as she came out of the kitchen. So you're Skye's father? Boy, what a resemblance. She held out her hand as she came to me. Phyllis Stanley. Nice to meet you. Dr. Arslan Dawson. I shook her hand. Nice to meet you too. Backing up, she headed back toward the kitchen. I'm going to bring out some platters of food and put them on the coffee table for you guys to nibble on. I know neither of you probably feels like eating, but you need something in your stomachs. I'll keep it smelling yummy in here to try to wake those appetites up. And I've got some fresh coffee in here too. Decaf, I'm sure your nerves are already frazzled enough. Hugging Reagan, I kissed the top of her head. She's great. Slipping her arms around me, Reagan hugged me back. She is. She put her head on my chest. The sound of your heartbeat makes me feel better somehow. I understand, baby. Moving to go sit on the sofa, I assured her that I felt the same. I need to feel you too. Just as we sat down, the front door opened and a man and woman came flying in. Reagan, have you heard the news? Pulling her head off my chest, Reagan asked with confusion, What news, Mom? They found a small body in the bottom of a ravine, just outside of town. Her mother turned and fell into the arms of her husband. I don't know what I'll do if it's my baby boy. Reeling from the news, I held Reagan that much tighter. It's not him, I kept chanting quietly. Reagan began crying, clutching my arms and moaning as the pain filled her. No, please. God, no. A knock at the door had Phyllis running from the kitchen, wiping her eyes as she'd overheard the horrible news. I'll get that. You guys try to relax. We don't know anything yet. Don't give up hope. She opened the door, and there stood a man of about 5 feet. A gold chain hung around his neck, and he had one front tooth of the same color. As my eyes took him in, I already knew he was not the man for us. I'm sorry, Mr. Baxter. We won't be needing to do an interview. I wasn't up to asking the man any questions about his expertise. His appearance alone told me he wouldn't be worth the time. I'd love the chance to tell you what I can do for you, Dr. Dawson, he called out as Phyllis kept him outside the door. She looked back at me and saw my expression, then took care of him herself. Let's step outside and you can tell me about your ideas. They've got some news that's shaken them up. She closed the door behind them to give us privacy. Reagan pulled her head off my shoulder to look at me. He's not going to be any help. The police don't seem to be any help. Ari, what are we going to do? And it might already be too late. She broke down again, and I grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her. I only wished I knew what more we could do. Well, for starters, I'm going to go into that kitchen, and I'm going to put some of that food Phyllis has made on a plate, and you and I are going to eat as much of it as we can. Then we'll call the station and ask about the body they found. Once they confirm that it's not our son, you and I are going to brainstorm until we come up with a plan of action. She wiped her eyes as she nodded. Okay, I'm with you. We're smart. We can figure something out. She looked at her parents, who sat down on the sofa next to the one we were sitting on. Mom, Dad, this is Ari. Getting up, I shook both their hands. Mr. and Mrs. Story, I want to thank you for all you've done for my son all this time. And even though I'll be taking my place as that boy's father for the rest of my life, you'll never lose what you've built with him. As God is my witness, I will never get in the way of what you have with our son. Reagan's mother reached out, taking my hand. Thank you, Ari. I can see you're a good man and that our daughter and grandson are in capable hands. Now, to show them all just how capable these hands really are. Chapter 22. Reagan. After a few bites of the homemade cinnamon roll, Ari urged me to talk, trying to keep my mind off the body that had been spotted in a ravine outside of town. We'd called the police station, and they'd said they didn't have any information for us yet, that they were still investigating what they'd found. They said they would inform us if the body matched Skye's description, but to keep our eyes on the news, that would likely be the quickest way for us to get information on what was happening at the ravine. Until then, Ari told me, there was no use thinking about the worst-case scenario. He asked me to tell him about the night Skye was born. It was a crappy, stormy night, and the labor and delivery department at Virginia Mason Hospital was packed. It was just like your son to decide he'd be joining us 2 weeks early. At midnight no less, Mom added. And I'd come down with a terrible cold. So I had to stay home, Dad recalled. Boy, I hated that. Mom leaned her head on Dad's shoulder as they sat next to each other on the other sofa. I hated that you missed it too. Ari's eyes told me that he also hated that he'd missed it. So it was just you and your mother there? Nodding, I could see it all in my mind as if it had happened yesterday. They had the lights low. You know how the nurses like to keep it dimly lit at night. My obstetrician told them I wouldn't have the baby for hours. She said she'd come in first thing in the morning. Bet you hated that, Ari said knowingly. Dang right I did. I took a sip of the coffee he held up for me. But Doc was right. My labor lasted an excruciating 28 hours. I remember thinking I'd be there for the next 2 weeks until his due date arrived. Ari knew better than that. They would take the baby by C-section before they let that happen. When my doctor came in to check me at lunchtime, I'd only dilated to a 4. My heart pounded as I recalled the state of fear her words had put me in. She told me I had until 5 o'clock to come around or she'd be taking me to the OR. Thankfully, 2 hours later, the nurse checked me and said she'd be calling the doctor. Another hour later, I held Skye in my arms. 6 pounds 7 ounces, Mom said. So little, so red and wrinkly, and so wonderful. Wonderful and covered in hair, I reminded her. He came out with lanugo. Our son looked like a baby monkey for his first couple weeks, before the hair fell out. Ari looked intrigued. I've heard premature babies come out with hair all over them. Did you take any pictures? I took tons of them. Getting up, I grabbed onto his hand, pulling him off the couch. Come on, I'll show you the pictures. I've got them all in my bedroom. I put the box full of pictures in the middle of my bed, then got on it to sit cross-legged. Come on, get up here and let's look at these, Ari. He sat next to me after kicking his shoes off. You did take a lot of pictures, Reagan. I know. I pulled out the package marked Week 1. Okay, here's your little monkey boy, Daddy. I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. I can't wait to hear him calling you that. Me neither. He took the pack and opened it up. Taking the top picture in his hand, he smiled as he looked at his newborn son. Man, he was red and wrinkly, wasn't he? And mad by that look on his face, I pointed out. For something so small, that boy made a lot of noise right from the start. Strong lungs, Ari commented with pride, and then moved on to the next picture. Is this his first bath? Yup. You see that pained expression on my face? I ran my finger over my face on the picture. What the hell, baby? He asked with a chuckle. You act like you've just seen the grossest shit ever. Yeah, well, I had. Or I thought so at that moment. Later, things got much grosser. I thought briefly about one particular poop incident that I knew had actually been the grossest my son had ever been. Mom grabbed the camera a moment too late to capture the stream of pee your son had shot right into my face. Ari nearly fell off the bed, he laughed so hard. Oh shit. Some even got into my mouth. I shook my head as I remembered that horrible moment. And I told Mom to take over so I could go brush my teeth. Only she was on her knees, laughing too hard to help out. It was a fiasco. But I finally gave our boy his first bath. Going to the next picture, he looked confused. And why does he look like he's trying to get away from you here? Oh yeah. That was day 1. We were still in the hospital. Breastfeeding had taken a while for both of us to get used to. See how he's thrown his head back? Yeah. Ari squinted as he pulled the picture up. Is that your chest I see there? He looked at me with raised brows. Yes, it is. I took the picture away from him. That was our first attempt at breastfeeding, and your son was not very taken with what I had to offer. Bet he got over that quickly. Ari ran his hand up, giving one of my breasts a little squeeze. They're one of my favorite parts of you. Giggling, I whispered, I know. But not baby Skye. He didn't want any part of that business. Not until he got close to starving, then he latched on and sucked me dry for the next 6 months. Good to know he got some of the good stuff. Ari leaned in, then kissed my lips. Pulling back, he said with a husky, lusty voice, I can't wait to get to the good stuff with you, baby. We've got so much lost time to make up for. I've got so much I want to talk to you about, too. Not now, of course, but later, once we have our boy back. Running my fingers lightly over his cheek, I tried hard not to cry or to think about any negative outcome. I've missed you so much. You have no idea. I can't quit saying how happy I am that I've found you again. And even happier that you don't hate me for what I've done. You're a dream, babe. Taking my hand in his, he held it to his face as he gazed at me. You're a dream come true, Reagan Story. Together, we can do anything. We have to believe that with everything in us. We can move mountains if we have to. We can do whatever it takes to get our son back. Gulping, I knew we could do this. Whatever it took to get Skye back, we would find a way to achieve it. I believe you, Ari. His eyes searched mine for the longest time before he said, I couldn't have found you again, couldn't have found out about a son, just to have either of you taken away from me so soon. I believe that with all my heart, Reagan. This will end happily. I know it will. We will find our happy ending. I just want to find our happy right now. I smiled. I'll take whatever comes after that. But for now, I just want this part to end well. I want my son back in my arms so I can hold him tight and not let anything take him away from me ever again. Ari let me go, then leaned back as he rested the palms of his hands on the bed. I'll make sure of that. I'll get us all bodyguards if I have to. We're going to look a bit odd, having bodyguards sitting outside of $1,000 a month apartment. I shook my head and laughed. We're not going to be here much longer. He pulled me to lie back on the bed with him. I've already been looking at homes. Homes we can raise our family in. And as soon as you pick one of them out, we'll get it. I had an idea of what kinds of homes he'd looked at. Let me guess, mansions? Estates? Palatial estates? You know how I roll, baby. He grabbed me by the waist, picking me up, then sitting me on top of his lap to straddle him. We're going to have the best of everything for our kids. Kids? I asked as I ran my hands over his shoulders, then down to rest on his impressive biceps. He curled a strand of my hair around his finger. Yes, kids. Plural. We'll need lots of room for them. And sometime or another, we'll be adding a couple of cute little dogs to our family. Just like in my dream. I know we're going to get our son back, baby. I've seen the future and ease in it. My heart swelled so much I could feel it in my throat. Oh, Ari. I pray you're right. Then I fell on him, trying my best not to break down again. A loud knock came at the bedroom door, and I sat up abruptly. Yes? Come here quick, Mom said. There's something on the television about the body from the ravine. The wind felt like it had been knocked out of me as Ari lifted me, then placed my feet on the floor. He took my hand, leading me out of the room and into the living room where my parents and Phyllis stood in front of the television. Don't worry, baby, it'll all be fine. The police would have called us if they had something to tell us, Ari reassured me, but I wasn't convinced. Staring at the screen, I saw one of the women reporters we'd met earlier that day. She held a microphone near her quivering lips as rescuers pulled something up from the other side of the road. Over the guardrail, they lifted something that looked like a body. Only it didn't move right. It's stiff. It's cold out, Ari reminded me. Rigor mortis can set in much more quickly when it's cold and the body is left out in the elements. I knew that. I just put it out of my head for a moment. I didn't want to believe that my son could be in that black bag. Holding tightly to Ari's arm, I had to bury my face in his shoulder as the authorities moved in to remove the black trash bag from something that certainly looked like a small body. Dad whispered, "Is it bad that I'm hoping it's a small adult person instead of a child?" "Hush now," Mom shushed him. "Of course, no one wants that to be a child." I finally started listening to what the reporter was saying. The authorities are currently investigating what appear to be human remains held within a black trash bag. They have currently cordoned off the area, hoping to give privacy to the suspected victim and his or her family. Many are wondering if the remains could belong to Skye Story, a young boy who has been missing since the early hours of this morning. The circle of bodies around the bag parted, and one of the officers jogged up to the reporter. "We have great news. There's no body in that bag. Someone has thrown away a child-sized mannequin. That's the good news. The bad news is, the hunt for Skye Story continues." Ari and I locked eyes as we both let out our breaths. We knew we had gotten lucky this time, but that time was running out for us to find our son. But at least we have it. Chapter 23. Arslan. As wonderful as it was to hear that no human remains had been found, we still had to find our son. And there'd yet to be a single lead in the case. How is it possible that not one person in all of Seattle has seen or heard a single thing? Calls of caring and compassion for Reagan began to come in from the hospital. She'd taken off to the bedroom to take them without everyone having to hear her conversations. That left me alone with her parents. With nothing else to do but wait, we had all the time in the world to talk. Reagan's father cleared his throat to begin the task of finding out just who I was. "So, Ari, our daughter has told us next to nothing about you. Do you mind giving us a brief history?" "Yeah, she's tight-lipped, that one. I thought I'd give them the highlights instead of the dreary details. Okay, I'm 32 from the East Coast, a neurosurgeon. My father passed away recently, leaving me with a substantial inheritance." "Sorry to hear that," her father said. "And your mother?" "She's still around. Healthy as ever." I realized it had been some time since I'd spoken to her. "Well, as far as I know, she's healthy. I'm going to give her a call when we get Skye back. You know, to let her know she has a grandchild now." Her mother asked, "Any brothers or sisters?" "Nope. Only child," I answered. "Just like Reagan." "So, an inheritance?" Mr. Story finally said. "I suppose, then, that you aren't as swamped with student loan debt as Reagan is. Or was the inheritance not enough to cover your debt?" It was enough. She hadn't told them a damn thing about me. You see, my father came from old money. Money he invested wisely and turned into billions. I inherited half of his fortune after his passing, and I can assure you guys that you won't even have to worry about Reagan's finances again. Her student loans are one of the first things I'll take care of for her." Her mother clapped her hands. "That would be awesome. She makes a good salary now, but it wasn't easy for her to put herself through school and raise a son. She had to take out a lot of loans to make it work." "Yeah, I figured as much. I knew most doctors paid off student loans for the first 10 or so years after they began practicing medicine, and I imagine that Reagan's situation must have been even worse than the average doctor. She won't have any financial burdens with me." "Ari," Reagan called out from the bedroom. "Can you come here, please?" Getting up, I walked into the bedroom and found her pale and shaking. Her voice hadn't even hinted at her nervous state when she'd called out, so I was taken off guard. Taking her in my arms, I asked, "What is it, baby?" He called me Ari. She looked up at me with frightened eyes. "It is Haney. And Skye is still alive." Taking a deep breath, I tried to think about what that meant. She looked too afraid for that to be the good news it should have been. "Okay. What does he want, Reagan? Did you offer him money?" "I offered him $1 billion, and he said he didn't want money." She shook her head slowly. "He said he was going to kill Skye and me. Then he's going to kill himself." I couldn't believe the man would turn down that much money. "He's really crazy then." "He's beyond crazy." She shuddered. "And I know you won't understand this, but I'd rather die with Skye than live without him." Stunned, I let her go as I ran my hands over my face. "Baby, please don't think that way." "I can't think any other way." She put her hand on my shoulder to get me to look at her. Losing his daughter made that man crazy, and I'd be just as crazy if anything happens to my son. I mean, our son. I didn't like the direction she seemed to be heading in. "What did he say to you, Reagan? You're not handing yourself over to that psycho." "I won't let you." "This isn't up to you, Ari. I'll do anything to try to get him back." She turned away from me and I took her by the arm, turning her back to make her look at me. "I want to know what he told you." I wasn't about to let her do anything on her own. "He said not to tell a single soul where he has Skye. He said I've got an hour to get there. He's only giving me one chance to see my son and say goodbye to him. He said that's only because he got to do that with his daughter." She gulped, but no tears formed in her eyes. "But he wants to kill you both?" I shook my head. "And you're just going to allow that to happen?" "No." She reached behind her, pulling the gun out of the back of her jeans. "I'm going to kill Haney first." "When have you ever fired a gun?" I doubted she'd ever shot the thing. Shaking her head, she told me what I already knew. "No, but I won't be that far away from him when I pull the trigger. He won't know I have it, and if I surprise him at close range, I'm confident I can get the job done. And then I'll bring your son home to you, Ari." Staring into her eyes, I knew she thought it was equally as likely that she wouldn't bring either of them home. I had to go sit on the bed to gather my thoughts. I've shot a handgun before. Only at a target in a shooting range, but I've shot one. And I'm not about to let you go do this alone. I looked into her eyes so she could understand how deeply I cared for her and our son, even though she'd only been back in my life for a few days. Even though I'd known about my son for even less than that. If I lose you too, then I'm lost as well. So I'm going to go with you, and I am going to kill that man. "And if they put you in jail?" she asked. "That would be a travesty of justice, but if it comes to that, it would be worth it to have you both safe." I had faith I wouldn't be incarcerated for taking out a crazed kidnapper who'd threatened the lives of my son and the woman I loved. I was going to get you to cover for me with my parents. They can't know what I'm doing. She sighed. "I know them. They'll call the police and tell them what I'm up to. And I believe Haney when he said he'll kill Skye if the police found out. They'll probably pull up to the warehouse with their sirens shrieking and guns blazing." I agree. She and I had to do this on our own if we wanted to have a chance in hell of getting our son and Reagan out of this alive. We can tell them we're going to grab something from the store. Or maybe a pizza. She looked at me with pursed lips as she thought about that. They'll never buy that. But what if we tell them I got a call about Lanny? We could say we've got to go check on him, both of us, since we're both his doctors. I think he wouldn't mind us using him in this cover-up. I thought about my friend and how he still had a long way to go. Give me the gun and all the bullets I can carry. I'm not going to get close enough for him to see me if I can help it. Hopefully I can take him out from behind. She went to get another clip out of a different drawer. Here, fill this one up too. She grabbed the bullets out of yet another drawer and placed them on top of the dresser. I filled the clip that was already attached to the gun, which she'd only partially filled. Then I filled the spare one and put it in my pocket before slipping the gun into the waistband of the back of my jeans. Let's go. At least you've got that black jacket. That should help keep you hidden. Reagan opened the bedroom door, calling out to her parents. We've got to go to the hospital. Our patient is having some issues, and we've got to be there. You guys stay here. I'll call as soon as we're free to find out if you've received any news on Skye. There's no one else to see to him? Her mother asked as she got off her chair. No, I took over. He only has us. No one else can make any decisions about him. But the police have our numbers, and they'll call if they find out anything. And like she said, we'll give you a call as soon as we can to see if anything happens here. I looked at Reagan before adding, we shouldn't be gone more than an hour. Reagan nodded. Yeah, an hour tops. She got her jacket off the hook by the door. Come on, let's hurry, Ari. I don't want to keep anyone waiting. Following her out, I couldn't help but notice how stunned her parents looked. Everything's going to be fine, guys. Just relax and we'll be back soon. Getting into my rental car, I pulled out of the parking area, heading north on the street in front of the complex as Reagan directed me. Okay, now turn right. Let's see where this man has our child and let's get him back. My hands gripped the wheel as I waited for the next direction and prayed Skye wasn't afraid. I hoped like hell that horrible man hadn't hurt him. As a surgeon, I'd lost lives under my care before. It never got easy. But I'd never purposely taken one. It was the very opposite of what I'd trained my whole life to do. And it wasn't a thing I'd ever thought I'd be doing. But here I am on my way to kill a man. Chapter 24. Reagan. It hadn't been my intention to involve Ari in things. I knew he loved me, but we'd only been back together for such a short time. I didn't think he had enough invested in me and Skye to put his life on the line or take a life to save ours. Gazing at the determined expression on Ari's handsome face, I knew none of that mattered to him at all. To say Arslan Dawson was one of a kind would be correct. To say he was a hero would be better. Trailing my fingers over his thigh, I needed to let him know how much he meant to me, just in case the very worst happened to either of us. Ari, I've told you how thankful I am for you. What I haven't told you yet is what an honor it will be to call myself Mrs. Arslan Dawson. I've given you hell about getting married, and it's time that stopped. I want nothing more than to make up for lost time, just like you said. Our son will be fine. We'll have a future together. I know that now. Slipping one hand off the wheel, he took my hand, pulling it to his lips and kissing it softly. Baby, I know you were just worried about how Skye would feel about everything between us. And before this happened, I was coming around to thinking we should slow down for his sake. But now, he'll need security and stability like he's never needed it before. Being together as a family makes sense. I agree. I had some insecurities of my own now, knowing that my son had been so easily taken from my home, right under my nose. You know, if I hadn't woken up to puke again, then I wouldn't have known Skye was missing until much later. In a way, it's good I drank on an empty stomach. With a grin, he said, nothing ever happens for no reason at all, I guess. Even something that might have seemed like a dumb decision at first. Thinking about the decision I'd made that last night with Ari, I tended to think he might be onto something. You know what? I think you're right. I thought I'd made the worst decision of my life when I told you we'd be fine not using Prot. But then we got Skye out of that poor decision, didn't we? Exactly. I don't think we need to keep calling that decision a poor one. He kissed my hand again. It was the most brilliant decision you've ever made. I pointed to the next road ahead of us. The directions say to take that road there. Turning, we finally saw the abandoned warehouse where our son was being held. And there it is, he whispered. I'm going to stop back here so we can walk the rest of the way. He looked at me with the most serious expression I'd ever seen on his face. You need to get out first, and I'll lag behind. If he's watching for you, then he'll spot me too, and we can't have that. Now climb over me, so he can see you getting out of the driver's side and won't think anyone is with you. Good thinking, Ari. I unbuckled my seatbelt and moved to sit on his lap. I turned to kiss him just before getting out of the car. I couldn't describe the kiss as passionate. There was so much more going on between us as we kissed, knowing things might not be the same in a short amount of time. Out of breath with the tremendous transfer of pure emotions, I whispered, "I will always love you, Arslan Dawson. For eternity, I will hold you in my heart." His hand moved over my cheek as our foreheads pressed together. "And you will be a part of my soul until the end of time." Knowing what we were about to willingly walk into, I got out of the car and began the long walk up to the warehouse. My son was inside somewhere, and the urge to run as fast as I could to get to him nearly overwhelmed me. But I knew I had to stay cool. Keeping things calm was the key. Tension filled my body, and I worked to rid it of that as I walked to what might be my final destination. If this was how things were meant to be, then I had no control over that anyway. There was no reason to worry anymore. I had always been a believer in fate, and this didn't feel any different. Things would happen the way they had been written in the stars long, long ago. I'd learned a long time ago, while training to be a surgeon, that sometimes I had to go to another place in my mind. A place where I could find another level of concentration and focus, where I could join with a higher power to see me through what needed to be done. I knew I had to let myself reach that place now. That I had to be calm and razor sharp if I wanted to save my son and come out of this alive. Stopping in front of the door to the side of the large warehouse doors, I held up my hands over my head to let Haney know I was coming in unarmed. Deep down, I was also reaching out to the universe, to any higher power there might be out there, hoping for guidance and protection. Feeling a strength and faith I'd never felt before, I opened the door, nice and slow. The darkness hid most everything from me. "Haney?" My voice echoed off the walls of the empty metal structure. "Mom," Skye called out. I looked in the direction I thought his voice might be coming from, but his shout bounced off the walls. "Skye." My heart pounded, and I nearly ran toward the place I thought he might be. "Slow and easy, Reagan." "To the right," Haney called out. "Come slowly to the right and keep those hands up just like you're doing now." Holding them up high, I moved to the right. Seeing a small light, I headed toward it. "Everything's going to be okay, Skye. Mama's here now." He sniffled, and I knew he was crying. The anger that flashed through me nearly did me in. I had to walk around a corner to follow the light, and there I found my son. A twin bed, no sheets, no pillow, nothing, just my son chained to it. And now the anger crept up inside of me. Slow, burning, incinerating the calming words that tried to come through my mind. "Release my son from those chains immediately, Haney," I growled. "Or so help me God, I will kill you with my bare hands." "You don't," that's all Haney could get out. "Your daughter was not confined to anything. Now you unlock those chains, or you have no idea what kind of hell I will bring down on you. You only think you've suffered. I'll show you suffering like you've never imagined." Suddenly, Haney came out of the shadows, a shiny silver key in his now shaking hand. "I only put him in the chains an hour ago. He's been free up until now. I didn't mean to make you so mad, Story." "Is that true, Skye?" My fists balled at my sides. I decided to focus on my son. Haney's insanity could be addressed later. "He's been nice, Mama. But then he told me he had to tie me up." He began crying. "I'm scared, Mama." "No need, baby." I held out my arms to him as Haney unlocked the chains that had held my son. Skye ran to me as Haney stood perfectly still. "Okay, you can hold him, but things are still going just the way I described to you over the phone." He pulled out a gun and aimed it at us. "Put that down," I said with the most demanding voice I'd ever heard come out of my mouth. "You didn't have to put up with anything like this when you said what you did to your daughter. Haley got better than this. Skye will too." Putting the gun to his side, he dropped his head. "I know she did. You're right. Holding Skye, I picked him up, hugging him tight. The place echoed far too much for me to attempt to whisper that we had backup, so I just focused on reassuring my boy. Everything is going to be okay, Skye. You trust me, don't you? His tiny fingers cut into my back as he clung to me. Yes, the tears were still evident in his little voice. But I'm scared, Mama. I want to go home. I just want to go home. Haney took the chance to interrupt. And that's where I'm sending you, Skye. I'm sending us all home. There won't be anything to worry about anymore. Just like I told you. It's better where we're all going. No pain. No sorrow. It's wonderful there. And I told you my wife and daughter will be there too. It'll be such a joyous time. But I want to go to my home, Skye whimpered as he buried his face in my shoulder. I don't want to go with you, Mr. Haney. I don't know anyone you're talking about. Please, let me go home with Mama. Please. I'd never heard my child beg so hard in my life, and it tore my heart into millions of pieces. We will go home. To our home, Skye. Haney's eyes drooped as he lifted the gun again. No, you will go where I send you, Story. His hands shook as he held the gun. I turned my back to him, keeping Skye out of the line of fire. You will give me the time I gave you, Haney. 2 minutes isn't fair. You had hours and hours. You know I can't give you that much time, he said. But I can give you 5 more minutes. That's all I'm asking. I held tightly to Skye, praying he'd feel the comfort I wanted to give him. Rocking back and forth, I decided to sing one of his favorite songs. If I sang loud enough, the noise would drown out any sounds Ari might accidentally make when he got into place to take care of the man who had dared to steal and threaten our child. As I sang Baby Shark, Skye began to sing along. That song had driven me crazy, I'd heard it so often. Now it soothed my son and myself as it went on and on. Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. On to the next verse, we went. Mommy Shark. After running through that verse, Skye lifted his little head and looked at me with a smile on his face. Daddy Shark, do-do. Please let Daddy Shark be in place and ready to end this for us. Chapter 25. Arslan. The size of the warehouse made it nearly impossible to find Reagan and Skye. And then I heard her singing. I could follow the sounds she and Skye made as they sang a long and repetitious song. I'd found a side door to slide into, as I didn't want to go through the front the way Reagan had. I felt sure Haney had some surveillance equipment monitoring that entrance. But he couldn't possibly have every entrance covered. Outside, the sky was a dark gray as rain clouds filled the early evening sky. Inside, the huge empty building was dark. I couldn't see much, but what I did see was a lot of empty space. Following their voices, I made sure to come up behind the sounds. I spotted a metal staircase and thought about getting overhead. That position would give me much more leeway when I took my shot at Haney. The stairs creaked a bit under my weight. Going slowly, I tried my best not to make any noise. It worried me that if Haney heard even the slightest sound, he'd kill my son and Reagan. I think that's enough singing, Haney said. I could pinpoint where they were now. And as I took the last step, I could see them all in a small room, one with no ceiling. That gave me the perfect advantage over the man. Reagan didn't stop singing right away. She and Skye finished the verse about Daddy Shark before they got quiet. Reagan had Skye in her arms with her back to Haney, protecting Skye. I didn't fully understand why, until Haney lifted his arm from his side, and I saw the gun. It's time to put him down, Story. Look, Reagan said calmly. It doesn't have to be this way. Mr. Haney, I can get you all the help you'll need to get on with your life. And my son's father will pay you a king's ransom for our release. I swear this to you. Haney tilted his head. Do you honestly think money or therapy can make things better for me, Story? He let out a loud sigh. Without my wife and child, I have nothing. I don't want to find another woman. I don't want another child. I only want my family back. And soon I'll have them again. You're not afraid that committing murder and then committing suicide will send you to some other place? A place they're not. Reagan asked him as she kept her back to him, holding tightly to Skye. I don't believe in hell, Haney informed her. But you believe in heaven, she stated. From my understanding, if there's a heaven, then there must be a hell too. And there are certain things that will ensure you get sent there. Murder is one of those things. Then that's where you'll go to, Story, Haney said as he trained the gun at Reagan's back. If I shoot you in the back, the bullet should rip right through your heart and into your son's. I clenched my jaw, finding it hard to hold back as I listened to this insane man threaten my family. Pulling the gun out of the waistband of my jeans, I got it ready. Reagan had given him the chance to end this without bloodshed. Listening to his answer, it became crystal clear that I would have to kill the man if I wanted the two most important people in my life to stay alive. As I stood there, contemplating what I was about to do, I wondered how he must be feeling. He'd lost his world. It had done him in. If I lost mine, I knew it would take my life as well. But that didn't mean I'd try to take others down with me. Haney just couldn't accept that his wife and child were gone, that they were beyond his reach. He had to seek revenge for the wrongs that life had done him. And he'd taken out his anger on Reagan. In his own twisted way, he must think that killing Reagan's son was the only thing that would end his agony. But as hard as I tried to humanize the man, as hard as I tried to figure out what else could be done for him, I couldn't find any other solution. If he wasn't willing to seek help, if he wasn't willing to let my family go, then there was nothing for me to do but shoot him. But in trying to negotiate with Haney, Reagan had brought something to my attention. Murder was one of those sins that got your soul sent to hell. And I was right there, ready to commit murder. Did it count as murder when I was defending my family? Put him down, Story, Haney demanded. I can't, Reagan whimpered. I can't let you do this, Haney. This isn't up to you. His hands shook as he used both of them to hold the gun as steady as he could. I will do what I promised my little girl I would do before she passed away. You told her you'd kill my son and me? Reagan asked without looking at him. Her entire body wrapped around our son's as she tried to use her body to keep him safe. I could see she was even trying to cover his ears so he wouldn't be scared by the way they were talking. I told her I would get revenge for what you did to her. Haney's hands shook terribly. It had me worried the gun would go off without him even meaning it to. You let her die. You didn't try hard enough to find her a heart, Story. You know you didn't. Putting Skye down, she kept him behind her. He clung to her legs as she turned to face Haney. You don't understand how the transplant system works, Mr. Haney. I tried to tell you before, but you never listened. I'm not in control of who gets what. All I can do is put someone on the transplant list. Your daughter was small for her age. That meant a small child would have had to die with his or her heart intact. That doesn't happen too often. And that's why your little girl passed on before a heart could be found for her. Reagan put her hands up in the air as she asked, What did you expect I could do, Haney? Go out and kill a little kid to give your daughter their heart? For a moment, I thought she'd gotten to him. He put the gun down and dropped his head. I don't know what I expected from you. I took my daughter to you for help, and you didn't help her. Again, Haney, Reagan said as calmly as she could. I helped her as much as I could. Everything else was out of my control. He pulled the gun back up. You stayed there until she passed, then you patted me on the back and told me how sorry you were. Do you remember what you did after that, Story? I left you to grieve, Mr. Haney. Reagan put her palms out in what I thought to be an effort to get him to put his gun back down. I left you with a clergyman and a counselor. I'm trained to work on people's hearts. They're trained to help people deal with grief. I'd done all I could do, and then I left you to those who knew best how to help you. I am sorry for your loss. I am sorry for how life has treated you. And I am sorry it's come to this. But you have to let us go. My heart stopped as he moved his finger to the trigger. I have to send you both to wherever it is you're going. I couldn't let him pull that trigger. I aimed my gun at his upper torso, lined up my shot, and pulled my trigger first. Everything went in slow motion. The bullet didn't strike his chest, but hit him in the top of his left shoulder. And that hit alerted him to my presence. Haney fell on the floor face up, and his eyes zeroed in on me as I stood above them all. Then I noticed Reagan and Skye looking up at me too, for the first time realizing I was up there. "I'll kill you," Haney screamed as he pointed his gun at me. "No." I heard Skye scream, and then I saw his little body running toward Haney. "No." I yelled. "Skye, no. Stop." Not listening, he ran straight for Haney and tried to kick the gun out of his hand. I watched in horror as the gun went off, and my son took a shot to his chest. "Skye!" Reagan shrieked, an inhuman sound that I never wanted to hear again for as long as I lived. She'd been only inches from grabbing Skye, and Haney took advantage of how close she was, pulling his trigger once more and catching her in the shoulder. I had to get to them. I ran to the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. Running around the corner, I saw Haney's body shaking and his eyes closing as Reagan managed to get up and lean over Skye to protect him from any more bullets. Haney's glazed eyes went to her as she moved, and he pulled the gun up to shoot her one more time. I shouted to take his attention, and that's when he got off another round, right into my upper thigh, taking me down. Shit. As I fell, I took the last shot I'd need, putting a bullet right between his eyes. Blood splattered the metal wall behind him as the gun fell from his hand, one more shot going off as it hit the ground. I had no idea if the bullet had struck anyone or not. My ears rang from all the gunshots. I couldn't hear anything but that incessant ringing. Crawling, dragging my leg behind me, I went to Reagan, pulling her body off Skye's, seeing that she'd fallen unconscious. "There's too much blood," I said to myself as I put pressure on Skye's wound with one hand and grabbing my cell out of my pocket with the other. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher asked me. "We need ambulances. We need them now. Trace this call." I have no idea what the address is. I could feel myself getting woozy, and my vision started to blur. Not because I'd lost too much blood, but because I thought I was losing the only people I loved. This is Dr. Dawson. Dr. Story and our son, Skye, we've all been shot. We need help now. It's coming your way now, Dr. Dawson. Just hold tight. I dropped my cell. I had to help my son and my one true love. I won't let you go. I'll never let you go. Stay with me. I kissed Skye on top of his little head. Stay with Daddy, Skye. Don't you leave me, son. I've just gotten you, I can't lose you now. I ran my other hand through Reagan's auburn curls, then ripped off a piece of my shirt to wrap a tourniquet around her shoulder. Baby, you stay with me. You and I have a lot of life to live. Everything is going to be okay. You'll see. You just have to hold on. Closing my eyes, I kept putting pressure on their wounds and prayed, knowing that was all I could do for now. And so that was what I did. Chapter 26. Reagan. The familiar sounds of beeping told me exactly where I was. The sterile smell kept me calm, or perhaps that was the meds. I felt no pain and no stress. My eyes closed, I moved in and out of consciousness until I heard his voice. Is she coming off of the anesthesia, nurse? She is, Dr. Dawson, I heard Jameson, one of the nurses, say. Her vitals are good. She'll be awake soon. And how's Skye? Skye. In a sudden flash, it all came back. Gunfire, blood, so much blood, my little boy's chest covered in it. I struggled against the restraints that held my ankles and wrists. Nothing would come out of my mouth, and my eyes wouldn't open as I tugged and moaned. A hand pressed against my forehead. Baby, it's airy. Settle down. Skye is okay. He's in the ICU, but he's going to be okay. Dr. Harmon Hunter, the pediatric surgeon, took great care of our boy. The bullet lodged just to the right of his spine. We feel confident there will be no paralysis. His lips touched mine for only a second. And you're going to be okay too. The bullet went all the way through your shoulder. You had to have a blood transfusion because you lost a good bit. You'll be feeling better in no time, though. Still unable to open my eyes, I heard the nurse ask Ari, "How's your leg, doc?" "It's fine," he told her. "The bullet went clean through and didn't manage to hit anything crucial. I'll walk with a cane for a bit, but I'll be good as new in no time." I moved my fingers, wiggling them a little. He knew I wanted him to hold my hand. He couldn't quite accomplish that with my arms strapped down, but he put his fingertips to mine. The sound of his breathing and the touch of his skin helped me fall back under. Knowing that Skye and Ari were both okay, I knew it was time to let my own body heal. The sound of an alarm going off woke me back up. My eyes sprang open, finding someone running out of my room. Still restrained, I tugged and tugged, then finally found my voice. "Hey," though quiet and hoarse, I called out again, "Hey." Ari passed by the open door, using a cane and limping in the same direction everyone else was headed. Glancing into the room, he saw my open eyes. "Baby, I'll be right back. It's Lanny." Sighing, I stopped trying to do anything else. At least it wasn't Skye. Moving my head to look out the window, I saw the sun peeking through pink clouds. Blinking, I tried to clear my vision. The night must have passed and a new day had begun. A day that would bring us a new start. The nurse came back in, and I saw it was Patty. "Hey there. It's good to see you awake, sleepyhead." After checking my vitals, she untied the restraints. "You're looking good." She pushed the button to ease the head of the bed up a bit. "You want to see the damage, Doc?" "Should I?" I asked her, knowing some gunshot wounds could look pretty horrific at first. "It's not bad at all," she informed me as she took a handheld mirror off the dresser. "Dr. Kerr took care of you. The scarring on either side of your shoulder will be minimal." Holding up the mirror, she pulled the hospital gown down a bit. I saw 3 tiny stitches right in the middle of where my shoulder and chest met. Not bad at all. I'll have to send Jonas a wine and cheese basket for his excellent work. Ari came into the room. "You won't believe what Lanny just did to set those machines off." He came over, then kissed me on the forehead. "You're looking much better, beautiful." "You got shot too?" I asked, not remembering him being hit at all. "Yeah, he got me." He ran his hand over his scrubs, gesturing to where he'd been hit. "Right here. It went through, and I'll be as good as new soon." I got him after that. The gun went off when he dropped it. Thankfully, that bullet didn't hit anyone. "Do you remember me telling you about Skye?" "Yeah." I took his hand, holding it. "So, about Lanny?" "Oh." He laughed. "He's up now. Fully alert. Can't talk yet, but he can walk, apparently. We just found because he decided to climb out of bed. It won't be long now." I knew if his motor functions were working, soon his communication functions would too. "I'm glad to hear he's getting better." Brushing his hand through my curls, he sighed. "I'm glad we're all getting better. Do you feel up to getting into a wheelchair to go see our son? He's starting to wake up. I think he'd like to see his mama." Moving, I felt stiff but no pain. "Please take me to see our little man." With the nurse's help, they got me mobile, and we headed to the pediatric ICU to see the boy I'd prayed so hard I wouldn't lose. I found 2 men in black suits flanking us on each side. And when we got to the ICU where Skye was, another man in black stood outside his door. Ari saw my puzzled expression. "I've already hired bodyguards for all of us." "I see." For a moment there, I thought the FBI was following us. It occurred to me that the police hadn't been in to see me. "Have you spoken to the police, Ari? Are we in any trouble?" He shook his head as he wheeled me into our son's room. "Not one bit. Everything was done in self-defense. There's no reason to charge anyone for anything." That was a huge relief. Good. I didn't want to have to deal with that. Pushing me up to the side of Skye's bed, I found a lump forming in my throat as I looked at my helpless baby boy. Pushing his dark waves out of his face, I whispered, "Skye, can you wake up for Mama?" His eyes moved under his eyelids, and I knew he'd heard me. Ari leaned over my shoulder. Hey slugger, you want to open those eyes for us? Skye's eyes sprang open, and his lips parted as he looked right at Ari. Blinking at him, he looked as if he wanted to say something. I put my finger in his hand, which was restrained. Can you squeeze my finger? He gave it a squeeze, then out came one hoarsely spoken word, Dad? Ari and I looked at each other, then back at Skye, whose eyes stayed on Ari's. Ari nodded. Yes. I'm your dad, Skye. He ran his hand over Skye's head. We're going to be a family, son. And I want you to know that I love you more than anything in this entire world. Me too, Skye whispered, then finally looked at me. Mama. He swallowed hard. Love you too. Oh my boy, you have no idea how good it is to hear you say that. I leaned over to kiss his cheek, and that did hurt my shoulder a good bit, but I took the pain without even so much as a whimper. We're going to be a very happy family now, Skye. I hope you'll be our little ring bearer when your daddy and I get married. Skye nodded. Can I have a baby brother? Ari laughed as he put his hand on my unharmed shoulder. I think that can be arranged. He kissed the top of my head. We'll be moving into a big home where there'll be plenty of room for you to have as many brothers and sisters as you want, big guy. As many as I want? Skye looked surprised. I looked up at Ari. Slow down there, Big Daddy. Mama has a gunshot wound to get over first. Ari smiled, then winked at our son. Well, we can give her a little time to heal, can't we? Sure. Skye smiled, and my heart pounded. It's good to see that smile. As I looked into my son's eyes that were as blue as his father's, I knew we'd all be okay. We're all going to heal, and then we're going to put this behind us. Your father has us completely protected now. We never have to worry again. Ari made sure Skye understood. We have bodyguards now. No one will ever be able to take you away from us, ever again. Even at school? Skye asked as he looked at me. Even at school. I prayed he would have no lasting effects from his abduction. I knew that kids were resilient, but I knew we'd have to work hard at making sure his life felt normal and stable. And you're going to get to talk to someone about what you've gone through. I want you to know that you can always come to us if you feel worried or upset about what's happened. We're all going to be there for each other, and if you need more help, you let us know. Promise? Promise. He closed his eyes. My throat hurts. Jell-O, Ari prescribed. I chimed in, chocolate ice cream. Skye opened his eyes and looked back and forth between us, trying to make his choice. Both, he finally settled on. With that appetite, I can see our son will be just fine, I said as I looked up at Ari. I agree. Ari leaned over to kiss Skye on the forehead. I want you to know how proud I am to be your father, Skye. And I'd like to change your last name to mine when your mom and I get married. That way we'll all have the same last name. Skye nodded, then closed his eyes again. Okay, that sounds good. I'm sleepy. We'll let you rest, I said. When you wake up, you can have your ice cream and Jell-O. We'll leave you now, but all you've got to do is press the button to tell the nurse you want us. We'll be around here. Thanks, Mama. He turned his head and went to sleep. Ari wheeled me out, taking me back to my room. You need more rest too, Mama. You've got to get better so you can pick out our home. That sounded nice to me. You and I can pick it out together. I've got a laptop in my office across the street in the doctor's building. I'll have someone bring it over. After a nap, he said as he turned me into my room. Looks like we did all that worrying over how to tell Skye for nothing. He took it so easily. I suppose he must have been paying attention to everything being said in the warehouse. He's a smart kid. Well, he does have half of each of our brains, I joked. He picked me up, put me back into bed, then covered me up. He'll probably be twice as smart as either of us. He lingered near my face, looking from my eyes to my lips, and then he kissed me softly. When he ended the kiss, I felt lightheaded, even more than I had before. I caressed his cheek. I can't wait to marry you, Arslan Dawson. Nor I you. One more kiss and I drifted off into sweet dreams. Now, all we have to do is get better. Chapter 27. Arslan. As the last delivery man left our new Madison Park home, I gave a nod to my bodyguard, who stood nearby. With the last of them out, you guys can take a break, Randy. There has been a lot of coming and going lately. Feels like an endless line of strangers, he said as he punched in the security code next to the front door. There we go. All locked in, nice and tight. We headed to the kitchen where Reagan and Skye were waiting on us. Reagan had ordered pizza and waved us all in. Come on, you guys. I'm starving. Our 3 bodyguards took seats at the table with us. It had been a long time as we'd shopped for all the furnishings to fill our beautiful 7-bedroom, 8-bath waterfront home. The clincher on the home that Reagan and Skye had agreed on with me was the 3-bedroom, 3-bath apartment over the 6-car garage. With that, our bodyguards could live on the premises with us. They'd made sure the entire property was secured before we'd stepped foot on it. Tall fences surrounded the 2 acres of property we now owned. An ornate iron gate made the entrance look grand, as Skye liked to say. My son couldn't wrap his head around our wealth. And his mother couldn't wrap her head around all the bedrooms that Skye said would have to be taken up by new brothers and sisters. All I knew was that I finally felt like I had a real home for the first time in my adult life. And my mother would be coming for her first visit in a month's time when she arrived for our wedding. With the horrific abduction already a month behind us, all of us had mostly gotten past the injuries we'd incurred. The future looked bright, and all 3 of us were ready to get to it. Placing a slice of veggie pizza on her plate, Reagan directed her attention to our bodyguards. Tomorrow, we have a new batch of strangers coming over, you guys. I've got 3 chefs, 6 maids, and 4 groundskeepers coming for interviews, starting at 9 in the morning and going until 6 in the evening. Lucas nodded. Sounds good, ma'am. Randy added, we'll be right here with you. And we'll run background checks on anyone you want to hire before you make anything official. Good. I knew I'd hired the right team. I knew you guys were going to be awesome. All retired military from various branches, the men had formed a security company that I knew had the right stuff for us. Sean nodded. You can count on us, Doc. Reagan smiled like the cat that ate the canary. I've got a bit of a surprise for you guys. To show you all how much we appreciate you, I'm hiring a chef and 1 assistant for you guys for your apartment. Plus, you'll have your own maid too. Lucas shook his head. You don't have to do that, ma'am. We can clean up after ourselves and make our own meals. Not while you're taking care of my family, you won't, I let them know. Just think of it as a perk, one of many. Randy looked a little on the stunned side. Sir, you already pay us an exorbitant salary. You've provided us with the best health and life insurance we've ever had. And now you've given us a gorgeous place to live. Adding in our own chef and maid seems a bit overboard. Reagan and I had discussed this beforehand, so I had the words we wanted to tell him on the tip of my tongue. Gentlemen, we're not giving you a thing. Reagan nodded as she added, that's right. You've already earned everything you're getting, and then some. Sean seemed puzzled, and he reminded us, we've only been with you a month. How have we earned so much? Skye smiled at the men he'd quickly started to look up to. You guys earned it, 'cause you've been protecting us and everyone in this country for a long time. You're soldiers. Or you used to be. And we wanted to show you how much we appreciate it. The 3 of them all looked at each other, and I noticed a few glistening eyes. Lucas nodded and accepted our gifts of gratitude graciously. Well, if that's the case, then your gifts are much appreciated. We all thank you very much. As we thank you, Reagan said. Now let's eat up. All I want to do is clean up and go take a hot bath, then climb into my new bed. Me too, Skye said enthusiastically. He'd been sleeping in the living room of the apartment, feeling safer with the bodyguards in there. He'd been afraid to go into his bedroom. But with the new house and his bedroom being on the second story, plus the security system that would go off if even a window was opened, he'd gained confidence again. Reagan beamed at him. "Your new bedroom is pretty awesome, huh?" "More than that," he said as he pumped his fist in the air. "It's stupendous. I just learned that word." We all laughed, and I'd never felt more at ease. And as I looked across the table at the woman I'd share the rest of my life with, I felt even more come over me. Pure love. If anyone would have told me someone would hold my heart in the palm of her hands, I would have told them how crazy they were. But Reagan had my heart. My son rose and sat with her. I'd thought I'd loved her before, but nearly losing her had multiplied that love by 1,000,000. And I loved our son just as much. I began to think there could be no end to the amount of love a person has to give. After helping Reagan clean up, we headed upstairs to put Skye to bed. He'd gone up ahead of us to get ready, which was a big step for him. Not even a big brother yet, he'd set his mind on being the toughest kid ever, so he'd be the best big brother ever. Overcoming his fears, he'd explored the house all alone, searching out his favorite spots. He'd announced that the back deck was his favorite for now. A closed-in deck made entirely of glass, he could sit there and watch the sunset over the water. Reagan and I enjoyed that as well. We'd watched our first sunset at our new place together as a family. And now it was our first night in our new home, and things felt right. Tucking in our little boy, we took turns kissing him goodnight. "Night, Mama. I love you. Have sweet dreams." "You too," Reagan said, then moved out of the way so I could give him my kiss. "Love you, son." I leaned over, kissing him on the forehead. "Night, slugger. Love you. You sleep tight now. And all you have to do if you get scared is call out to us. That monitor there goes to our room. We'll hear you and be here in a jiffy." "I'm not even a little bit scared, Dad." He smiled bravely. "You sleep tight too. I love you. See you guys in the morning." My chest swelled with pride. "Okay, buddy." I put my arm around his mother, then we left our son with a confidence we hadn't known we'd have so early on in the new home. Walking across the hall, we went into our new bedroom. Our window overlooked the lake, and the moon's yellow glow shimmered over the water. Yellow curtains framed the gorgeous scene, and I knew we'd picked the best place in the world for us. "Care to join me in that monster-sized jacuzzi tub, babe?" Reagan batted her lashes at me. "Are you kidding?" I started stripping right there. Her eyes wide, she headed toward the attached bathroom. "Look at you. All ready to go." She'd already noticed the hard-on with her name written all over it. "You bet I'm ready. We've got to christen our new bedroom." "I agree." Already waiting for me as I came into the master bath, she ran her hands up and down her now naked body. Oh, Mama. Those curves of hers set me on fire. I didn't think I could wait for the tub to fill before I defiled her. "Shower," I ordered as I went to grab her. "Bath after that." She smiled as her body shivered. "Oh, lucky me. Both in one night." And then the chaise lounge in our sitting area. After that, I'm thinking the floor, in front of the French doors that lead out to the balcony. I turned the shower on, letting the steam warm things up even more. We have a lot of areas to christen. My goodness, airy. She cocked one brow. And the bed after that, I suppose? Why not? I grinned as I pinned her body to the tiled wall, letting the 6 different jets from above coat us in warm water. She took a deep breath as I lifted her, bringing her down on me hard. I knew she was ready for me, and I wasn't disappointed. Her arms wrapped around my neck as her legs did the same to my waist. "Airy, my lord." Moving slowly, I eased in and out of her. "Reagan, this is it, baby. We're officially on the job now." Pulling her head up off my shoulder, she looked into my eyes. "And what does that mean exactly?" Laughing, I knew she wouldn't get it. "On the job. You know, the job of giving Skye those siblings we've promised him." "Oh." She moaned as I pushed her against the wall with more force. Ari, are you asking me to have your baby? Please. I nibbled her neck. Please have my baby, Reagan. The fact I hadn't asked her that when we'd made Skye had bothered me. Maybe if I had, she wouldn't have been so afraid that she'd kept him from me. And thank you for giving me that boy in the room across the hall. Her nails raked across my back as she moaned, thank you for giving him to me. And I would adore giving you another child. Having you with me this time would be more than welcome. Being with you this time would be a dream come true. I moved with more force. I hope you're ready for all the hard work we're going to have to do. I think it'll take many more nights of this, baby, I joked. Until I see a pink stick with a plus sign on it, I'm going to ravage you every minute I possibly can. Wow. She elongated her neck. Kiss me here, babe. It makes me crazy. Kissing a line up her neck, I stopped to nip her earlobe, making her yelp. I laughed, then bit her softly up and down her throat as she gyrated on me like a woman with a mission. You and I are going to fill this house in no time, my little rabbit. I moved her faster. I thought I was your little sparrow, she asked with a grin. You were. Leaning against the wall with her wrapped around me, I felt all of her body. But you've grown into my little rabbit now. We're evolving. And soon you won't be Reagan's story anymore, either. You're kind of taking me over, Ari. She groaned and dug her nails into my shoulders. Oh. Yeah, I am. I made short thrusts as her face told me how much she was enjoying me taking her. Oh yeah. Her insides quaked as she let loose, until I gave her what she wanted. Once finished, I felt our connection grow even deeper. Panting, I put my lips against her ear. And now I'm inside, baby. With a low moan, she said, You've been inside me forever, it seems. And that was the way I'd stay. Chapter 28. Reagan. Nearly 2 months of therapy, and Lanny had his legs securely back underneath him. See, I can walk just as well as I used to, Ari. Sauntering like the peacock he was, Lanny walked from one side of the therapy room to the other without stumbling even once. So will you accept my services now, Reagan? You're sure you want to officiate our wedding, instead of just enjoying it as our esteemed guest? I asked him as I hung onto Ari's arm. Ari looked at me with wiggling eyebrows. You'll have to keep an eye on him, to make sure he doesn't upstage you if you allow him to marry us. He's quite the ham, you know. Ham? Lanny questioned as he came to us. A ham I am not. Bending over with a flourish, he bowed to us. I like to think of myself as more of a flamboyant lad, with a knack for the dramatic. And as such, I would deliver the oft-boring marriage nuptials with pizzazz and vigor, unlike some dull priest. I had a feeling that if we let Lanny have anything to do with our wedding, he'd end up taking over everything. And that didn't bother me one bit. I say yes. Then I looked at Ari, who wore a silly grin. If you agree. I must warn you, Reagan, this man will take over. Ari saw it just as clearly as I did. But I wanted Lanny to have this day, too. If not for him, we wouldn't even be here. So I gave him my full attention. Langston Stone, your accident might not be something anyone should be grateful for, but I am. Not that you were caused any pain or anguish, but that because coming here, along with your adamant and obstinate parents, brought this man back into my life and my son's. And I can't thank you enough. Ditto, Ari agreed. Lanny smiled as he pretended to tip an imaginary hat. As I am grateful for your help in putting my torn pieces back together so I can live a little more of this fabulous life. So, as a form of thanks, I'd love nothing more than to let you help us put together a fabulous wedding. I can't think of anyone else who'd do for us what you would. I handed the invisible reins to him. Thank you, dear friend, here are your reins. You will not be sorry, Ray Ray. The man had nicknames for everyone, and that's what he'd given me. Skye's nickname, Baby Ari, had been a huge hit with both father and son. And in return, Lanny had gotten the coveted role of Uncle Lanny to our son. Having no other aunts or uncles, Skye was thrilled to finally have a man he could call uncle. With arms extended, Lanny looked out over the room, seeing anything but what was in front of him. I see your backyard. Some black and white swans on the lake. Tables and chairs on the deck, and we'll bring in a portable dance floor made of mahogany wood. He looked at me. Can you give me a guest number offhand? Well, I think all the doctors and nurses here. I looked at Ari. Don't you think we should invite them all? Yes? He looked a little skeptical. But some won't be able to attend, you know. We can't shut the hospital down for a few hours. Lanny knew what to do. For those unable to attend, we shall have a reception in the cafeteria just for them, with all the same goodies we give the other guests. They'll love it. I'll make sure of that. And a live band, I said. I love live music, Lanny. I want a band that'll play all kinds of music from 2012, from when Ari and I were a couple of young med students falling in love. Ari added, for the cafeteria reception, let's go quieter with that band. Let's do something jazzy that won't bother our patients. Thoughtful, Lanny said as he nodded. I guess that's why you became a doctor, Ari. You were always so thoughtful. I've always been a bit of a daredevil, a pusher, and an overall rogue. How you and I became friends, I'll never know. We didn't have much of a choice, I think. With our parents spending entire summers together, it made us spend time together. Ari smiled to lessen the blow. Lanny wasn't having any of that. Oh sure, to hear you tell it. I happen to think we're brothers from a past life. Notice our identical jawlines, broad shoulders, tree-trunk thighs? I moved my hand over the spot where Ari's gunshot scar was. Thankfully, his thick legs made quick work of that bullet. I call him Superman from time to time. The way Ari smiled at me made my heart race. With the wedding date scheduled for only 2 weeks away, we had tons to do. Okay, let's go home so we can get down to planning this thing. Come on, Lanny. You're coming home with us. Clapping, he followed along. Yeah. Dawson Manor, how droll. Laughing, I had to ask, were you really born here or did you travel through some wormhole from another time, Lanny? I like the way you think, Ray Ray. Moving past us, he skipped down the hallway. Hard to believe that man was at death's door only 2 months ago, Ari mused. Goes to show what a miraculous surgeon you truly are. I looped my arm through his, then kissed his cheek. I hope Lanny doesn't get offended when we head off to bed at 8 after we put Skye to bed. If he says anything, I'll tell him we've got a baby to make. He kissed my cheek. Swatting his chest, I felt my cheeks heat with embarrassment. Don't you dare. He'll understand, baby. Ari laughed as we walked along together, following his frolicking friend. Still, don't do that. I didn't want anyone to know our plans. I had some insecurities that the trauma of the whole kidnapping and gunshot ordeal would have put a strain on my body. I wasn't sure that I'd get pregnant right away, what with the stress of what I'd been through. But our son wasn't the patient sort, and he'd taken to reminding us about our promise of siblings. And now I knew that he'd gotten that impatience from his father. We've got work to do, and Lanny will understand that if that's all I say to him. Yes, but we should talk about this work, Ari. I hadn't gotten a chance to speak with him about my worries. I didn't want to give him false hope that things would happen as quickly and easily as they had before. Whatever you want, Reagan. He pushed open the door for me. Henry's waiting for us right now. Lucas and Sean stepped in beside us, having waited outside for us. Randy was with Skye at school. That was another thing that stressed me out. Ari and I were only ever really alone in the privacy of our bedroom. He'd hired the driver he'd met when he first got to town and demanded we ride only with him. Plus, we always had our guards around. Everyone was friendly and professional, and I couldn't complain without seeming like a bratty, unappreciative shrew. But I wanted some of my former life back. Haney was dead. There were no more threats. I felt safe all on my own now. But Ari and even Skye seemed to bask in the glow of having our own bodyguards and chauffeur, which made us stick out like sore thumbs in my opinion. With the maid, the chef, and the groundskeeper, I had nothing to do at home. They took care of everything, which had seemed cool the first few days, but I'd quickly found myself wondering what I was supposed to do. Other than our steamy nights, Ari and I always had people around us. We never got the chance to break into spontaneous lovemaking the way we had back in our younger days. And I missed that. So I'd been thinking about talking to him, about giving us some breathing room. With no real threat, I saw no reason to keep a shield of humans around us at all times. But even as I took my mental stance against this aspect of our lives, I watched as our son and his bodyguard climbed into our huge chauffeured SUV, as we'd stopped to pick up Skye at kindergarten. The boy's face glowed as he got in and sat down next to Ari. "Oh boy, Dad. Tommy O'Sullivan asked if you were the President of the United States 'cause of this car. And I told him not yet, you're not." He held up his hand and they high-fived. "It is a bit much, isn't it?" I asked as I looked over at Lucas, who had a funny look on his face. Before he could say a thing, Ari said, "Too much?" "No way." Skye agreed, "No way, Mama. This is just enough. We need all of this to keep us safe." He looked at me with eyes that told me he carried more fears and worries than I'd realized. "Mom, I never want that to happen to me again. And I never want you and Dad to get shot again, either." All the wind left my sails then. "Okay, baby. I understand." Ari pulled his head back to look at me in confusion. "Is that what you want to talk about? Scaling down on security? Because I can tell you right now, we're not scaling back yet. Maybe not ever. I grew up with bodyguards, Reagan. You'll get used to this. I promise you will." With everyone else in the car trying not to look at us, I felt put on the spot. I had told Ari I wanted to talk, but I guess he didn't know I meant in private. And that was most likely because privacy was a thing we only got starting at 8 each night and lasting until 5 each morning. Looking out the window, I tried to show Ari that I didn't want to talk about anything right now. "'Kay." Once we got home, I went to the bar to pour myself some wine. But Ari came right over to take it from me. "Did you forget what our job is, baby?" He drank the small glass I'd poured myself. Lenny flounced around, oblivious to both of us, as he asked Skye, "Baby Ari, where do you think Mommy and Daddy should have the aisle they'll walk down for the wedding? Now mind you, this will be outside. Oh, and at sunset. Come, I'll show you." The two rushed off as Randy followed close behind. Our place was a fortress. I saw no need for the bodyguards to follow so closely once we were home. I decided to put that out there. "Ari, why do you make them run after us like we're fragile little things who need constant tending?" I looked around the room, pointing out the surveillance cameras that were everywhere. They can watch our every move from the comfort of their apartment where the monitors are. Ari looked at Lucas. "Do you mind being so close to us?" "No, sir," came his quick reply. "It's not a problem at all." I didn't know how else to put it. Blunt seemed best. "It's a problem to me." I looked at Lucas. "Not to be in any way unappreciative of anything you've done for us, but I need more space." Ari took me by the arm, turning me to face him. "I'm not comfortable at this time with you having more space, Reagan. And if you'll notice, neither is our son. And I want our son to feel confident, safe, and secure, even without the constant shadow of his bodyguard," I let him know. "And I'd like to see you have that confidence as well." The look that came over Ari's blue eyes was one I'd never seen before. "Oh, did I just wake up Papa Bear?" Chapter 29. Arslan. Reagan had to be kidding. It hadn't been but 6 weeks since the abduction. How could she think anyone could get over that so quickly? But I saw the look in her eyes and knew we needed to be alone to talk about this. "Come with me." I looked at Lucas and Sean. "You can give us some time." Nodding, they walked away as I took Reagan up to our bedroom so no one would bother us. She pulled away from me as soon as we walked through the door. "Ari, I don't like this. You're making it seem as if someone is actively after us." Now, I'll admit that I liked how secure they made me feel that first week. Now it seems too much. And I'm stressed out too. I went to sit next to her, as she'd taken a seat on the chaise lounge. Holding her hand, I ran my fingers over the back of it. Baby, I hired everyone so you wouldn't be stressed out. Now, I need you to relax. Everything will be fine. You'll see. I want a more normal life. She frowned at me. I know you're used to this. I know we all went through something terrible. And you know our son needs this. I'd witnessed how much better Skye felt with so much protection around. He'd slept in the living room with the bodyguards when we still lived in the apartment. They were like his angels. If Reagan thought I'd take that kid's angels away, she was crazy. Her chest rose and fell with a heavy sigh. Ari, I don't want him to become dependent on other people to make him feel safe. You and I can do that for him. At this time, I have to disagree with you, Reagan. I knew she would play the mother card and stopped her before she could. As his father, I can see he needs this right now. She narrowed her green eyes at me. And as his mother, who has been a part of his life since the beginning. I stopped her there. I don't want to throw stones, Reagan, so I won't. But you know why you've been there since the beginning, and I haven't, don't you? Don't answer that. I don't want to go there. There will come a time when we can scale back on our security. Now isn't that time? Well, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then I foresee our son getting accustomed to this, and never feeling safe without so much security. And I don't. She hadn't grown up as I had. I had just as much security as we have now when I was growing up. And then I went off to college and left that behind. Quite easily, I might add. By the time I left home, my father had made sure that I had plenty of training on how to defend myself. That's why I'd taken the shooting classes. That's why I still have a personal trainer to keep my body strong. Which you seem to enjoy, by the way. I flexed my bicep and saw the twinkle in her eye as she watched it move. See. Another sigh had her chest rising and falling. But he's not you, Ari. You never went through what he has. Even more reason for him to have this extra cushion of security until he's able to defend himself. I pulled her to me, kissing her soft lips. Let me be his father, my love. Let me do what I feel is right for him, I whispered. She looked at me with sad eyes. Okay. But I need to talk to you about something else now. I'm afraid I won't be getting pregnant as soon as we'd hoped. How she knew that, I had no clue. Tell me why. My body's been through much, and so have I. I know not only the physical trauma, but the mental one too, has taken a toll. I'm worried all of the stress won't allow me to get pregnant right away. You know the way trauma can mess with a body. It takes time, maybe even years, to get over it. Okay. I knew we'd deal with whatever. So, if it doesn't happen right away, then it doesn't happen, baby. She threw her arms up in the air. Easy for you to say. You and Skye are foaming at the mouths for a baby. I feel all that pressure. Don't you realize that? I didn't want her to feel any pressure, and I sure as hell wouldn't have brought up having a baby if I'd thought she'd feel this way. Okay, I'll talk to Skye and we'll chill on the baby stuff. As if he'd stop. She looked at me, then turned to walk to the window. He's never been more excited about anything in his little life. He's going around trying to be a tough guy so he can be the best big brother the world has ever seen. She looked back at me. He wants to be as big a hero as you are to him. I knew she didn't mean that to make me swell my chest with pride, but I couldn't help it. He sees me like that? Who doesn't? Reagan came to me, putting her hands in mine as she kneeled in front of me. You're an amazing man. You're so strong and resilient. And it bothers me that I can't keep up with that. That I can't be as amazing as you are. It bothers me a lot. She had no idea of how amazing she truly was. So, I needed to show her. Wait here. I'll be right back. Hurrying down to get Skye, I knew I had to get him to tell his mother some things he'd told me earlier. I'd assumed that it was nothing she hadn't heard from him before, but maybe he'd never told her to her face. I found him following Lanny around as they talked about the wedding. Skye, can you come here for a minute? Sure, Dad. He ran to me, Randy on his tail. Putting my hand up, I said, You can take a break, Randy. I'm taking Skye up to talk to his mom. Sure. Randy pointed to their apartment above the garage. I'll be up there when you need me. Nodding, I put my arm around Skye and told him what I needed, what his mom needed, from him. And I talked to him about how we'd have to chill on the baby stuff, because Mama was feeling a little under pressure. And being the sweet kid he was, he agreed, I don't want her to feel that way. When we stepped into the bedroom, I gave him a little push, then stood back to let them talk. Go on, tell her what you told me, son. Kay, Skye walked to his mother, who sat on the end of the bed. Mom, Dad's told me some stuff, and I want to tell you something. Kay. Of course. Reagan held out her hands, as if telling him to proceed. Go ahead. See, Mama, I think you're the most bravest person I even know, he began. I bit my lower lip, as I tried not to tear up. He'd told me the same thing about his mother, just days after the incident. He had still been in the hospital, and so had she. It had made me cry then. And it was close to happening again. Well, I'm not even close, Reagan said as she twisted her hands in her lap. Skye put his little hands on hers. Mama, you are. You came and saved me from that mean man. You didn't have to. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Of course I had to. He shook his head. No, you didn't. You could have sent the police. I heard lots of nurses and doctors talking about it when I was in the hospital. Reagan looked over his head at me. Was your father one of those doctors? No. Skye shook his head. Other people said that. And you know what else? Reagan looked at him with a smile. What else? You weren't ever scared of that man. Skye moved in to hug his mother, and I had to bite the side of my hand to keep back the tears. You told him you would kill him with your bare hands. I'll never forget that. You were like a superhero. And I believed you, and he must have too, 'cause he came to unlock the chains on me. Reagan's brows lifted as she hugged her son. Well, I would've. I did mean that. He pulled back to look at her. And I knew you would've. I'm glad you didn't have to do all that, 'cause I think it would have been tough for you. I'm glad Dad showed up and got rid of that mean man. But if he couldn't have come, then I know you would have saved me, Mama. I always knew it. She held him tight as tears streamed down her red cheeks. Yes, I would have. Her eyes went to mine, which now had tears pouring from them too. And you're right. Ripping that man limb from limb would have been tough on me. And I feel lucky your dad did show up and take care of that mean man, so I didn't have to. Yeah, me too. Skye stood back after kissing his mother on the cheek. And you know what else, Mama? She wiped her eyes. What else, Skye? I want to be a big brother. He held out his hand and she took it. But we don't have to rush about it. She looked at me with a smile, and then her eyes went back to him. Well, thank you very much. I want you to be a big brother too, but I think it might not happen real quick for us this time. Your patience is appreciated. That's okay, he said. We've got time. She pulled his face up to look at him. Do you like having Randy and the other guys around? He nodded. They make me feel safe. Her forehead wrinkled as she asked, Daddy and I don't do that for you. You do. Skye turned to look at me. You guys make me feel real safe. But I need them too. For now. Reagan nodded. Okay then. You understand my needs. I understand yours. We all are important in this family. Each and every one of us. Yes, we are. I stepped up then and put my hands on our son's little shoulders. And our opinions all matter as well. Reagan smiled at me. Yeah, they do. Sorry if I came off like a brat. Sorry if I came off like a tyrant. I leaned over to kiss the top of her head. Skye chimed in. Sorry if I came off like a kid who just really wants some brothers and maybe a sister. Laughing, we all hugged, and everything felt much better. This is the way family is supposed to feel. Chapter 30. Reagan. The wind whistled through the trees and doves cooed in the distance. Beside me, Ari held my hand as we walked over white rose petals that led to Lanny, who was dressed in a white bridal gown only 3 sizes larger than mine. We'd both fallen in love with the same dress. I didn't feel upstaged. I felt honored when he'd told me what fantastic taste I had. Of course, I'd had to let the man wear that magnificent dress too. It wasn't just our wedding. It was a day to officially make us all one big family. Lenny had brought us together again, so he'd become a part of our family too. His parents had been so stubborn and demanding, they'd earned a role in our family as well. Ari's mother and her husband Bill had come in a week earlier. She couldn't believe she'd been a grandmother, and hadn't even known it. But she'd never said one harsh word about it. That made her a special part of our family to me. My parents had accepted Ari without an ounce of hesitation. That made them special to my almost husband. And we'd all formed this union before traditionally forming our own. So the evening had come when Arslan Dawson and I would form that union, legally. Lenny put his hands in the air as Ari and I stopped in front of him. Hallelujah! And can I get an amen up in here? He shouted. Our guests shouted in unison, Amen. Lanny went on, ladies and gentlemen, doctors and nurses, grandmothers and grandfathers. We're all gathered here together to get through this thing called life. I whispered, I think you're kind of stepping on Prince's toes there, Lanny. Shit, you're right, he said. Raising his head, he corrected himself. What I mean to say is, would you all please join me in this revolution we call life? He winked at me. Our guests shouted, yes we will. Ari smiled at me, and I smiled right back. And now, will you all please join me in committing 2 audacious souls to a happily ever after to end them all, my brothers and sisters? Hell yes we will, they all shouted. I cocked my head to one side as I looked at Lanny. You did not put lines for them to say on some kind of handout, did you? It's called the program, honey. Now hush. Lanny tweaked the tip of my nose. You did put me in charge, did you not? Ari shrugged. You did, Reagan. Just go with it so we can get to the good stuff. Okay, I said as I gave Lanny a look that said he should hurry this up. I did have some great news to tell Ari and Skye. But I wanted to wait until after we were man and wife. But speed it up. Never. Lanny let me know. Music swelled in the air. A single note rang out from an electric guitar. Marriage isn't something to take for granted. Marriage is the absolute commitment 2 people can make. I am going to ask these 2 kids some questions most clergymen won't. So hold tight to your seats, guests. Things are about to get wild and steamy up in here. Lenny leaned in. Now do you understand why Skye is being kept inside with headphones on while I do this part? I began to sweat. Oh hell. I'm really beginning to regret this. Lenny merely smiled, and I noticed that his red lipstick had rubbed off on one of his front teeth. I reached up to wipe it away with my fingertip. He caught my hand after I'd cleaned it away. You do love me, don't you, Ray Ray? Of course I do. I leaned in and kissed his cheek. The guests clapped and hollered as Lanny hushed them. Now. Let us go on. Arslan Miguel Dawson, henceforth to be called Ari, do you take this woman in sickness, health, violent bouts of diarrhea, and even menstrual cramps, until death do you part? Ari chuckled his answer, I do. Cool man, Lanny said as they high-fived, and then he looked at me. Reagan Dreamchild story, henceforth to be called Ray Ray. Do you take this man in sickness, health, dizzying conversations about the brain that will make your will to live disappear, and flatulence that will steal your very soul, until death do you part? I looked at Ari, knowing I could take his neurosurgeon conversations, but wondering about the soul-stealing farts. Are your farts really that bad? While Ari shook his head, Lanny nodded. I'll just have to chance it. I do. Good luck, sister, Lanny said out of the side of his mouth. He looked at Ari. Ari, do you think you can live with, love with, cry with, and laugh with this woman for the rest of your life? The way Ari gazed at me told me more than his words ever could. I can. Lenny didn't have anything smart to say about that. That's love right there, people. Straight up love. He looked at me. The same, Ray Ray? I looked at Lanny. The same thing you asked Ari. He nodded, then put his hand on his hip. Duh. Okay. I looked at Ari with a serious expression on my face. I would love nothing more than continue to live, love, laugh, and cry with you forever, Arslan Dawson. Lanny had one last thing to say. Do either of you have anything you'd like to ask the other before I make this marriage official? Ari nodded, then looked at me. Is your middle name really Dreamchild? Laughing, I shook my head. I don't have a middle name. Lanny made that up. Good, that was way too hippy-dippy for me. Ari leaned in to kiss me. Lanny stopped him. Hold up. Not yet, lover boy. Send in the ring bearer. An electric guitar solo ensued as Skye came out of the glass door of the back deck, carrying the pillow with our wedding bands sewn onto it so they wouldn't fall off. Because no one wants almost $1 million worth of jewelry to get lost in the thick green grass of one's backyard. Cheeks bright red with embarrassment, our son brought our rings to us. Ari scooped him up. Hey there, slugger. You got our rings? I do. Skye laughed hysterically. Hey, I got to say it too. Handing my bouquet off to my mother, I got ready for Ari to put that gorgeous ring on my finger. We're ready, Lanny. "'Kay, here it goes," Lanny set it up. "All you've got to say is, with this ring I thee wed. Go, Ari." Yanking the ring to pull it free from the string that held it to the pillow, Ari looked at me as he slipped it onto my finger. Still holding our son, he said, "With this ring I thee wed." All I could do was smile as I pulled the other ring off the pillow. I put it on Ari's finger. "With this ring I thee wed." Skye shouted, "I now announce you man and wife." Lenny quickly protested, "Hey. That's my line. I no pronounce you man and wife." Skye's eyebrows waggled as he looked at Lanny. "You may kiss the broad." Ari and I broke into laughter as Lanny corrected him, "You may now kiss the bride." Ari pulled me close, still holding our son, and kissed me softly and sweetly. Then we both kissed our son on opposite cheeks as the cameras flashed. Later on, finally man and wife, the music started to play. Ari, Skye and I danced together until Lanny came to steal our partner, taking Skye. Ari and I slow danced to a fast tune, totally in our world. My heart had never felt more complete. Who knew marriage felt this way? Ari looked up at the starry night sky. Not me. I didn't have a clue. I've never been happier. And I mean that. He looked at me. I really do mean that. If this is all we ever have, I'll never be sad a day in my life. Me too, I agreed. We swayed to the music together, until our guests began to drag us away from one another. His stepfather asked me to dance, and my mom asked him to dance. We were traded from one person to another, until my feet grew so sore I had to take my shoes off. It was magical, and all I saw were smiles everywhere I turned. Not a sad eye in the house. Not even one frown. Only smiles. And I couldn't have been happier. Midnight came around, and our son finally began to drag a bit. The guests started leaving, and one by one we said our goodbyes. Then Ari and I carried our sleepy son up to bed. We sat on the edge of his bed, both of us running our hands over his small head. And I took that time to tell them my news. Did my boys have a good day? Ari smiled while Skye nodded. What a day, Mama. Ari leaned over to kiss my cheek. Best day of my life. So far, I said. Ari shook his head. No. Best day ever. None will beat this one. Wanna bet? I asked. Skye leaned up on his elbows. You've got a secret, don't ya? I nodded. A little one. Ari took my hands, holding them between us. Spill it, Mrs. Dawson. I wanted you two to be the first to know. I put my hands in both theirs. We're having a baby. Screams of happiness came out of all of us. Skye flew out of bed and we all hugged and jumped around in a circle. And nothing had ever felt more right. It had only been Skye and me for so long. Then Ari had found us, and we'd become even better, the three of us together. And now, a real family, we were already growing. Skye shouted, "We've found it, Mama." "What's that?" I asked as we stopped jumping. "Our happy ending," Skye exclaimed. Ari interjected, "Oh no, son. This isn't the ending. What we've found is our happy present. The happiness isn't anywhere near over." I ran my hand over Skye's chubby cheek. "And we're not nearly at our ending." Our son laughed as his father laid him back in his bed. "I meant our happily ever after. Now that we've definitely found." The end. Did you like this book? Then you'll love What the Doctor Orders, a billionaire doctor romance by Michelle Love and Ivy Wonder. Available in this YouTube channel. I wasn't looking for love when it found me in my backyard. My neighbor's son came in and stole my heart, then his father did the same. Nothing had ever been easier than being with him. His gaze set me ablaze, his soft whispers turned me into a puddle of lust, and his touch blew me away. As easy as it was to be with him, to let him into my heart and to fall deeply in love, I knew his son came first. And I agreed, at the time. But love doesn't let us wait sometimes, and this was one of those times. I didn't have only one person to convince not to throw our love away, I had three. A daunting task to say the least, but one well worth taking on. For a love like ours only comes around once in a lifetime, and that makes it well worth fighting for. Start listening to What the Doctor Orders. Thank you for listening to this romance audiobook.